All right, we are live. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
If you are joining us, it's gonna be a fun day. We have a lot planned, so we're joined here. Kaylee, who's a staff writer at Nerd, she's with me. We've got Leanne, who's a staff writer, and Megan, who's a staff writer. So we are here and we are ready for another packed and fun and awesome day. Yesterday was a lot of fun. We had a lot of different chats and guests, and hopefully you tuned in for that. The first panel we have this morning after the welcome is Pride, because it is Pride Month. And then we're going to just steamroll with a lot of guests today. So we've got Paul Carella at 11:15, Matt Cohen at 12:20. We've got a Disney chat, and then we've got Zachary Darling at 2:30. A Walker chat. So if you watched the new Jared Padalecki show on the CW, Rachel Miner at 4, Ellie Lockman and Tina Densmore Bell will join us at 4:45. You don't know them. They worked on Robin Rich's Kings of Con show. And then Tina is working with Robin Rich on their podcast. And then we've got a cool summer chat. And then we are closing out the festival with basically a life after Supernatural chat with Lynn and Alana. Lynn, you know, as Fangasm. Alana, she's all over YouTube and TikTok, and Alana King. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to try and keep that positive and happy and all that kind of stuff. But I thought that was a good way to end the festival. If you joined us for trivia last night, thank you. It was a lot of fun. We were a bit delirious at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we had a lot of fun. So what did you guys enjoy about yesterday?
Love that we both sit here and look at each other expecting the other one to talk. No, it was a lot of fun to hear from everybody and see everybody's faces on screen. At Nerds, we chat all the time, but to see each other is fun. And to get to talk about, so Kaylee, Megan, and I were all on the Prodigal Son panel together. And so to get to talk about, our favorite show is always such a fun time. And today we get to hear from all these guests that we love. So that's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm a bit biased, but I love the Prodigal Son and the 911 panels. Just being able to geek out for like 2 hours straight was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed just seeing like the comments. I'm gonna again say the Prodigal Son panel, but just seeing like the comments and the questions and how interactive people were was really refreshing too. And I just hope everybody had a good time yesterday.
Yeah, that's our main goal is we try and get guests that you guys would like, and also just be able to have some fun conversations and make sure you guys are able to interact and ask questions. And yeah, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We are still raising money for Random Acts. It is an optional donation. I will drop the link in the chat. Actually, I'll do that now. So I'll drop the link in the chat. We have raised over $500 so far for their food equity program. So thank you to everybody who has contributed. Thank you again to everybody who has tuned in. If you've tuned in all day, or if you've tuned in for one panel or just trivia or whatever you guys want to do, if you're going to catch up on this later. Thank you for watching. We do this because we know what it's like to be fans. We know, how hard it is to kind of see content you want to see. So hopefully by providing this experience and doing it in a fun and also free way, that you guys are just able to have fun, especially this past year and a half at this point. You guys can enjoy this from the comfort of your own homes or wherever you are. So that's the main goal, is just to have fun. Like I said, we have a full day, pretty much until 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. We'll have back-to-back panels. So make sure you join us. Like I said, we do have Paul Carella at 11:15. If you are fans of his, I'm going to ask some pretty silly questions. regarding like Disney and stuff. So join in. And I'll have the chat open as well. So if you want to ask him questions during his panel, I'll do my best to look at the chat. Same with Matt Cohen. Matt will be on right after Paul at 12:20. So stick around, ask Matt some questions. You know, he directed episode 15 of the last season of Supernatural. I'm sure he'll want to talk about that. You know, he was on Entertainment Tonight. He did General Hospital for a while. He also did Mama Bear, which is an incredible short film that hopefully maybe we'll hear about the progress of what's going to happen with that, if that's going to turn into a feature. And then we've got Zachary Darling at 2:30, and he's worked a lot with all of your favorite Supernatural musicians, including Swain and like Richard Speight, and then he's also you know, done stuff with like Rosenbaum and all that kind of stuff. The Walker panel is just going to be myself and two lovely ladies that run the Walker Wiki. They're going to join, and we're just going to talk about everything Walker because I'm obsessed with Walker. And then Rachel Miner is going to come on, and she's going to talk a lot about random acts and stuff, which has been super supportive of us and of the festival. And so we're really excited about that. Yeah, and then Ellie and Tina from Kings of Con will be on. They're going to talk a lot about their jobs in the business right now, which is going to be really interesting to hear from their perspectives. And I'm sure they'll answer some Kings of Con questions if you have them. And then, yeah, and then we're just going to close the night out with 2 fandom panels. I'm really excited about the Supernatural panel that's going to close us out, because I feel like a lot of us just, you know, need to get some feelings out, and not necessarily negative or anything like that, but just, you know, with the show ending in November, just kind of how we're coping with it. Lynn, who's Fangasm on Twitter and all that social stuff, and then Alana King's going to join us. And I think they're 2 really good people who are going to be interesting to talk to about just life after Supernatural. So I'm excited. But yeah, so Pride is up next. It is Pride Month. If you haven't seen our Pride Month spotlights, we every June, one of our staff members, Emily, she'll be on the panel. She actually came up with the idea to do Pride Month, which is we put out a different article every single day on a different character in the community that we want to highlight or spotlight. And we do just an overall article about their characters, their journeys and stuff like that, to just really spotlight them. So it's a really awesome thing that we do. And then Emily and Jules, and I'm not sure if anybody else, I think it might just be those 2, are going to come on and have a Pride panel. So stay tuned. Join us. It'll be fun.
I'm excited. We got a lot of good stuff today, guys.
We're running on like 6 hours of sleep.
We're doing great.
Fine. But I am in my awesome "Who the hell is Bucky" shirt. I just want to take that off because I love it. I see Leanne's wearing Swain.
Yep.
And, you know, Kaylee's wearing Disney, and Megan's just going for like the professional part.
Yeah, Megan.
It's like really warm out, so I was like, I should probably wear a tank top and not like a t-shirt.
That's fair.
So yeah, so thank you guys for joining. We'll see you at 10:30 for Pride, and then I know there's a lot of Captain's Army in the chat, and I'm so excited. So all of you people who are waiting for Paul, we'll see you at 11:15 Eastern, so about an hour. Anyway, ignore the dog in the background. So yeah, we'll see you soon. Bye.
Hello.
I love the ears.
Thanks. It's what I got.
You know, it's a little pin and we're ready to go.
Delightful. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to anybody who's hanging around in the chat too.
Let's see. I don't see anything yet. I don't know if that's my computer. There's some, or maybe it's me. I don't know. Alrighty. So good morning. My name is Emily. I am a special contributor at Nerds. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I have been with Nerds since 2017. Wild.
My name is Jules. I am a writer, editor, and content assistant with Nerds and Beyond. My pronouns are she and her. And I've been here, I think, almost 2 years now, which is crazy. We're in the midst of figuring out who's giving off an echo. I'm pretty sure it's probably both of us.
Un momento.
Technical difficulties.
It would appear I only have headphones that plug into an iPhone. So if you have that would be great.
I'm going to give it a try, see if it's me. Yesterday I did it without them, but we'll see. Maybe today's a new day. Oh, it sounds better?
Yay! Alrighty. So, do you want to, you were introducing yourself.
Yes, and I think we're going to go into a little bit of what we're going to talk about today, which is really just all things Pride and all things characters that we love. And we especially want to hear from you guys, if there's anyone watching characters that you were inspired by, that you feel are good representation as well. So I'm excited for this panel.
All right, do you want to kick it off?
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the first things that we wanted to kind of talk about was a little bit about what for us is good rap or maybe not so great rap. I know for me, a lot of bisexual characters on TV are kind of portrayed as being like sleeping around with a lot of different people, or having like a lot of relationships, which is great if that's you. Like, not at all a problem. But when that's the only representation that you have, it's kind of like, oh, well, I'm a very quiet bisexual. I'd love to see some of that on TV as well. Which is getting better in recent years. I have seen a lot more characters in the last few years that have been really, I consider to be great rap. But what's good rap for you? What do you think of when you think of like a good character?
I would say it's a character where their identity is highlighted, but not their entire story. And one where they are alive through the whole show. What a concept. I would also note for bi rep, like I feel like a lot of characters, it's like they have a heterosexual relationship on the show and then they have a queer relationship on the show, and all of a sudden it's like now I am a lesbian, as opposed to like, or now I am gay, as opposed to just like maybe I like both. And for some reason I feel like the word like bi is very taboo, and more so than just saying like they are gay now, which kind of discounts, like it can be that their previous relationships aren't like weren't how they truly felt, but it doesn't have to be.
No, for sure. And I feel like it's also like the big like coming out scenes for bisexual characters don't really happen. A lot of the times you get like a line thrown in like, oh yeah, like that one girl I was with in college, and you're supposed to be like, oh, they're bi, like context clues, got it. Which is why I feel like when we do get scenes like that where somebody explicitly says like, I'm bisexual, I'm pansexual, I'm whatever, it's so helpful. And of course, it's not everybody's experience. Some people just don't have a big coming out, and it's fine. It's just not a big deal. But I think when you're talking about rep on television in particular, it's important to kind of have that moment because there's a lot of people watching who maybe aren't familiar with that experience, that maybe that's their first time coming into contact with it. I know, like, for example, my parents watched Schitt's Creek, and it was really the first time they'd ever seen like a pansexual character say anything about that on screen. And like, I know what pansexuality is because I'm in this community. My parents really aren't. So when David gives his big speech about liking the wine and not the label, it was like, oh, light bulb, that makes sense. So I think it's important to have that explicit moment of saying, I'm bisexual, I'm pansexual, to kind of make people realize that that's what that is. It's not switching back and forth. It's not playing for both teams. It's its own team.
And I think, and this is true for any like queer character, explicitly naming it also helps like with fandom conversations in the future. Whereas when it's not explicitly said, then you still have so many people being like, well, it could be interpreted a different way. Who knows what I could be referencing? But I think explicitly stating it means that it kind of, you can say like definitively, like this is their intention, as opposed to creating like a discourse that doesn't even really need to happen, but unfortunately does.
Because sometimes leaving it open to interpretation is great, because it means a lot of different people can put their own experience on a character and say, oh, like this character helped me. And because it was never explicitly stated, I can say, oh, this character represents who I am. I do think it's important to say like, oh, the character is queer, or
Right.
the character is on the, because then that way, if somebody says, well, I'm asexual and I think that this character represents me, then you can say, great, that's amazing. It was never textually stated either way. So you can absolutely interpret it like that. It's just making sure that it's like on that spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I mean, I think there's a lot of ways that rep can be good, and there's a lot of ways that rep can be bad. And it's kind of personal to each person, like what they consider to be good examples.
And
So
I would also add the best rep is created and written by queer people. When it's LGBTQ people plus telling their own stories, I think that that's when you get the most, or at least when they have input, that's when you get the most authentic stories. Which isn't to say that straight people can't write queer stories, but I think that there is kind of, and I think that that's true for a lot of representation and a lot of groups, that there's this intrinsic authenticity that can't necessarily always be replicated.
No, absolutely. And it's great to see more queer writers in writers' rooms, to see more queer writers writing novels. You know, it's tough. I feel I kind of go both ways about it, because you never want to like make somebody out themselves. And sometimes I think that can go a little far when somebody says, oh, this book is about a gay character, but the author appears to be straight. That shouldn't be, you know. But I do agree with you that I think that rep that comes from someone who's either in that group or has done a lot of research and has a lot of people who are in that group kind of advising, I think that that's important. I know recently I was watching this show called Kung Fu on the CW, which is actually co-executive produced by Robert Behrens, who also used to write for Supernatural. It was amazing. But there was this beautiful, beautiful scene between a father and son, and I don't want to say like too much in case you want to watch the show, a beautiful scene between a father and son kind of talking about coming out and different feelings around that. And it just felt so different, because you knew that there were gay writers in the room who had written that scene. It was gorgeous. And I think that you're right. You need to have more people behind the camera to kind of make those moments happen.
Yeah, I think part of the success of Schitt's Creek is Dan Levy was the creator. And so all or most of David and Patrick's interactions felt very natural and felt, you know, it was sometimes hard to see where the line was between Dan and David. So let's talk a little bit about the Nerds Pride series.
Yay!
So the Nerds and Beyond Pride series is something that I came up with in 2018. So this is the 4th year of us doing it, where we, as a team, write a different and publish a different spotlight on a LGBTQ plus character or person every day in June. So I think this week we're going to be coming up on 100 spotlights total, which is pretty impressive. Excuse me. featuring gay, lesbian, bi, trans, asexual, pansexual, non-binary. I'd have to look through the list, but and characters from television, from movies, from books, from graphic novels, and of course, as I mentioned, like actual real people. And I think it's just been a really awesome collaborative effort. You know, we started, Charlie Bradbury was our first one we ever did. And we might have a different supernatural character ending it this month.
We might.
Who
Very
could
exciting.
You never know. But it's been exciting. You know, every year we get to add new characters that we couldn't write about the year before. But we've also definitely noticed that it's not uncommon for us to be like, oh, what about, we wrote about them 2 years ago. And that it's not that there's no pool, but that definitely we're writing sometimes faster than the pool is growing.
For sure. I think one of the things I love about, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, you talk. Yes.
I was going to say, one of the things I love about doing Pride and kind of being involved in the planning of it is seeing so many different fandoms that I'm not personally in, and seeing people who are writers for nerds kind of say, oh, what about this character? Like, I want to write about this person. And I'm like, oh my God, I never even knew that character was on that show. And I've found a lot of different cool new shows to watch just from seeing other people's stories and seeing other people writing about these characters, because I'm always down to support some queer representation. So if you tell me that there's a queer character in a book or a movie or TV show, I'm probably going to give it a watch.
Absolutely. Who are some of your favorites that you have written about in this year or past years?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I love writing about real people as well as fictional characters. Last year I got to do a Pride Spotlight on Ellie Stroker, who's really amazing. For those of you who don't know her, she is a Broadway actress who also uses a wheelchair, but she's also bisexual. And she was one of the first people I saw on TV be bisexual, because she was on a show called The Glee Project. That's a real deep cut for fans of Glee. And she was in a relationship with another one of the contestants who was a woman. And that was crazy for me. I remember kind of watching it and being like, what is this? And then the fact that she was bisexual as well was huge. And she's done so much work, not only with the queer community, but also with the disability community. She won a Tony Award a few years ago, was the first actress to appear on Broadway who used a wheelchair. So I was really happy to spotlight her.
That had anything to do with, like, not as a character that was written. I mean, it was in Oklahoma. It was just a choice that they made, and it was a really good choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And she also did the Spring Awakening revival as well, which was such a cool show. A really amazing show. So I love featuring people like her, because she's just so different and unique. And yeah, I love featuring real people. I love featuring fictional characters. I have a few this year that I'm very excited about. I'm very excited about writing, for sure. How about you? I mean, you have done so many Pride series with nerds at this point.
That is true. I mean, I'll always be proud of Charlie, which was the first one and the one that kind of inspired the whole thing. And I can talk more about Charlie in a little bit, but that was definitely, I mean, you always remember. Why is it? I mean, we've been talking about this a lot, just the two of us, but as soon as it's like, name a gay character, all of a sudden it's like, I've never watched a television show or a movie in my life. So all of a sudden I'm trying to think through who I have written about. One that I particularly remember is writing about a webcomic turned book series called Check Please, which if you have not checked it out, it is a book, but it's also all completely free online. It's called checkpleasecomic.com. And not only is the art amazing, but like the characters are really in depth, and the story, like, it's a very different medium than most of the other stuff that we have written about, because it's a comic, it's a graphic novel. And I feel like that medium, I want to get into it more, because I feel like that's a space that has a lot more queer characters that I haven't looked into. But that was one that I had been following for a while, and all of a sudden I was like, wow, I can talk about this on a broader platform, which I think is a lot of what's great about writing for nerds, is you can take the things that you're passionate about and then share them on a broader platform, like we're doing today.
No, absolutely. I love the Pride series. I think it's really fun. I think it's a good thing to do for Pride Month to kind of remind everybody of like, oh, here are all these amazing characters. Here's some examples of rep that we love. And at this point, we've done so many characters that if you like go back through all of the Pride series, you can get a really good little watch list going yourself, a good reading list. I feel like lately I've been seeing a lot more queer characters in novels, which is great, particularly in young adult novels, which is why I continue to read young adult, even though I do not necessarily fit the demographic for young adult. And this year, I think we actually have a few different characters from books that people are doing, which is exciting. Really cool to see.
Yeah, so far today, I believe, was Klaus from the Umbrella Academy. And who else have we done so far this year? I'm going to scroll through the Twitter feed real quick.
I even have the Excel spreadsheet up because I figured we might.
Oh, you're so much smarter than I am.
We might need to reference it.
Harley Quinn.
I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to.
Go ahead.
I was going to take a moment to yell about the character that I've been yelling about for like 2 months now.
Go for it.
But on the TV show Nancy Drew, they're trying to spin off one of the characters from the show, this amazing, amazing character named Tom Swift. He is a gay Black billionaire. And the best way that I can describe him to you is like if Iron Man was a 25-year-old gay Black man. Like he's hilarious. He has an AI system that he designed himself. He's like this sci-fi, like funny, just like amazing character. And he would be the first gay Black lead on a network show, male lead on a network show, if it was picked up a series.
That is awesome and also terrible.
Yes, it's like the double-edged thing of like, that's incredible. Oh, it's taken a really long time for that to happen, though. It's also written and executive produced by a gay Black man. It's going to be really incredible. So I wrote about it for Pride Month because I really wanted to get picked up to series. So yeah, that's my plug. Go give it a watch.
Now, but this is like this is like Nancy Drew meets Supernatural, right? Like it's not just there's a supernatural element to it, right?
Yeah. So I would say
I want to know more. Please promote your favorite show.
So Nancy Drew in and of itself, I think, is kind of like a supernatural replacement. You have this like gang of people who are investigating paranormal activity in this town that just seems to have so much paranormal activity. But then Tom Swift is kind of like the sci-fi version of it. He's a lot more into the gadgetry, like as much as he eventually kind of comes to believe in ghosts because he can't deny them after what he sees. He's a lot more focused on like science. And his story is actually going to be a lot more like Supernatural in that it's going to take place in multiple places. It's going to be more of like a road trip story, whereas Nancy Drew takes place really only in Horseshoe Bay in her town. So Haley already commented, she goes, I knew Tom Swift was coming. It's only because I've been harassing all of the nerds for the past like 3 months, probably more than that, honestly, since they announced it.
Is there like, is it just a fan petition? Is there like, have the creators talked at all about if there's movement at the network?
So they had a backdoor pilot a couple of weeks ago. That aired as part of Nancy Drew. So he kind of came in as like a guest star on the show, but then the episode was focused around him. And they're hoping to get it picked up to series. I think the last thing that was heard at the upfronts for the CW was that it was still in contention, that they are thinking about ordering a separate like pilot script, like to do like a separate pilot for the show. They're all very impressed with the lead actor, which I absolutely agree with. He's incredible. So I'm hoping to hear more news about that soon. I'm just saying it's Pride Month. You know, if you're going to announce this show, it would be really.
I don't know about you. I have like trauma from the last time I was waiting for a spinoff to happen. So I really hope it works out for you guys.
That's how I feel about everyone who's hoping for like a spinoff of a show always. I'm like, I'm rooting for you. I don't know much about your show, but I'm rooting for you because I mean, definitely some anxiety, but I'm hoping that because the team who is behind Nancy Drew is behind this, hopefully that will really push it forward. I'm really excited about it, but thank you for letting me go on my 5-minute Tom Swift rant. I will continue to go back to regularly scheduled Pride programming.
I mean, it's relevant to the topic. Like, go for it. Yeah, I mean, go for it. I mean, it's great to hear about stuff that's currently airing that's doing so well that they're willing to give it its own series. is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. And I think this is the part of the panel that we should probably just go into the rep that we like and things that we've enjoyed over the years, because we both put together lists, and like we were saying earlier, it's when you all of a sudden have to think of queer characters that have like meant a lot to you, you're like, have I ever watched a show with a queer character? I don't know.
And definitely, if you are watching, put your favorites in the comments. We would love to either hear about them if we've never heard about them, or talk about them. Because all the time someone will mention someone, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. So I can't see on here how many people are watching, but if you're watching, feel free to leave a comment and we will mention it. Do you want to start? You want me to start? What do you want to do?
You start. I just talked for a long time. You get to bring somebody up now.
Sounds good. So a few come to mind for me as some of my favorite examples of queer rep. So the first, as I already mentioned, is Charlie from Supernatural. I love Charlie for like a million reasons, particularly because I feel like Becky was the show's kind of tongue-in-cheek and almost kind of mocking attempt to include fans as a part of the story, whereas Charlie, Robert Behrens, as you mentioned earlier with Kung Fu, Charlie was the first time I really felt seen as a fan of Supernatural within the story. Felicia Day is a phenomenal actress and a phenomenal person and just did a great job. I think it was just a great character all around, whose sexuality was a part of the story, but it wasn't like, and now the gay character. And then they really built on that with LARP and the Real Girl. The elephant in the room is that they didn't end it so well. And they brought her back, but I don't know about you, it was never really quite the same. But in those first 4 or 5 episodes, Charlie was on my favorite show the one time I really felt like seen, and that was really great. The other few that come to mind are Elena from One Day at a Time, which is a phenomenal show if you have not watched it. It is like one of the few shows, along with like Schitt's Creek, that I laugh out loud because it's so funny. And it's a sitcom, but it doesn't feel like the laughter is forced. And it's a reboot, but it's kind of so different from the original that and the original was from the 70s and wasn't very popular. So they really made it their own. But Elena, who is the teenage daughter who looks and is a little bit too much like me for comfort.
I was going to say, you do share a few personality traits, I think.
Yeah. Definitely watching it with my family, they kind of looked over at me a little too often. But she has a coming out story that is both has family members who are like, okay, fine, and also has to deal with her father, who is very homophobic and essentially rejects her. Whereas her very like heavily Christian grandmother is immediately like, this is against my religion, but God says to love everybody and everyone is made as God's image. All right, I'm okay with it. Because
that's one of the greatest moments of, I love that acting. So, I mean, she's a legend.
Moreno,
but that particular moment was perfect. It was so funny.
But I feel like Elena's journey really captures both the great parts of it and having pride and all that stuff, and also the really hard hardships. And the actress's name is fleeting my brain at the moment.
As it always does.
It's Isabel Gomez, I think.
I'll give it a quick Google while you keep talking.
Okay, thank you. Is just a phenomenal actress, and really, I'm not sure if she's identifies as LGBTQ, but really brings a great deal of authenticity to her portrayal. And then going into the second and third season, Elena gets a significant other, and they start to address gender identity and pronouns, and Elena's partner is non-binary, and so they bring all that into it, and it's pretty much immediately accepted, which is great. And there are very few out like clearly non-binary characters on television, so that was really cool. And yeah, I think it's just a great like teen example of both a coming out story that is both like funny and also hard, but isn't entirely centered around like queer trauma and queer pain. And also showing what young romance can look like between two queer people, where it's mature, like they talk about sex and stuff, but it's not all about that. And yeah, and it's just a great, funny show that, again, like this is just a part of it. It's not like, and now the gay stuff. It's just, this is a part of their lives. Yeah. And then my last example most recently is from the show Everything's Gonna Be Okay, which is on Freeform. And their main focus is around autism and autistic representation. They are pretty groundbreaking because they are one of the very few examples of a movie or a television show that actually casts autistic actors and actresses as autistic characters. But the other piece is that they, one of the main characters, Matilda, has a girlfriend in the first season, and they never really explicitly said how anyone identifies, but the creators kind of hinted at maybe pansexual. And then going into the second season, everything kind of blows up, but then Drea, who is Matilda's girlfriend, identifies explicitly, says it in the show, as homoromantic asexual. I'm pretty sure there's less than like a handful of explicitly asexual characters on television. And usually they are just seen as prudes or virgins, or there's even kind of an infamous House episode where a couple comes in and declares that they are definitely asexual, and it's his mission the whole time to prove that there's something wrong with them. And then there is one of them has like a tumor that lowers their sex drive, and the other one was lying the whole time. And the rest of the episode, they really talk about it. And one of the characters is like, I don't understand, like fully accepting, but like saying that love and sex is so intertwined for them. And Dre explains it basically like, I feel the same way kissing or hugging a person as other people do with sex, and that's just okay with me. And this was, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's also an ace character on BoJack Horseman, which I haven't watched, but I've heard that I should, but also I'm a little worried I'm too depressed to really handle it. But I'm pretty sure this is one of the very few examples of asexuality being explicitly discussed and not followed up with, but have you tried it yet? You just haven't met the right person. But sex is so great. Like, they're just kind of like, okay, good for you. And so that was kind of revolutionary and like a big moment for me, as I don't think we mentioned this earlier, but I also identify as ace. So yeah, those are, I feel like I've been talking for a long time. Definitely, if you are watching, feel free to leave some characters in the comments. And I'm going to pass it over to Jules.
Yeah.
I think it's backwards, so here.
I'm somewhere. I mean, what you were saying about everything's going to be okay is so true, in that there's really no asexual representation on TV, which I hope changes, because kind of like how it used to be with bisexual characters, it's sort of like you'll just have a character who doesn't have sex, and no one's going to explicitly say, oh, I'm asexual, or this character's asexual, but it's just kind of there, and you're supposed to infer that maybe potentially that's what's going on there. It's also an identity that I think some people have a hard time accepting or understanding, which is, you know, you don't have to understand it to accept it. You know,
one more piece to it is that I feel like a lot of times characters that are coded as autistic, so for example, like Sheldon, I don't watch most of Big Bang Theory, but for most of Big Bang Theory, Sheldon or Sherlock or whatever, because they're so like socially awkward, they're like, well, maybe they also identify as ace. And everything's going to be okay really explicitly had Drea, who is autistic, say like, I am very sure of myself. This is how I feel. I am interested in women, but not in this way. And it wasn't just left to default of like, well, that character's socially awkward and probably couldn't handle a relationship. So I thought that they did a really great job of that.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Like you said, it's good to have things kind of explicitly stated, and also to be very confident in who you are, I think is valuable to see for somebody on screen. I wrote a whole bunch of meaningful rep because I was scared I would forget, which is always a possibility. One of the first shows I can think of that was really important for me in terms of how I understood rep and how I understood different characters was The Fosters, which was on, at the time, ABC Family, and then ended up moving on to Freeform when Freeform kind of became a thing. I still call it ABC Family. That show was huge for me because it featured these two moms who lived essentially a normal life. I mean, aside from the drama that ended up coming into their lives later, but they had essentially this normal, like, domestic existence. They had kids, they owned a house together, like, they both had regular jobs. And that was the first time I'd ever seen two women on TV who did that. And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. I guess I could probably have that someday, maybe. And it was sort of like seeing is believing. Never mind the fact that the Fosters had so many characters that were groundbreaking at the time. They had one of the first, like, transgender teenagers. They had the youngest gay kiss ever on television because one of the 13-year-old kids got a boyfriend on the show, which was so sweet. It was just crazy for me as a teenager to watch that show and just sort of see all of these different identities just be there and be represented. And they've continued that as well over on the spin-off of that show, which is Good Trouble, which also airs on Freeform, which is one of my favorite shows for rap because it's just a part of the story. Like, so many of these characters are queer, and it's just, they're living their lives. They're in their 20s. They're living in LA. One of the characters in the show is Gael, I'm actually writing about him for Pride Month because he's one of the few out male bisexual characters on TV. And they address so many stereotypes with him. They have him just being this really compelling character aside from being bisexual. They address really head on in the first episode that he appears in some stereotypes around bisexuality, which is incredible. So those two shows, for me, I really love. I was just checking to see if anybody in the comments had anything to say.
Nah, it's all Paul fans.
It's all Paul fans.
Really soon, I promise you guys. He's coming.
We'll be off. We'll stop talking and you'll get to see him.
So yeah, I mean, definitely tune in on Nerds. We have a new Pride Spotlight coming up every day. Is there anything in particular any queer movies or TV shows other than Tom Swift that are coming out soon that you're looking forward to, or anything in particular coming up that you are regarding Pride that you are excited for?
I mean, there's a show that's currently airing that book fans don't yell at me. I haven't read the Shadow and Bone books, but I watched the show, which I never do. I always try to read the books before I watch the movie or see the show. But that show is awesome. There is a character on that show named Jesper. He is bisexual and he is super fun to watch. The whole show is very good. I'm a fantasy nerd, so put me in front of a fantasy show and I'll be happy. But it's so cool. And he is such a dynamic and interesting character that, again, I'm going to be writing about him for Pride Month too. So if you want to go check that out, that show is on. Kung Fu on the CW has a series regular character who is gay, and he is so also really awesome. He's a doctor. His boyfriend is like an activist. They're just really interesting characters. So if you want to give that a look, always want to support shows that are currently on the air that we can watch. I'll yell about Nancy Drew again because one of their leading actresses is a lesbian on the show. And she's going through it in the dating pool right now when your only options are ghosts or the other three people in your town. But she's a really wonderful character too. So yeah.
There's no reason to be sorry, you guys. Be excited, be fans. That's why we're here for.
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really excited. Now I know they're not going to make it official, but the new Pixar movie Luca is about two young boys who have to hide who they are from a world that won't accept them. And after Raya, which was also the gayest thing I've ever seen in my life, we didn't really touch on queer baiting and queer coding, but I know how I'm interpreting these things.
Isn't there a movie on Netflix right now that's like explicitly has an out character? It's an animated movie. Why is the title escaping me?
Mitchell versus the Machines. Yes.
Yes.
That is also a phenomenal movie. And also Casey McQuinton, who wrote Red, White, and Royal Blue, has a new book out called One Last Stop, and I'm also excited to read that.
So pumped. So pumped. Yeah. It's sitting on my phone right now waiting to be read. Very excited to read.
Awesome. So yeah, unless anybody in the comments has anything they want to add, we will let the excitement build for Paul, who is coming at 11:15, so in just a little under 10 minutes. Happy Pride to everyone here, whether you are out, whether you are not out. You are loved and accepted, and Pride is an all year round thing, my peeps. Anything you want to add?
No, I mean, I think that wraps it up nicely. Oh, where you can find us on the socials if you would like. I am on Twitter only. I have an Instagram, but I'm never on there. And I'm at Jules Writes Blog.
And I am at Emily Cole, YEAH, across pretty much all platforms. Primarily, if you're looking for fandom stuff, that's going to be on Twitter. And if you are looking for Disney cast member, etc. stuff, that's going to be on TikTok. And
we're going to be talking Disney later today. You'll get to hear from the TikTok Disney crew.
Disney panel. Happy Pride, Judy. And just, yeah. Enjoy, stick around. I think Briar's moderating. So Briar and Paul will be around in about 10 minutes. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
All right. So we've got a bunch of people in the chat who are very excited.
Cool. I'm ready.
All right. So I have a few questions and then I'll see what the chat's doing. But let's just start off. So let's talk about any new music. Have you been writing? Are you planning to release anything anytime soon?
I have been writing actually, and I just sent the first 4 tracks off to have some guitar put down on them. I've been sitting on them for a while, and I just really want to get like every song perfect, you know. So I sit on it because usually, like, I write a song, I'll lay it down, and I just send it off, and then when it comes back, I think, oh, I could have done something else with that. So this time, I've really been patient with them. Which has been hard. Yeah, the first 4 songs are gone now to get more work and more instruments put on them. So
do you ever like send a song off and then are like, no, wait, I want to change something and have to resend it? Or do you just let it go once it goes?
It depends when that thought comes to me, you know, because sometimes the album's already out and then I have that thought and I think, oh, I could have done that. But the process is quite good because you send them back and forth quite a few times. So you do get the opportunity to think, oh, this could sound good here. Or someone else can say, I tried this instead. And then, you know, so it's quite, the back and forth is quite good because it allows for that opportunity.
Yeah.
But it's hard though, because when you do release the album, everyone wants to hear the song, how it's played on the album. But sometimes, like I say, you think, oh, that could have sounded better than the album, but you can't really play it because everyone's expecting what it's like on the album, you know?
All right. So once things start to open back up, do you think you're going to try and tour?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We've got Germany, myself and Jason Mans, is next month. So fingers crossed that still goes ahead. I'd like to get some UK dates before this year's out. And I'd love to get back to the States as well at some point. I don't know if that'll be this year, but yeah, for sure. Well, I think we're all itching to get back on it, you know, and get out and tour and stuff. And I've seen our friend Hayden Lee played a couple of live shows last week, and I was so jealous. But yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we need another PBJ tour part 2 next summer.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
So what song of yours would you say is your favorite, either to play or one that you just made in general?
Good question. I think it's between I Tried from the latest album. I really love playing that song. It's in like the tuning's called drop D. So it's a nice bluesy, folky sound, and it's quite a deep, warm sound on the guitar. And it's got a nice rhythm to it. So that's one of my favorite songs to play at the moment. But also I love playing like Red Soul Woman, especially a live crowd, because everyone gets into it, you know, and chanting along and stuff. So yeah, I'd say between those kind of 2 is where it's at. Awesome.
So everybody in the chat knows, but you've been doing a lot of stages. You do them every Friday. Yes. What is your favorite part about doing those?
I think the chat and the fan interaction is my favorite part, because it's been so good, especially with the current situation, and especially at the height of the pandemic last year when no one really knew what was going on. It was just really nice to have that focal point every week where you knew you were going to, you know, get to hang out with everyone and have a laugh and share a drink, even though it was through a computer. It was still very comforting, you know, that you could still reach everyone and contact everyone through that. So yeah, definitely the interaction with the fans and hearing how everyone's getting on and what they've been up to, sharing jokes and obviously sharing music with them is that's definitely my favorite part of it.
Yeah. What's one of your favorite songs that you've been requested to play over the last year?
Oh, that's a good. I've played a lot of songs. That's a good. actually, some of the Disney songs have been a lot of fun.
Mhm.
The song from Moana, it's like da, 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 da.
Oh yeah.
That was a fun song. A song from Brave was a lot of fun. But there's been some really cool requests from bands that I didn't even know existed. So that's been really cool because it's opened my eyes up to all these really cool bands like White Buffalo. Bands like that. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but yeah, there's so many that have been so much fun to play.
That's a perfect segue into my next question, which is, what actually is your favorite Disney movie?
It's probably not the... Okay, I'll give you two here because my favorite Disney movie is the movie Miracle.
Okay.
I don't know if a lot of people know it was actually Disney that made it, but I'm sure you know the ice hockey movie about the 1980s Olympics. I just think that's a fantastically done movie. Kurt Russell's amazing in it. It's a true story, obviously. But
yeah, the crazy thing is actually, I actually have met the real life goalie from Miracle.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So that's one of my favorites too.
That's amazing. How did you meet him? What was it? I'm interested.
I worked for this tech company, and basically they had this like 3-day summit of like where just all the employees went and had like a team building experience, and he was the guest speaker.
Wow.
Then so as a gift, the company actually gave us like all of these USA jerseys with his number, and he signed all of them, and you got to meet him and stuff. It was so cool.
That's amazing. I love that. Yeah, actually, talking about those jerseys, my sister's friend has a jersey from that, actually from the team in the Olympics, and it's up on his wall in a frame and stuff. And I was like, that is pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But if I had to go like old school Disney, I would have to say, again, I've mentioned this in stages, and I don't know if everyone knows it, but Basil the Great Mouse Detective. Like when I got that for my Christmas when I was like 4 or something like that, and it's just stuck with me ever since. I love that movie.
That's awesome. So what's your favorite Disney song, or you already said, you like playing Moana and Brave, but what's your favorite song that maybe you haven't played?
Good question. The one that instantly jumps to mind is, do you remember the Robin Hood cartoon with the foxes?
Yes.
So I think it's the one when the rooster's singing Little John Robin Hood running through the forest. It's such a catchy tune, and I don't think I've ever played it. Also from the Jungle Book, I want to be like you. I can't remember what that's called, but I do that on stage. That's a lot of fun to play. So yeah, those are the two that immediately jump out at me. It's my favorite Disney songs.
I know this was a question from the chat earlier, but what was the first concert or the first band that you ever saw play live?
I think the first band I saw live was Eminem. I think I had a lot of people, but I'm sure it was Eminem when I was 12. And I can remember because I think I got out of school early to go because he was playing at Hampden Park, which is the national stadium in Scotland. And like Exhibit was open for him. 50 Cent was supposed to be open. He had to pull out. And I was such a massive Eminem fan back then, still am. And that was awesome. And then, but the reason I say I think it was is because I went to see Bare Naked Ladies roughly at the exact same time. So it was either Eminem, which I'm more confident that it was, or Bare Naked Ladies. But no difference, same kind of.
Who's a musician that you'd want to collaborate with that you haven't already?
Oh, Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
Like I think that would be like, because I've had like idols before Springsteen, like Elvis and Johnny Cash, but I think I resonate more with Springsteen than any other musician. So I think if I ever got the opportunity, that it would be quite a productive configuration. That's the right word. So yeah, Springsteen. I have to go with that.
Perfect. Chat, do you guys have any questions you want to ask? Let's see. But how has everything been going otherwise?
Yeah, really good. Actually, I've just recently moved, which has been an absolute nightmare. I've still got some boxes to unpack, which are staring at me right now. But yeah, apart from that, it's really good. I'm still working on the rest of the new album, which is going pretty well. I'm actually working with the guitarist from Pendulum.
Okay.
Which again is probably a strange one for people considering what I do and what Pendulum does, you know. But it was really cool because I met him through a Zoom call with mutual friends during this pandemic, and then we just kind of got talking, and it was like, oh, by the way, Paul's a musician, Perry's a musician, and then I was like, oh, so who do you play with? And he was like, oh, Pendulum, and I was like, oh, that's pretty big. But he was like so humble in it, you know. And then we just kind of got talking, and he was like, yeah, send some stuff over. So I'm pretty excited about that and hearing what he, you know, comes up with and what he kind of brings to it, coming from a totally different direction of music, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that, to see where that goes. Yeah.
Someone wants to know, what was your first job?
First job was so in Scotland we had to do this work experience thing from school, and you had to choose a job that you wanted to do, and then you had to contact that company and see if they would take you on for a week work experience. So technically, if you want to take that, I worked in a car part company. It was called Master Parts, and you basically went there if you needed any parts for your car, and it was really, really good. I quite enjoyed that. But then when I finished school and I went to college, I studied sports turf science, which is basically the science of like grass, soil, all that kind of thing, sands, aggregates, and I worked on as a greenkeeper. I qualified from college as a greenkeeper, and then worked on golf courses like all over Britain. Because I love golf and I've played golf since I was like 3, and my dad was, and my brothers and all that, my sister, they all play golf. So it was a kind of natural choice for me, you know, to go down the golf route. I wasn't good enough to go professional, so I had to find some other way. So yeah, I worked on golf courses, constructing them, designing, maintaining them for 11 years, and until the point that I could do the music full time. But I remember I would start work at 6 a.m. So I'd have to get up at like 5 a.m. I'd work till 3. Get home, quick shower, quick something to eat. Then I'd go gig all night till 1 in the morning, get back at 2, then get up at 5 and do that every night. So it kept me fit, let's say that much.
Vicky wants to know, what is your favorite movie?
Oh, favorite movie is, I was asked this the other day actually, and I kind of have 3. So there's Dead Poets Society.
Okay.
Robin Williams, fantastic movie. Chaplin, which is the biopic of Charlie Chaplin that Robert Downey Jr. stars in. Mm-hmm. I just think he's fantastic. And like Charlie Chaplin is like probably my favorite actor of all time. Because I used to watch like Chaplin and Laurel and Hardy like growing up. And a newer movie called End of Watch.
Okay.
With have you seen that?
No, but I've heard of it.
It's a brilliant movie with I can't remember his name. Jake Gyllenhaal, actually. Mm-hmm. And it's a cop movie, but it was one of those ones I just put it on to see because I was like, it sounds all right. And then, yeah, it blew me away. I just thought it was fantastic. So, yeah, I'm among those three. Between those three are my favorites.
Awesome. There's a bunch of questions asking you if you can tell a story about Archie. Are they with you in the new place?
No, they're actually my sister's dogs. So I would look after them like a lot. A story about Archie. He's like the funniest dog in the world. I'm trying to think. I could do one time when he like disappeared, and I was just like sitting watching TV, and all of a sudden, you know, we were like, where's Archie? And it's like, because you always hear Archie, right?
Mhm.
Like, someone's walking by the house, or there's like an animal he sees, he's always just barking at it. So we were like, where the heck is Archie? And I couldn't find him anywhere in the house. And then I looked outside, and there's like a field beside the house where like all the sheep and farm animals are. And I just see Archie standing there, like staring at the house at the other side of the fence. And I was like, how the hell did you get out there? And he must, I don't know how, he must have jumped a wall or jumped the fence or something, but they're high walls, so I don't understand it. But he wasn't bothering anybody or any animals. I think all he was thinking about was like, I need to get back inside the house. And then I had to like jump the fence, and he was like so, pardon the pun, but he was so sheepish. Like, he's like, oh my God, I should not have done this. And he just looked away and then straight into his basket. But he's such a little character, he's hilarious.
Martina wants to know, which TV show are you watching at the moment?
I actually just finished Halston, and I'm watching. I always go back to the start of The Office. Like I just kind of watch that on a constant loop.
The UK one or the US one?
Both, actually. I love both of them, and I think that the two of them are so different that you can you can go to both of them. I'm on the UK one right now. Only Fools and Horses is a UK show, that an old one that I love. But the most recent one was Halston with Ewan McGregor.
Okay.
On Netflix, and I only watched it because Ewan was in it, because I'm a really big fan of Ewan, and anything he does I think is fantastic. But it's a true story about a designer that I had never heard of, and so much so that all this is happening in the show, and you're like, is this really a true story? Because I've never heard of any of this. And like Liza Minnelli and stuff is in it. So, but he was like a super famous designer in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And I never knew he even existed, but I would recommend it. It's a fantastic series. And it's only like 7 episodes.
Okay.
And it's a one-off, obviously, because it's a true story. But yeah, highly recommend it.
Awesome. Someone wants to know, how did you become a Cubs fan?
So basically, my oldest brother is Canadian. My mum and dad moved to Canada late 70s, early 80s. My sister was like 1, so she kind of grew up in Canada a bit, and my brother was born there. So, and then they moved back to Scotland, and I was born, and my other brother was born. And we love ice hockey, so like from a very young age, obviously my dad and that living in Canada, my brother being from there, we were into ice hockey. So my brother was born in Owen Sound, just north of Toronto. So he's a Maple Leafs fan and a Blue Jays fan. So I was obviously born in Scotland, so I had to just like choose teams that I really liked. So yeah, I chose the Cubs when I was about 4 years old, roughly 4 or 5, and yeah, I've just supported them ever since.
Awesome.
Through all the highs and the many lows.
Let's see. Do you listen to K-pop? Do you have a favorite K-pop band?
I don't. What I would have to ask, what is the definition of K-pop?
I think it's. I don't listen to it, so I don't want to get it wrong. I don't know.
I probably do. I've just never heard it called that before. But
have you ever listened? I know like the big one I think is BTS. Have you listened to them?
No.
I know they're like the big one, but I don't know their music. But
I feel like I've had this conversation before with someone, but I have to say no. I'm just going to play it safe and say no.
Yeah. Someone said, I'm a few weeks into learning to play my first guitar. Which of Paul's songs should I learn first? Or like, is there a song that you would recommend somebody that's pretty easy to learn?
I think like the likes of Red Soul Woman. The only kind of difficult part is the rhythm, really. But the chords are fairly easy. So it's just like E, D, and A. So that's a fairly straightforward song. Basically, I tried to keep my music as simple as possible anyway. So as long as it's not like the finger picking styles, I try to just stay around, easy chords, so it's not like too difficult to learn as such. So I think you could maybe choose like plenty of those early songs from like the Carella album, Bootleg Volume 1 as well, actually. But yeah, I think like Red Soul Woman's like super straightforward in terms of it's E, A, and D. You can't go wrong with that. It's like 3 of the first chords you learn. So yeah, I'd say go with that, and then just listen to the track for like the rhythm or whatever. It's funny though, because I always think my stuff is like super simple. And I remember one of the first times I played in Germany with Jason and Rob, and I started playing Red Soul Woman. And I can remember, I think it was a stage it where we had like a live audience, and I remember playing it, and all of a sudden I can see someone's head like coming into like my peripheral vision, and then just like coming around to like the front of the guitar, and then it was like Rob, and then after we finished, it was like he was like, "Oh, sorry, man, I was just like looking at your hand to see what you were doing there to like create what you were doing." So in my mind, I'm like, "Oh, it's just simple, easy things," but obviously there must be something there that makes you think I'm doing something that's more complicated than I actually am.
Beth wants to know DC or Marvel. There's only one answer.
Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Well, actually, my superhero was Batman, so I'd have to say DC.
Wrong answer. People want to know, when are you going to collaborate with Billy? Is there something that you wrote with him already, or is that something coming in the future?
We actually played a song together that we wrote at Rockwood a couple of years ago, but we've been doing a couple of little things during the pandemic too. I think we've got 3 tracks that are done, like fully done, and that's been a lot of fun doing that with Billy. He's such a talented musician and got a great vision. I think we matched up pretty well with the styles and what we wanted to do with that kind of style we created. So yeah, there's 3. I don't know what we're going to do with it. We haven't even really spoke about it, what we're going to do with those tracks. But yeah, we've got 3. We probably wrote about 6 or 7 between us. And yeah, we've got 3 that are fully recorded. So yeah, they'll be out at some point. I don't know when, but yeah, I'm super excited about them because it's a sound that I don't get the opportunity to make a lot because I do what I do. So it was nice to get some freedom to create that kind of sound that I really enjoy playing. So yeah, I'm excited about it. But yeah, I don't know. We haven't really spoke about releasing any. Yeah.
Do you think you'll do another show with Hayden?
Yeah, definitely, like a Zoom show, I guess. Yeah, definitely. Everybody, we did that kind of just to see what kind of reaction we would get, and the feedback was fantastic, and the people that joined us was amazing, and it was so cool to see everyone's faces. Because stage it, obviously, you see the chat, you don't see the faces, so it was really cool to watch people again, watching you and seeing them like applaud and stuff like that. So yeah, again, we haven't spoke about it, but yeah, we'll definitely do another one. If the people want to see it, we'll do it.
What is your favorite theme song from a show, from a movie? What would you say is your favorite?
I watched Lost Boys last night for like the 50 millionth time, and People Are Strange from that is one of the best theme tunes of a movie that I think you can get. Bad Things from True Blood is fantastic as well. Last of the Mohicans, the theme tune from Last of the Mohicans is stunning. But yeah, I'd go with like The Doors and Bad Things probably. Actually, but it wasn't. They didn't. I discovered this last night, and I don't know how I never noticed it before. But I was like, that doesn't sound like The Doors singing that song, and it wasn't The Doors. It was a cover of People Are Strange, which I thought was a weird. But yeah, I couldn't find out why they went down that route, but yeah.
What is your favorite song right now?
Oh, the one that instantly jumps out at me is "Always Remember Us This Way" from A Star Is Born with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. So that's I'd say that's the one that immediately jumps out at me. Like,
Okay.
right, yeah.
Michelle wants to know, what's your favorite song to dance to?
Oh, anything that is Motown, basically. Temptations, Four Tops, like Bernadette from Four Tops is amazing. Anything like that, really. I don't have like a particular song, but anything that's like Temptations or Four Tops, Smokey Robinson, any of that, I'm just gone.
All right, perfect. Well, I think that's it, guys.
Nice one.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
No, it was fun. Thank you for having me back.
Don't forget, I know everybody knows, but you can catch Paul on stage on Fridays. And yeah, make sure to follow him, listen to his music. So yeah, thank you. Bye.
Cheers, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Hey guys, real quick update. So I know you guys are waiting for Matt. However, I just heard from Matt and there's been a scheduling issue. He thought the panel was later. Totally understandable. We're all in different time zones. I'm going to try and move him to later in the day, but I wanted to let you guys know for people who are waiting. So I am working on that now. I'm working on putting something up now and scheduling Matt a little bit later in the day. So as soon as I have an update, I'm hoping within like the next 5-10 minutes, trying to move stuff around and get Matt reconfirmed for this afternoon. So I am doing my best. I will get back to you with an update. I'm going to try and put something on for now to cover the gap until the next panel. So just bear with us. These things happen, and I will get back to you soon. Hi guys, me again, Briar. Just a quick update again. If you missed my little video before, yes, Matt did have to reschedule. He will be on though this afternoon. So we moved a few things around. The Walker panel that was originally scheduled for 3:15 Eastern will be happening soon. Thank you so much to the Walker Wiki girls for moving their schedule around, and they're going to join me soon, and we're going to have that chat. And then Matt is actually going to come on at 3:20 Eastern Standard Time and take their slot. So no worries, Matt will be back on this afternoon. So just wanted to give you guys an update on the schedule, and thank you guys for being patient. And yeah, hopefully you'll stick around for Walker. I'm excited to talk about it. So see you guys in a little bit. Hi guys.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you guys for being able to change your schedule so quickly.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
We were rushing.
So let's jump on and just talk about Walker. So chat, if you guys have questions in the comment, or questions, throw them in the chat and we will go ahead and go through and answer them. So let's start out. If you guys don't know, they run the Walker Wiki, which is an incredible resource on Walker. So if you are fans, if you don't know them already, make sure to check them out. But what got you started into Walker? Were you Supernatural fans, or did you just like the premise of the show?
Supernatural fans. I'm a huge Jared Padalecki fan since Gilmore Girls, and then kind of just followed him throughout his career.
And I followed her.
That's a good reason. So, you know, we've seen quite a few episodes so far, and we still have a lot left to go. In this last episode, I'm going to just say we are going to mention spoilers here, because how can we not? So if you haven't seen it, first of all, watch it. But you know, we've seen quite a few episodes so far, and I just want to start off, like, who, aside from Cordell, who's your favorite character right now?
I kind of have a tie between Trey and Liam. They're both my favorite, besides, obviously, Cordell. I'm really worried about Liam.
Nikki for me, since the pilot. She got me the pilot.
Yeah, it's so hard because I think the cast is so well-rounded. Don't mind my singing clock in the background, but the cast is just so well-rounded. Like, I love Mickey, I love Trey, I love Liam. You know, I love Liam and Cordell's parents and everybody who's kind of even just a smaller character.
Yeah.
But I think they're a lot of fun. I think it's just a great, well-rounded cast.
Agreed.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Question.
Question, do you have any spoilers on Liam?
I don't, well, I mean, kind of. Not really.
I mean, we've seen behind the scenes pictures of him filming. Him and Alex Landy were both filming recently. So without it being a spoiler, I guess my guessing would be that they're going to go with, you know, Liam's going to be in the hospital and then Brett is going to come back and they're going to reunite. And that's what I'm hoping happens, because I love them as a couple.
Yeah. I'm wondering, I know you guys posted about like a casting call for nurses recently. So I wonder if that's a continuation of Liam's story, or if that's something that's going to be completely different. So it'll be interesting to see if Liam's recovery, I would assume he's going to be fine. That Liam's recovery is going to be a one episode kind of recovery. You see that happen, or if that's something that they're going to drag out more.
Yeah. Like Kat said, I have a strong feeling Liam and Brett are going to get back together, and I agree. I think they would be foolish
I hope so.
to eliminate. We didn't even really get to see much of them already, so we want to see more.
Yeah. Speaking of Liam, no, go ahead. Speaking of Liam, obviously we know what happened, and you know, the Walker fandom will often see tweets of me just screaming about episodes. And I honestly, you know, it was such a shock to me for it to be Liam, for something to happen. I figured, okay, maybe the Cordell will get shot or something, but just to kind of see what happened unfold with him, and then him just get shot, and then they essentially just leave him there to die. And it was so traumatizing, and I was like, no, not Liam, because you really started to, these last few episodes, like really dig deeper into Liam as a character. And I think they, you know, they probably did that on purpose for us to get even more attached to Liam, and then something big happens to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you guys think of him running for DA at this point?
I think it could be an interesting arc for sure. And to see how that ties in to the Rangers, and I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I'm going to be interested to see it because, like he said, he would like to bring the town into the 2020s instead of the 1920s, like how Stan would have gone.
Yeah.
And I still think Stan is sus as hell.
Yes, yes. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, so I think it'll be interesting to see where he goes with that, and I hope he gets it because he deserves it.
Yeah.
Obviously, if he lives.
I'm gonna go to the chat a little bit. So Kat says one least favorite, and she said hers is Clint. I think, yeah. I mean, he's just such a good villain, though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say a really unpopular thing, and I think everybody's gonna hate me for saying this, but I don't really care for Hoyt.
Okay.
I like Hoyt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I dislike him. I'm just not all that interested, and I see everybody else. He's a fan favorite, and I don't agree.
That's okay. I think my least favorite is Clint.
Yeah, it's weird because I know like Matt Barr and Austin Nichols from One Tree Hill. They were on that show, so it's weird to see them. I mean, I don't think they ever crossed paths on that show, but it's funny to see them cross onto here because now I can't, like, I don't know if you guys have ever watched that, but Matt Barr on One Tree Hill was like this serial killer, like stalker. So like to see him now like as Walker's best friend, and it's actually just kind of funny because I'll always see him as that.
Yeah, I knew him from a couple of things. I watched him on, I think, Harper's Island, and then also on Hellcats. Like the goofy, like best friend character. So like that's who I know him as.
Let's see here. Favorite episode so far. Duke is really good.
I think I'm always going to say Duke. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. So far, that's just been my favorite. It showed a really broad range in Jared's acting, and he's always great. But like, it was nice to see him do something different for once. Why do I always say that for once? Out of my mouth. I'm like, that's not what I meant.
I think for me, I can't pick a favorite episode, but there's certain things in each episode that make it my favorite. So in the pilot, there's that tricky scene, the first one where they're in Nikki's house. And that, that's one of my favorite scenes of the show ever. But then, Duke had some really good, like, I can't pick one episode as a whole, but I can pick scenes from each episode.
Yeah. And then, yeah, like piggybacking off of your, your Jared answer. I think it's because we've always seen Jared the last 15 years in one specific role. And yeah, he's done movies and stuff, throughout the breaks, but to kind of see him step into something completely new on a consistent basis. Like, there's some of those emotional scenes regarding Emily and all that kind of stuff where you see him like really start to break down. And I was like, Jared is awesome. Like it's so cool to see him just in a different role.
Yeah.
And kind of just
watch sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Seeing those flashbacks during this last episode, some of those were just really hard to watch.
Yeah.
And truly that's just a testament to their acting and their writing, which is awesome.
Yeah. I agree.
Opinions, that's going to be a hot topic. Opinions on Jerry and Cordy, like, love story. Should she stay friend zoned?
Yeah.
I personally will go out there and say I am not a fan of that.
And we're going to agree.
Yeah, we're going to agree on that. But I'm happy that other people are happy with that. As long as everybody's happy, that's fine. If you like it, great.
Exactly. Yeah. If you like it, by no means are we stopping you from liking it, just giving our personal opinion. But we'll see what happens. It's interesting to see.
I don't think it's gonna pan out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what was I gonna say? The fact that Odette was pushed to series regular for the next season, which is great. I think made a lot of people worry that she's going to become like a love interest and be there kind of centrally as that character. I think that honestly, it'll probably go in a different direction. I think we might actually learn more about her just, the fact that she had that bad loan with the gang and everything. And I'm hoping that's what they do, that it just kind of expands on her as a character as opposed to just being like a love interest.
Yeah, I definitely think it didn't feel like completely wrapped up with her story with everything that happened with Emily's murder. So I feel like there's something that we still don't know yet.
Yeah, like it was wrapped up so quickly. Like the girl was like, "Oh, I killed her," bang, dead.
Yeah.
So I think that I hope that there's something that we haven't been shown yet that we'll learn later.
For a show that has so many like, oh my goodness moments, it just seemed like there was no wow with it.
Yeah,
but the show is very good at wow moments, so that doesn't seem like something that they would just tie it up with.
Yeah, that's why I think if you've gone so far as having at least, you know, Emily's murder be such a central part of the story, you're not just gonna wrap it up that quickly. I feel like you're just trying to throw us off so later something else is gonna come out as like a big kind of wow moment.
Yeah, like technically her murder is the catalyst for the entire show. So having it wrapped up so quickly and like neatly just doesn't make sense to me. So
yeah. Let's see here. Do you have any info about the airing schedule? I feel like we don't have a set schedule. We have an idea of what the schedule is going to be.
Yeah.
I know we got a finale date, I believe.
Yes. There's going to probably be 2 more hiatuses. It just depends on how long they are.
Yeah. The last thing I knew was that they probably weren't going to be airing around the same time that the Olympics were. So that will probably be some sort of hiatus in the middle there. So I'm not sure, but I'm not sure the exact like confirmation of this episode will air this date. I think they're still kind of fluctuating a little bit, but we did get a finale date, so at least we know when it's going to end. And then I'm not sure, you know, in a normal like circumstance, post or pre-pandemic, you know, most season-long shows, they would start up in September, October, be done by May. Obviously, with everything going on, Walker started mid-season and then is ending over the summer. I don't know with their series order if they're going to start in the fall, because that's a pretty quick turnaround. Did you guys hear anything about that?
Well, just what we saw in the interviews where they were talking about how they're going to take a short break between seasons, and I think it's good they're going to take any break. They deserve it. Yeah. I think it's definitely going to be shorter than what most people are used to when filming series because of all the, you know, issues with scheduling and stuff. No date officially.
Yeah.
Definitely fall.
Yeah. So it would be a good thing if it happens in the fall. That way they're, you know, it might get back on track of a regular series schedule versus, you know, an episode here, a 2-week hiatus here, an episode here, a 3-week hiatus here. Yeah. So hopefully that gets back. Let's see. Yeah, can we all agree that Stan is somehow a villain? We think so.
It seems like he has his finger in too many pies. Like he owns a seed shop, and then he also works with the government or whatever, and then he wanted to be DA, and it's just like, why are you everywhere?
Exactly. Liz says, something I enjoy from watching Jared as Sam and a character you always love, who's a hero. It's fun to have moments where you like and then also dislike Cordell. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
I think it's hard too, and I've seen this in other shows, and I have to like remind myself of this of Walker is you know, Cordell went through an incredible amount of grief. So people act different ways when it comes to grief. So it's, you know, as much as sometimes I'm like, Cordell, why did you do that? Why did you do this? Why did you do this? Again, people just react different ways, and that's true to how they're writing him.
And then, like, having a more flawed character that you might dislike sometimes actually makes them more interesting.
Yeah, for sure. But I think, you know, overall, I think Cordell is just a character that's just trying to do the best he can.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and I love seeing, you know, at the beginning of the show, he had this very strained relationship with his kids because he left right after Emily's death. And then I love seeing kind of that bond go back and strengthen a bit. So that's been really fun to see. And I loved that, you know, he wants to do that trip with Stella.
Yeah. I hope that that happens in an episode, and then it is revealed that she, people say gaslit her dad about the whole, running the car into the post thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope that it actually gets resolution and like gets revealed in an episode.
Yeah. That was hard to watch.
Yeah. Because like I understand her reasoning for doing it. I just think it was very, very dumb and manipulative, and she could have done something else. And just seeing how guilty he felt about it later, and like I was like, oh, I need to go. And I'm just like, oh no.
Yeah. Has Jared said anything about the supernatural Easter eggs that pop in Walker? I don't know if he's just like specifically said anything.
He's tweeted when he's live tweeting. Sometimes he'll make mention of something, but nothing specific outside of that.
Yeah.
I think it's cool that they do that though.
Yeah. I just want to know if it was something he put in intentionally, or if there's something we missed. Like, what are all the Easter eggs? Show us every single one.
Let's see. Yeah, Jenny says, I want Stella to tell her or tell him about the car thing. He does ultimately need to know.
He does,
for sure.
Yeah. It's important.
I'm trying to think. Do you guys have any other questions in the chat? What do you hope to see happen the rest of the season?
Okay, well, I'm gonna go. I know that they said, I think it was Lindsay said in an interview that season 1, episode 13 is still technically a season finale, even though there's the added 5 episodes, and then those 5 episodes are going to be a new, different story. I hope, and I kind of think it might happen, I hope that it's going to revolve around Mickey and her mom, Mercedes, everything with that, because, there were casting calls for Narcotics Anonymous for like episode 15 or 14, I think. So I'm thinking that's where they're going to go. I hope that's where they're going to go, because that was shown in 1 episode and then just kind of never really went anywhere.
Right.
And
it's really interesting.
Everybody kind of gravitated to that and talked about it, and it was a very well received scene, even though it's hard
to, it's also hard to watch. Yeah.
But I just think that there's more to tell, so that's something that I would agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Walker is very good at, and we've seen it already this season, is doing little bits of storylines in different episodes, and then later on in another episode is when they hit you with a punch with that previous storyline.
Yeah.
So so I definitely think that, or at least hope that that's kind of the case, is they planted that seed and now it's just going to come back in a few episodes from now.
Yeah.
But
they could have wanted to start that Mickey storyline in season 2, but because they were given those extra 5 episodes, I'm just thinking maybe what happened was they decided to throw in that storyline in that 1 episode, and it wasn't originally intended to be in there, because it felt just slightly out of place. I obviously don't know for sure, but that's what I'm thinking might have happened. Like, they're like, oh, we have extra 5 episodes, we'll make them all about Mickey.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. Do you all?
I'm very curious to see how this next episode goes with, we've seen like the preview of Cordell and Clint and his whole team and everything sitting at the table, and then there's a clip of them Cordell and Hoyt in the car, and there's cops following them. So I'm curious to see like how that goes, how you get from point A to point B. Does Liam just lay outside of the house all day? Like, what's going on?
Poor guy. I have a feeling the next episode is going to involve a lot more shooting and more blood, just based on what I've seen and heard.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm expecting a banger of an episode, literally.
It's going to be very intense, so I'm excited for it. And
Yeah.
I can't believe we only have a couple more days. I'm excited.
Yeah. Someone says, I hope season 2 has a lot more undercover Cordy and Mickey.
I agree.
That'd be pretty cool.
I want to see Mickey undercover again. She's great.
Yes. Jenny says, I really want them to revisit the whole Captain James and Liam in Mexico story. It feels so unresolved to me.
Yeah, the car blew up, and then
Yeah, and then we saw Liam kind of dealing with the aftermath of that, where he was like all unshaven and scraggly looking. And
Yeah.
he seemed a little paranoid. I do think that
there's more to that for sure.
Yeah, and especially with Liam just being shot, I think that maybe that'll push him over the edge again to being kind of how he was before, where he's like sleeping in his office and being paranoid about everything. Because PTSD.
And then another Heather just brought up Mitch's Bonham, and that was kind of another bombshell, is that we learned he has cancer.
Yeah.
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 That hits right here.
And I know that was one of the things too, that it's just like Walker's just consistently like hitting you back to back to back with all of these bombshells, and you have to have time to process them, and then you go back and you're like, man, like I hope he's okay, because he's refusing to do anything about it.
Yeah, and just I hope that he does eventually tell everyone. I feel like he's what was it, the episode 14, the synopsis for it, where it says that they're going to go on a road trip after some devastating news. I think that is probably when they'll find out. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's going to be rough because everything that happens with Liam, and then they're going to find out about him maybe hopefully right after.
Yeah.
Jenny says the music has been fantastic. It really has.
Yes,
I agree 100%.
It's really elevated the show.
Yeah, and they found a lot of like local Texans to make music for the show too, and like, oh, it's great.
Yeah, I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but that one episode a few episodes ago where
Minnie Jane?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She was incredible.
Yeah.
I would love that they got to weave her music in.
Yeah, I'd watch an entire series of just her like singing and being great.
Kat says, I'd like to see flashbacks of Captain James and Walker as partners. I think there's just so much to explore.
Yeah, for sure.
There's gonna be so much that happens. Walker's doing great on the CW in terms of ratings, in terms of audience. And so with their like extended renewal of 5 episodes and then the renewal of a second season, I hope Walker's around for a while. Probably not 15 seasons, but I hope it's around enough where we can start to dive into a lot of these backstories.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was just actually looking at the ratings were updated for the Live +7, which is like the VOD ratings and streaming and everything, and it was like the most recent episode was at 1.89 million. So like I think every single episode after factoring in all of the ratings has been more than 1 million, which is great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yes, we can talk about ATX Festival. So they are doing a Walker music panel soon. You can watch it online. I believe if you go to their website, you can get a ticket to a single panel. And that is hosted by Lindsay and Odette, so they will be there. I don't believe any other Walker cast members will be there at this point. But you can definitely go check that out. So that's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
So on the note of the ATX Festival, if you do follow us at the Walker Wiki, we will be giving away tickets to that as well.
Amazing.
Keep your eyes peeled in the coming days.
Awesome. And while people are kind of in the chat, I wanted to say thank you to both of you, because you guys have been honestly a bright spot in Walker fandom. I see you guys everywhere, and you're promoting other people and always lifting up fans and being nice to everybody, and it's really, really nice. So I'm glad you guys are here.
Thank you.
Back at you for one. You
Yeah.
guys are one of our favorite pages to follow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But
And we love your tweets every time there's an episode.
we never set out to do this to be a big account. It's not. We're not trying to be the biggest and best. We're just trying to be a kind of nice place.
Yeah.
So somewhere that's safe for people to come and say their opinions without worrying about negativity. I'll leave it at that.
No, exactly. And I think that's what's so nice about you guys is no matter what, I always see you replying to people and always being kind and nice. And I think that's something that's really needed. So thank you guys for what you do.
Thank you.
Any more questions? We've got a few minutes where we can take questions. If you want us to talk about anything, Walker. I agree that sorry. I was going to say, I saw Kat say about the fandom being a pretty safe place to be. And I was going to say, I actually pretty agree with that.
I don't want to be naive. We're still a very young fandom, and it's early days, but I hope it stays this way. I think the cast set the tone, too, and they're always saying such positive things about each other and the set, and they're very interactive with fans as well.
And the crew. The crew are all fantastic.
The crew as well.
I love them.
But yes, it's been refreshing.
Yeah, I saw you guys posted a TikTok of one of the crew members who was talking about like pool balls and how they don't make sound, and like that's the crew doing that is so cool to it gives us an inside look at how they do stuff and how Walker's made. So I think that's really cool for people to see.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, guys. Any questions?
Oh, you're warm.
Yeah, we're in a heat wave right now. It's 40 degrees outside, so it's Celsius. Yeah, Celsius. We're Canadian, so
what is that, like 101 degrees or something?
I don't know, it's ridiculous today. I'm just sweating.
Any spoilers?
No spoilers. We just want to see more of them.
Yeah, I love Trevor. I want them to be
happy. For people who see my tweets about Walker, I usually don't see the episode until the day before it airs. So I have a very limited window of when I can see it and when I can talk about it. So spoilers, anything like that, you guys probably would know more than me in terms of just looking at casting and kind of what's going on around there. But yeah, I only see the episode the day before it airs.
August might have some sort of blow up. I feel like August has a lot of unresolved. He bottles up, and I think we are going to see more of that.
For sure.
He can't keep going about it the way that he is.
Sorry, I'm just looking at something. I saw someone asking about a couple of different people asked about Stella and Trevor and like how that relationship is going to evolve, and based on the fact that the actor Gavin, he's not currently filming, I don't know if he's going to stick around after the next episode. I have a feeling he might. I don't know if it's going to happen. I have a feeling he might actually get hurt in the next episode because he's being involved with like all the criminals and stuff. Like maybe he'll get shot while trying to protect Stella or something like that. But I just know because we know it's such a crazy episode, and based on how many episodes he was initially brought on to film, I believe they said it was 8 episodes for a recurring character. And he's almost hit that mark. So I think it might be his last.
And I see a tragic ending rather than a happy ending for him.
Yeah. And Anna
so sad.
Yeah, Anna even said herself that, it's like a Romeo and Juliet thing. So like, how else would that end?
Kat wants to know, who else do y'all plan on interviewing in the future?
We've said this before, but it's all on who's available. which I'm sure you guys know as well. We've been trying to work with a couple, but it's just they're all filming and they're also dealing with hurricanes and the pandemic and everything else.
Right.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, we're a smaller account, so obviously we're not like CNN. We're not gonna
Yeah, of course.
or anything.
Yeah, like I don't know if we'll ever get like Jared or Lindsay, but they are welcome anytime. Yeah, we were always trying. It just depends on timing and scheduling, and who knows.
I think it'd be fun to interview people who work behind the scenes, like the prop master.
Okay, awesome.
The costume folks. And I've seen so many people praising in the costume department because they keep giving Jared these amazing outfits to wear that aren't like 4 layers of flannel.
Yeah.
So
they deserve a fruit basket for sure.
And the hair department.
Interviews are definitely hard because, like you said, people are filming and then everything else going on. You know, their schedules are all kinds of crazy.
Yeah.
But no, I've really been enjoying the interviews you guys have been putting out. So those are really fun.
We spent months working with Molly's team before we were able to make that happen. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But I am happy that people enjoy them. It's good to say you should interview
Scott. Yeah.
I
feel he'd be up for it too.
I agree.
Yeah. We'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. You know, once they stop filming, people might have a little bit more of like an availability in terms of, especially like, you know, the crew.
And to factor in too, this isn't our job. Walker Wikis and we both work full-time jobs, and sometimes they're only available when we're at our 9 to 5. So it's that too.
I hear that. Nerds is not my full-time job either.
No,
so. Yes.
Yes, please. I would love that.
We'll have our dog interview him.
Imagine the video. That would be amazing.
2 dogs licking the screen. Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I think that about wraps it up. I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you again so much for rearranging your schedule so fast.
Our pleasure. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it. We adore Nerds and Beyond to pieces. We think you're great. So
thank you. We all adore you too.
We were so excited when you asked us to do this.
You know, maybe we can do something fun like at the end of the season and do like an end of the season wrap up panel or something. I think that would be a lot of fun.
This is very unrelated to Walker, but does your shirt say "Who the hell is Bucky"?
It does.
Yes, it does.
That's amazing.
I love it. I'm a huge fan. You know that.
Yes, myself and most of our staff are huge like Marvel, Captain America, Bucky fans. So I was like, gotta wear it today.
And I guess as a final note, just thank you to everybody who actually humors us and supports our page as much as they do. We see a lot of people in the chats that are constantly on the wiki, and
like we recognize a bunch of names, and it's just nice to see you all.
On the days where it's hard to keep up, it makes all the difference having those people that are just, they have your back. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for joining. We'll see you later.
Bye. Bye.
The gang's all here.
Hello. Hello.
The cameras continue to be inverted and it continues to mess me up. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the Walker Wiki panel and Breyer. That was really fun, you guys. Welcome to the Disney panel. Yay!
Yay!
I feel like we should all be doing like the do 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 do.
The camera's just gonna mess me up.
So welcome to anyone joining us. I guess we'll just start with some introductions. So my name is Emily. I use she, her pronouns. I love Disney very much to the point where I am a cast member. So yeah, I work in Magic Kingdom. My favorite character is Doug from Up. And my favorite ride is Pirates of the Caribbean. Who would like to go next? Leanne, go.
We're really good at doing things in order here. My name is Leanne. I use she, her pronouns. I grew up on Disney movies. I lived in the middle of nowhere, so we watched a lot of movies, not TV. I love Eeyore, which is an odd character, but he is my favorite. He has always been and probably will always be. I've never been to Disney World because I grew up in California. So Disneyland, I love Big Thunder Mountain. As far as rides, like, you can't beat it.
Y'all's Big Thunder Mountain is so much better. It is just a fact.
That's what I've heard.
Meredith, why don't you go next?
Okay. So my name is Meredith. I use she, her pronouns. And my favorite Disney character is probably BB-8. It's a technicality. He's technically a Disney character.
Totally counts.
And I absolutely love Disney World. I'm actually about to go in September, right after the Supernatural convention, and my favorite ride is Space Mountain all the way.
Choice.
All right, I guess I'll go next. Hi, guys. I'm Kaylee. I use she, her pronouns. My favorite character, oh gosh, I have so many. How do I choose? Honestly, it kind of like princess-wise, it's kind of between Rapunzel and Anna from Frozen. I have like all my tattoos are Disney, which if that tells you anything. What's next? Favorite ride? Ooh, I have a few as well. Space Mountain. I agree, Meredith, 100%. It's awesome. Rock and Roller Coaster and probably Tower of Terror. Those are like my three.
So you like the thrill rides?
Yeah.
I think I'm last. So my name is Jules. I use she, her pronouns. Oh gosh, both of those questions are so hard because I feel like it really depends on the day for me. Like I go through what I like. Princess, definitely Belle. I think she was probably the favorite of every girl who ever read books and had brown hair. She was it for me when I was a kid. I also really like Baymax. I don't know why. He just makes me happy. Favorite ride, Tower of Terror. I like the actual ride, but the atmosphere around it as well. Like I just love like waiting in line and like seeing all the little details and stuff. So I'm gonna say Tower of Terror.
Yeah.
Excellent choice. I don't know if, Leanne, you've been on the rethemed Tower of Terror Mission Breakout, the Guardians version, but I personally, so like I don't love thrill rides, but doing that ride to I Want You Back by the Jackson 5 made me feel much more at ease than like the creepiness of Tower of Terror. I feel like as rethemes go, that was a pretty good one. Or that is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
And I am excited. The Guardians coaster is currently in construction at Epcot. It is going to be one of the largest indoor roller coasters. They're going to be able to move the car and shoot you backwards and do all sorts of stuff. So that should be interesting.
That's my kind of ride.
Say
That's my kind of ride.
Me too.
It is. It's going to be exciting to see Epcot have such a thrill ride because currently, while I love Epcot, it's definitely because everything is under construction. It's definitely lacking a bit. So I'm excited to see it get some new big attractions. So there's no opening day for Guardians yet, but there is an opening day for Ratatouille, and that is coming out on October 1st,
Oh, I
which is
forgot about that.
also the 50th anniversary. Yay! So, yeah. Anyone wants to add? I don't want to just list off things that I know Disney for.
I kind of want to watch the TikTok musical before I go.
Isn't Tron being built?
Tron is being built
At Magic Kingdom?
I believe it was supposed to open this year, but they got delayed due to COVID. You can see it being built right now if you drive past, or if you're like on the People Mover and stuff. That's also going to be very big. That's coming over from Shanghai, so you can see videos and stuff of the ride already. But
it looks
you sit
amazing.
on a motorcycle, and it's going to be also probably the most intense ride that Magic Kingdom has had up until this point. So I guess our first kind of topic is to talk about like why Disney matters to you. What's your favorite Disney memory? What is it about Disney that keeps people coming back into adulthood, bringing their kids? What is, you know, we all say Disney is magical. What is that magic?
Well, we're all thinking really hard.
Well, I was going to say it's more along the parks, but I think it's the people that like work at the parks, like you, Emily. Like
that was not what I was trying to set up.
No,
but it worked really well.
I have a story, but there was like one time when I was meeting Chip and Dale, there was a little girl and Ryan in front of me, but Chip and Dale had to go backstage for like a 5-10 minute break, and she was starting to get upset, and there was a cast member nearby, and she noticed, and he was able to make her smile again. I just love that the cast members are so helpful with the guests. I think it's the people behind the Disney that makes the magic to me anyway.
You said Chip and Dale, and we were talking Disney memories. So in my family, it's just me and my younger brother. And the thing you did is when you turned 5, you got a Disneyland trip. So when my brother turned 5, we spent a week at Disney, Knott's Berry Farm, a couple other theme parks in the Anaheim area. And I vividly remember he loved the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers show that we had on VHS. He would watch it on repeat. It's a great show. I mean, I'm not going to knock it, but like that was his show. And we met Chip and Dale, and he wanted absolutely nothing to do with Dale when we met them. And they're there, and the poor guy in the costume is like looking so upset, and he made it so funny for the rest of us because my 5-year-old brother just like wouldn't go near him. Like, he would come towards Luke, and Luke would walk the other way. It's just like, okay. I mean, I'm sure it happens all the time. There's kids who just don't want to. But it's memories like that. Because you're like, oh, like, you really, like, took that to another level for him. And as a kid, like, I didn't think of it that way. I just laughed because I'm like, way to go, Luke. You just insulted one of your favorite characters. But like, there's not a whole lot of places where you get interactions like that. That's what keeps you coming back, even as an adult.
It's like what everyone's been saying. It really is like kind of, I think the experience of being there and being with the cast members, like some of my most vivid memories as a kid going to Disney was getting to meet the characters. My sister is much like your brother, Leanne, in that she never liked the characters. Like, that was just never something she was interested in. I loved them, but she hated them. But I remember seeing a video a while back when they opened the Star Wars land of having Rey, like the cast member playing her, like running around with the kids and like hiding behind stuff with them. And I thought to myself, like, that's what's so magical about it. Because like that little kid is going to remember that forever, that they got to run around Disney with Rey, with like their hero. There's just something about that that's so cool. And the cast members being so enthusiastic about being there and like really being so knowledgeable and loving what they're talking about. I think it touches the nerd in me, because when I get nerdy about stuff, like I just want to like invest other people in it. I think that's what kind of makes that magic, makes that experience.
It's really funny. So I used to work, I wasn't a performer, I was the attendant, but I worked in entertainment. So I did these meet and greets. And people would ask us all the time, like, why don't the characters walk around and just interact with people? And those same people, if a character was walking around, would just be like, give me an autograph, give me a photo, give me an autograph. And I'd look at them and say, like, you would remember this. You would have such a stronger memory if you played a game with them, did a joke with them, like did the activity they're trying to engage you with instead of just trying to take the selfie. And so I love that video of, right, in general, Disneyland is able to do, not right now because of COVID, but they're able to do a lot more interactive stuff because the guests aren't as focused on what they can like take home with them. And it's a lot more about that interaction. Have y'all, speaking of characters in Disneyland, I'm assuming you guys have seen the video of Spider-Man at Avengers Campus.
Awesome.
So
That looks so amazing.
I mean, Disney always outdoes themselves, but this time you're just kind of like, really? What?
definitely a feat of Imagineering genius. And yeah, it came at a good time because they were able to incorporate entertainment in a distanced way that they were already planning on doing, but it definitely enhances the area.
They always go the extra mile. Like they all, like when you think they can't top something, they do and they can beautifully. And I guess that's kind of going back to like why Disney like kind of means a lot to me. It's just the environment, just like the music, and just like you walk down the street and everyone's like smiling. It's like this like happiness utopia sort of thing. It's just something I've always really enjoyed. And I just love seeing like the cast members and the characters make kids like happy. And you see the little kids running up and hugging them. It's just so cute. And like your heart just melts. See? Right. Just me saying it. It's like, it's almost impossible to be upset at Disney because either the cast members or, well, I know I've seen some crying kids, but they put forth so much effort to make it the most magical place on earth. So that's just something that's always meant a lot to me. Was that off topic? I'm sorry.
I think you're actually getting us back onto topic here. You're good. You want to show off any of your Disney tattoos that you mentioned?
Oh,
please show
yes,
us.
I do. Okay. So this one is Do the Next Right Thing from Frozen 2. So I have like the fall going into like winter. He did a very good job. He's a guy I know, does great work, doesn't cost an arm and a leg. Amazing. So Matt, if you're somehow watching this, thanks. He also did this one. Ooh, sorry, camera. Nope. So this is like part of a Walt Disney quote, also from Meet the Robinsons, Keep Moving Forward. It's not in Disney font, obviously, but it happens. This one is, oops, sorry. Ooh. It's weird with the camera. This is tangled. Okay. I have one here I'm not going to show. It's Ohana. Right. And then I have one on my ankle. That's the Beauty and the Beast rose.
Oh.
So I like all my tattoos. They all just mean a lot to me. And there's like movies that have good messages, like especially these two, that I just like carry with me just on the day to day. So anybody else have any Disney tattoos or memorabilia besides, I know Emily and I are repping our ears right now.
I don't have any Disney tattoos.
Oh, that's all I ever get as a souvenir is the ear hats.
Yeah.
I only have one set of ears, and if I was smart, I'd have put them on before the panel, but I forgot about it.
Exactly. I have a little set of ears, and I forgot them.
I was going to say, Jules, your profile picture is
It used to be ears. I don't have. They're out in my living room right now. I was so silly and sat down to do this panel and didn't have them.
Right? I pulled them out this morning.
Who is magically singing?
Is that the clock from
I guess they're in a
yesterday?
Disney movie now.
It's Briar's clock. It sings every hour.
So it's the magic of Disney showing up.
Wee!
I was hoping you didn't hear it, but
You know, it's definitely there.
Wait, so what song was it? Because I've definitely heard it. honestly thought for a second it was the Caillou theme song. I'm not gonna lie.
Please, different songs.
Do not mention
I don't know. I
Caillou.
should have Briar pop in and be like, "Hey."
Laughing. Where were we?
I thought that it was legitimately like something I was doing. I was like, what browser tab do I have open? And why is it making this sound?
That moment of panic.
So I don't have a Disney tattoo, but I do have a tattoo, and I am very excited that now heading back to work, I don't have to cover it up anymore because there have been Disney look guideline updates. So you can have visible tattoos, you can have 2 piercings in your ears, and they've taken a lot of the like gendered language out. So it used to be like boys' hair had to look like this, girls' hair had to look like this, boys' costumes look like this, girls' costumes look like this, and now it's you can wear either costume and you can have nail polish and you can have your hair long or short, like regardless of your gender identity, which is pretty cool. And that all has to do with them. So Disney whole model runs on 4 keys, or ran on 4 keys: safety, courtesy, show, and efficiency. And now they have added inclusion,
That's awesome.
which seems to be taking more shape in their merchandising and parks than in their content so far. But definitely their fingers crossed that changes some in the future. We did have like our 7th first gay character in Cruella. So
Loki's gender fluid literally moments ago.
That's true. So that's pretty exciting. Now I'm curious if that's going to actually like happen in the show, or they're going to talk about it in the show, or it's just going to be like thrown in there as like a throwaway line, or as like a, well, I used to be, you know, stuff like that. I'll be curious to see how much it actually manifests in the show. So yeah, I guess that's a good point to start talking about upcoming Disney things that we are excited about. Probably the closest is Loki, which is going to be on Disney Plus. If anyone has any thoughts on that.
Just general excitement, really. I've been loving all the Marvel shows that have been coming out. I feel like I've enjoyed all of them, and so I have high hopes and expectations for Loki for sure.
I feel like I should be hiding when we talk about this because I know nothing about Marvel.
Leanna's a Disney fan, not a Marvel fan.
I am a Disney fan, not a Marvel fan or a Star Wars fan. I'm a Disney fan. I fit in my nice box. Leave me alone.
We still love you. It's okay.
Thank you.
That's, I think, kind of, I mean, that's the beauty of nerds, is that we have people of all interests that build each other up. So you're good.
I was saying, no, we don't judge.
Avengers Campus opened this weekend, so that is a new thing. Leanne, are you thinking of going at any point?
I'm hoping to. Right now, so quick backstory. I started my job 12 weeks before COVID hit. So I'm still in like that awkward place where like I kind of have vacation time, but like I live 1,200 miles from home. So the vacation time kind of goes right into a piggy bank to go home. So I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how can I budget vacation so I can go do fun things like go to Orlando, because technically I live closer to that than I do Disneyland now. And so I'm doing a lot of math right now, which for someone who did not have a math-related degree at all, it's been a very long time since I've had to do math. It's not going well. But I'm hoping, because I love Disneyland, but it's a different kind of level of park than Disney World. From everything that I've heard and what I know, like I would really love to get over there and see what they've been doing. And I'd love to, I mean, Disneyland's always great. I'm not gonna complain if I get to go when I'm home, which I might when I go home for Christmas. We'll see. But still not the same.
I know. I've never been to Disneyland. I want to make the trip out there like one year just to like see, but I don't know. I'm scared like maybe it won't like live up to my expectations, but there's things that Disneyland has that Disney World doesn't. And, you know, same thing with Disneyland or Paris and Shanghai. Where else? Tokyo? Is
Tokyo,
Everywhere.
and Hong Kong.
They're everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere, yeah.
As
Oh,
like,
maybe it is Hong Kong.
Yeah, as the token Disneyland person, there's certain rides that I know from people who've gone to both. So like It's a Small World is apparently like a tiny thing in Disney World. It is huge. The whole like clock front thing, like it is enormous. Cannot miss it. You need, if you've never been, I would say you need 2 days in Disneyland and 1 in California Adventure. Just to do everything. Because in Disney World, you've got multiple parks. Disneyland is all of those parks pretty much just jammed into one. So it's a lot of the stuff is close. Fantasyland is just like storefront, and it's ride after ride after ride, which is great because you can get to everything like immediately.
You can actually park hop as opposed to taking like 17 forms of transportation.
I
know, monorail, a tram.
Front gate is literally 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Across like the promenade thing. And then downtown Disney's cool. And if you're there, you might as well hit the other parks in the Anaheim area. So there's, Knott's Berry Farm, there's Universal, there's, similar stuff to what you have, but then we have some of the unique things like, the smaller parks that are in the area that you don't have in Orlando. But it's worth the trip. I can give you places to go and stay while you're there. I know lots of people in that area. A lot of my friends moved down there.
So I have been to both, but I've obviously been to Disney World more. And I feel like Disney World is more of a destination. Like there's more, like if you're like, you're back. Hello. I was like, if you're going to take a week vacation and you want the resort experience and you want to experience, like that's Disney World. But because Disneyland has such less space to work with, they're not keeping any duds. Like they're always going to be renovating and always going to be adding new stuff and getting rid of the stuff that doesn't work. And in my opinion, a lot of the rides that exist at both parks, the Disneyland version is way better. Pirates, Thunder Mountain, Space Mountain, Fantasmic. Hollywood Studios Fantasmic is a joke compared to Disneyland's.
Oh, really?
Yes. I highly recommend watching both because like we have this Pocahontas bit that's really out, like it's because Fantastic came out when they were promoting Pocahontas, but especially given how much we're trying to like boost inclusion, and they're doing Pirates of the Caribbean and it's like the most epic thing. Our Maleficent just looks like a dragon head on a crane. Theirs is like an actual dragon. So no shame to the performance in either show because Fantasmic is like one of the most amazing performer-heavy things I've ever seen. But like Disneyland's is just like on another level. But we have a better Haunted Mansion. So, but y'all have better Small World. It's
that's what I'm saying. It's like some things are better, some things aren't. Rides are different. It's like you have to, they're almost like two different experiences. You have to experience both because they're not one and the same.
I mean, I'm an East Coaster, so I have a Disney World bias because that's just that was the quicker access park when I was younger, and that's the one that I went to twice when I was a kid. But Disneyland, I went to when I was older. We went for my senior year of high school. We did like a music trip, so we did like the thing where we had to perform at Disney.
Nice.
Which was so bad. We totally should not have been on that stage. But the actual trip itself was really cool because I had never been to Disneyland. And I think it's just a different vibe. It almost feels a little bit more old school because it's smaller. And even though all the rides are like very innovative and still keeping up to like the Disney like ride standard, it just felt like a very different place, which I had a great time there. I'm looking forward to going back to Disney World because I haven't been there and probably I was like 12 the last time I went, but Disneyland was really fun too.
Yeah, so Natural Orlando is going to happen. And you should totally, I mean, if it's in your budget, come to the parks before or after. Come visit me.
I'm doing that.
Not that we know it's going to happen, but it seems like a maybe.
We have to figure out where Emily's working so we can go bother her during
I have
the day.
to figure out where Emily's working. That's
fine.
what
You know, just tell me like to wear Disney ears in like in a J2M photo op or something.
I did that at Jacksonville. I did all my ops in ears. That was a fun time. So we have about 20 minutes left. I thought it might be fun to talk about Disney adults who, pardon my French, get crapped on the internet quite often for being immature or because you're sucked in and devoting your life to a corporation, or and some criticisms are valid and some aren't. So if you on this panel are a person who identifies as a Disney adult, what does that look like for you? What do you think about the criticisms? Give your thoughts.
I don't like the critique only because I'm a firm believer in like, be a fan of whatever you want to be a fan of. Like, I have no problem with any age group liking anything. I think the stereotype of like an older person like shoving a 6-year-old out of the way for like a Mickey Mouse photo op is a little wrong. Like, I think that and Disney caters to Disney adults, to be clear, too. There's events and things that are meant for people who are older. So it's not as though like Disney is only gearing itself towards kids and adults are just showing up to ruin the party. Like, Disney is actively creating parties for adults who are fans of Disney. I think about like the weddings that they do there, or like different shows. Like, I don't see that there's any problem with somebody older. But that's what
people crap on. People are like, you have your wedding at Disney?
Why not? It makes you happy. Why not? I don't understand.
First of all, if you can afford a Disney wedding,
literally,
I'm
like,
just saying.
Me though.
I want to feel like a princess on my wedding day. I'm gonna do it at Disney.
Yeah, like they shouldn't be complaining about anything. Like, are you invited to the Disney wedding? All right.
Is that why you're bitter? Because you
right, exactly. I don't know. Sorry, I saw a comment pop up. That's why I was reading.
Leave me and my magical clock alone.
Prior. I've always tried to be a positive, happy person, and I think I thrive at Disney. And I don't know. I mean, it may come off as immature, but I just want to be happy. Like, sorry that bothers you. Like, I don't understand. But I still get excited when I see a character, even though, it's just cool to see them come to life. Like, you see them on screen, and I think it's the same for kids too. When they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's Anna, it's Chippendale, it's Stitch." Like, it is a rewarding experience just to like be in the presence of magic.
It's nostalgic too. If you grew up on Disney, which our generation and the generation like immediately before us is really the first ones to have like really grown up with like Disney merchandising and so much like advertising towards us. Yeah. I mean, it's no wonder that it's going to be something that we're going to continue to be interested in as adults. I mean, we watch Disney Channel, we watch Disney movies. Yeah. Like, of course we're going to want to go to Disney. That's like a concerted marketing campaign, and it was very effective. And so to think that like the second you turn like 18, it's like, oh, well, magic's gone. I don't know. I still like watching movies with happy endings. I'll still watch any animated film that they put out. I will go to the live action Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast movies. Like, I don't care. Like, it's still going to be fun for me,
Because it brings you back to that time.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm gonna say we still get to have fun too.
Yeah, just because we're older doesn't mean we can't enjoy magic and happiness and fun.
I think there's some fair criticism of the people who just take it that step too far.
That's true.
And that there's always those people in any fandom, but it's the same thing with any fandom. So yeah, I'm a Disney person, but like me spending, however much it is for 2 days at Disney versus, going to a Supernatural convention or Comic-Con or anything like that. Like, if you look at kind of the cost and time, like, why did Disney adults get singled out on this other level as opposed to like Marvel fans
and pass holders to a football team? Like,
yeah.
Because like comics were originally for kids. So like a Marvel fan, they've kind of adulted up over the years, but like so is Disney. I don't know if we've noticed, but it's not just hey, here's a cartoon about a princess with, a bunch of stereotypes for kids. That's not what it is anymore. They've branched out and they've grown up, and we as a generation have grown up with them. So a lot of us who are in kind of that we'll go under the millennial blanket here, which argue what you will about who's who. I don't care anymore. It's fine. But like, we get a lot of criticism in general, but this one, they're like, oh, you're so immature, you don't like this, you don't like that. But like, it was our childhood. Like, you guys look back at books or whatever it is that you loved during your childhood. This is what we had. Yeah, we had books and stuff too, but like, this got shoved in our face every day, like you guys were saying. That was a very effective marketing thing.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, Disney adults exist, and some people take it, farther than I think is necessary. But like, if they have the funds and if they like it makes them happy, great. If they don't have the funds, then like, yeah, maybe that was a poor choice, but it was their poor choice.
Yeah. I think
yours.
The main points for me are that like not everyone got to go to Disney as a kid, and not everyone had the same childhood that you did. Like, this might be their first chance to be independent and experience those things. And there's definitely, as with any fandom, many people who are neurodivergent, and Disney is their special interest, and that shouldn't be like shamed or mocked or anything. To me, the main criticism that I try to keep in mind is making sure that even as a fan, and again, this applies to any fandom or anything that you enjoy, making sure to still be critical. Like, Disney is a super corporation. They're not always great at representation. They like need to deal with their mistakes of their past. Like, and this isn't me trying to plug anything, I made a TikTok a while ago that was talking about the like 10-second non-skippable message before some Disney movies now that says like, this has problematic content in it. It's important that we not just erase it, but that we address it. Like, visit here to find out more. And so many people were like, it's just a movie. Who cares? Why do you care? It's just a movie. Like, Disney's great, blah, blah, blah. And that's the only issue where I feel like sometimes like you have to be able to take a step back and criticize something even if you love it.
Yeah, I agree. That's where a lot of people fall short. They're so blinded by the fact that like, I grew up on this movie, I love this movie, and they can't look back at it. Like Peter Pan, let's use that as an example. I have a friend who loves it. It's her favorite movie. In Peter Pan, anything, like if you need a gift for her, you're set. If it has Peter Pan on it. But like, she was able to acknowledge when that came up, she's like, oh, yeah, that's, I never thought of it that way. And a lot of people can't do that. They're like, it's a kid's movie, whatever. But if you take a moment and like step back, it's so obvious and in your face. And so many people, I mean, across fandom in general, but Disney in particular is very loud because there's a lot of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I kind of want to go back to the Disney adult thing. I think my definition of a Disney adult is that as I grew up, I can appreciate like more of the details. I think I can appreciate that, like, Disney's created Phineas and Ferb, and that's my all-time favorite cartoon. So, but it's meant for kids, but there are a lot of adult jokes or jokes that only adults are going to get. So I think that's why I'm Disney adult, because I can appreciate those things.
And it's like we were saying, Disney does market to adults. Mm-hmm. As much as they have a lot of kids marketing and a lot of things that are geared specifically towards kids, they're also marketing to their parents, right? Like parents of children who like Disney. So of course there's going to be things that are just for adults. Like we were saying, there's problems with any fandom if you take things at face value and you never kind of critique or go forward. I think if you can acknowledge that Disney is a massive corporation and also be like, oh, it was a source of joy for me too. You have to have both those hats on though. Like, you can't just be like, Disney's the greatest thing ever and has never done anything wrong, because nothing is perfect. No show, movie, anything. There is no perfect media out there. So I think as long as you go into it with eyes fully open and you kind of say, I enjoy this thing and here's why. I know that it can be problematic. Here's why. I think that's where it's better.
Yeah.
So with 5-ish minutes left, we do have a question. Miriam asked for our favorite Disney movies and characters. We did touch on that a little at the beginning, so I'm gonna spin it a little to say you get a week vacation at Disney, but first you have to watch one Disney movie 100 times. What's it gonna be?
Oh, that's a hard one.
It's like, do you pick one you've never seen?
And
So
it can
it's
be
not-
anything, and it can be anything owned by the Walt Disney Company.
Oh, in that case, Thor Ragnarok.
That's a good one. I just watched that for the first time recently because I'm like trying to catch up on Marvel, and
Yeah.
I was laughing so hard. They just, I love it.
That was just so funny to me. I love Korg.
Yes. He's like, hey guys, I'm cool. And like,
That was really good.
thank you. Oh, favorite movie.
Not necessarily a favorite. You're one that you could watch 100
Oh,
times
100
in a
times.
row.
I mean, this would not be my choice, but my brother is in love with Muppets Treasure Island, and I have come home. I have left the house at 8 a.m. when I was living at home and come home at 5, and he was still watching it. He literally watched it all day. He would watch that forever.
You know what? The 2011 Muppets is a good choice. It's Amy Adams and
Right?
Jason Segel.
I'm like,
and
I
an
might have to
all-star
go with.
soundtrack.
I might have to go with a Muppet movie, and I don't know which one. So I'm like, the 2011 one was great, but like Jim Henson was genius, and those movies are just brilliant. And maybe The Great Muppet Caper. I'm a big Muppets fan. I like that one. It's got so many. I mean, the Muppets always had the best guest stars, but like, I think that might have to be it.
I'm trying to think. There's so many. I'm like, which ones make me cry? Do I want to cry 100 times?
That's true.
I might run out of like water in my whole body. So
It doesn't matter how many times I watch Up. I still cry the same amount every time I watch it. So it would definitely not, as much as I love that movie, it would definitely not be that
the
movie.
music's amazing, but it's sad.
God,
I'm
it's
going to go with Enchanted.
I was
It's
thinking
my choice.
that one.
My favorites of all time. They're actually for realsies filming the sequel right now, and I'm so excited. But it's like funny, and the music is phenomenal, and I feel like it would entertain me 100 times. No question.
I might have to change my answer to Toy Story 2.
All right, we got like 2 minutes left. Jules, Kaylee, what you got?
Oh, so much pressure.
I'm between two. One of them is the original animated Beauty and the Beast. To me, that is the far superior of the two Beauty and the Beasts. Although I did enjoy the live action, the original is always going to be my favorite. I could watch that 100 times and not get sick of it. And then the other one is the live action Cinderella movie from a few years ago. I don't know why I love that movie. I can recognize that it was like basically a cash grab, but it's such a good one. And the dress is beautiful, and it's a whole new film. So I think those two for me, those would be the ones that I would watch.
I don't know if I can just pick one or two even. I'm trying to think of ones I like have tattooed on me that I feel like I could get through if I like put it on my body forever. Meet the Robinsons. I absolutely love that movie. I think it's so underrated, but I absolutely love it. It's so cute. The message is good. I could probably do either of the Frozens because I could just probably quote and sing. It would just be who was watching it with me that would want to kill me because I'm singing.
In Disney movie, I think it has one of the best soundtracks and music of any Disney movie. It's so good.
Yeah, so I think probably those, or even Tangled, honestly.
Oh, Tangled.
I could also probably do Moana. I love Moana. It's
Moana too, yeah.
I can't do Moana because I was working in a children's clinic when Moana came out, and we would play movies in the lobby for the kids. And I think I have seen Moana probably 6,000 times because it was on a loop for like 3 months. So I would see it, but all in pieces. Like I never sat like and watched the full thing. that if I hear the song You're Welcome one more time, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Good movie. Saw it way too many times.
And on
Fair,
that
though.
note, thanks for chatting. Y'all, thanks for watching. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. Don't let people yuck your yum. And what is next on the schedule? Does anybody know off the top of their head?
I feel like the schedule has changed so often.
That's true.
I know. I'm like, what
Zachary
is
Darling, what is next at
Yes.
2:30? Okay. And then Matt. And then Matt Cohen.
Yes.
So we
It's
have
been so
Zachary
fun,
Darling
guys.
with Mandy moderating. And then we have Rachel at 4. So we have an awesome lineup for the rest of the day. Jules will be back at 5:30 to talk about Cruel Summer with some other people. Thank you to Breyer and everybody who worked to put this together. And yeah, have a magical rest of your day.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hey.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, doing good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Well, for anyone out there watching that doesn't know, this is Zachary Darling, producer of Music Extraordinaire.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I guess we'll just start right on it. Does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I was planning on just kind of like, let's just sit and stare at each other for a while. Tell me about your wall art.
I mean, I can do. Do you see my wall art there?
I do. Yeah. I have many follow-up questions, but like, I'll derail us too much. Also, just like I'm like 18 cups of coffee deep into the day right now, so I just decided to switch over to tea. So, sorry, excuse me. I'm good. All right, cool. Tell me everything.
So, about my wall art, or do you want to answer questions?
No, we can switch over to questions. That's all right.
Okay.
You can tell me about wall art later.
Okay. So how did you get into producing, recording music, and all of that?
So when I was just a little baby Zach, I started playing music just kind of as like a way of like, kind of dealing with the real world. Like it was just like a good de-stressor and stuff like that. And then I was in and out of a whole bunch of bands, like in middle school and high school and stuff. And then suddenly like I was in a Siri-ish kind of band, like around like middle of high school.
Yeah.
And decided that we should like go into a studio and record a whole bunch of our songs. And so after having just a terrible experience in the studio where like, the engineers showed up really, really late and like clearly had been sleeping on the floor and like just a whole lot of like, just bad vibes across the board for the entire thing. I just kind of decided, this doesn't actually look that hard. I should probably learn how to do this. And so like it was like at about the time when like kind of the first commercial like home recording setup gear was like being sold. And it was like cheap and came with like a full version of Pro Tools. Like you could get Pro Tools for $500 when it would cost you like $15,000 to like even get like your foot in the door, like a year.
Wow.
So like I just kind of timed that out really well by accident. And I just started doing that, like kind of like in like an extra bedroom that my parents had. And I kept at it, and I went to school for it technically for like a year, but like after like kind of demonstrating that like, oh, Zach has been doing this for a couple years already, like let's just bump him up like into like the next highest like grade up or whatever like that. So like I went from like the 100 level classes to the 300 level classes, and it's like, well, I kind of know all this stuff already. So they put me in like the 500 level classes where it's just like, oh, here's all like the deep theory of like, what is like digital audio and like, what are all the things you can do with Pro Tools, all of them. And they like conclude it with like the Pro Tools driving test, which is like, it's way more knowledge than anybody needs to know about any piece of software. Like I knew how to do things that I can't imagine a use for. So yeah, after that, like I moved back to California and just started recording bands like for funsies, and that was really, really cool. And I decided I should probably try and do this like for real. So then I moved down to LA, and I got myself like a mentor producer, and he kind of taught me everything about like, the nitty gritty of like, how do you deal with people inside of the studio? How do you kind of keep everybody in like, a good mood and feeling creative, and like make sure everyone feels like their ideas are being heard, and create the kind of environment where it feels good for people to be in there and making music.
Right.
And that was like kind of a game changer thing, because like I had all the like textbook knowledge.
Right.
I like understood all the moving parts of like what you do in a recording studio, what all the gear does, what you plug into what things, and what like, what mistakes you can make that can make all your microphones explode and stuff like that. But like the psychology of music like how you like kind of interact with other creative people, like that just kind of opened my mind up to a whole different thing. And yeah, that was kind of like the next big level for me. So like I started getting like my hands on that. I still feel like I'm constantly working on it. Like you can always get better. And yeah, and then I'm here.
And now you're here. Do you find it like, is it hard to work with certain personalities sometimes, or do you always kind of find a little in to like make them understand what you're looking for, or like musically or something? Like, have you ever had any difficult times?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, like usually everybody goes into the studio with like the same end goal in mind. It's so like, once you kind of have that like finishing point, like in your head, like I'm walking out of here with a song, I'm walking out of here with a record, I'm walking out of here with a finished vocal, whatever that goal is. suddenly everybody's like brothers in arms, and like if someone is standing in the way, then they kind of feel like self-conscious about standing in the way, either because like, you know, they don't want to railroad the process, or because like, you know, just being in a studio and hiring people and stuff, it's expensive and it's time consuming, and no one wants to feel like they're wasting their time.
Yeah.
You know? So usually that's fine. That said, every now and then you kind of get into a situation where it's like, oh, no one in the room is seeing eye to eye, and you have to decide, is it possible for me to moderate it? Or there have been a couple of like wild outlier cases where like truly you're just stuck in the studio with a bad person.
Right.
And there's kind of nothing doing about that. You just got to kind of like keep your head down and bear through it. I'm sure that like you've probably had clients like that who are, you know, whether it's they're unpleasable, or they aren't sure what to expect, or they know enough to be able to do damage, you know?
Yes. Well, and that's the thing too, like if there's sometimes you're just going to have someone that you basically can never make happy no matter what you do. And so like it's just navigating that process.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I dig talking to like other kind of, I don't know what to call it, blue collar creatives.
Yeah.
People who are freelance and also have like a lot at stake and stuff, because like they understand that thing, you know? You know, sometimes it is better to just kind of like keep your head down, and sometimes you kind of have to like just see your way through the difficult work.
Put on your customer service voice and hope for the best.
Yeah, definitely. I learned a lot by like working in a coffee shop about like how to keep a situation calm.
Same.
Yeah.
Do you have any influences when producing or creating, or anything that like drives your music?
Those could be like two really, really different questions. One of them is like, in terms of like what drives me, I feel like very deeply and personally like indebted to music as kind of like a concept. And this is kind of like a weird one to kind of like break down, but like, you know, a part of me still kind of feels like if I didn't have like a really strong musical outlet and connection to that, and like an ability to be creative and a way to find my own voice and stuff, like that was an important part of me figuring myself out. I really feel like I owe it to, you know, the idea of music, and also, you know, all the other people who have found themselves in that same kind of situation where it's like, there is no light at the end of the tunnel, and I just need something to kind of help me push through it. And, you know, sometimes hearing the right song at the right time can literally save a person's life. And that has happened to me more than once. And I feel like I want to be able to create that for other people, you know, just as part of preserving what I love about like, you know, people and art and culture and stuff. And then creatively, what kind of drives me, and like really my mentor really taught me about like the nitty gritty of how to find the thing that makes a project most inspiring, and how to pursue that and fall in love with that thing and make sure it's the loudest thing, and like, you know, bring real attention to it, and like make sure that when someone hears a song that you worked on, that they know what you loved about it, you know? They can disagree, they can find something different that they like about it, they might hear it and like absolutely loathe what I thought was like the coolest thing in the world. That's fine, that'll happen, just like, you know, by virtue of making art. But the music that I find least interesting is the kind where I listen to it and I feel like everyone showed up for work, but no one fell in love during the process, you know?
No, that makes absolute sense. Yeah, for sure. So when you hear music in the wild, do you ever imagine it like done differently, or think, oh, I would have done this instead?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. My brain no longer does this automatically, but like there have been like times in my past when I was like, you know, really doing absolutely nothing but thinking about music, where like I'd be in like a situation where you really have to like be grounded, make eye contact, and deal with the person in front of you. Like I was fighting with an ex-girlfriend or something like that.
Right.
And, like while we're in the middle of like a really important argument, a car drives past me, and like, you know, my brain immediately goes like, Oh, Chameleon. Herbie Hancock played keys on that. Released in 1971 under this record label. There are the 4 other session musicians who played on top of it. And then like my brain automatically starts trying to like transcribe what part of the song was playing as the car was driving past. And I'm like, oh God, no, I can't be thinking about this while I'm trying to solve an actual real world problem.
Right. So it's just like random music trivia that kind of like
weird things like that used to happen to me pretty much all the time. Now I only I notice production work and engineering work when it's something that's really effective and really excites me. Like I crib ideas from everyone all the time, from all genres of music.
Right.
And also when I notice something that someone did that is braver than what I would have done, you know? Like again, if music is all about like finding the thing that excites you the most, and someone like, you know, really wanted to make a statement and make a vocal or something sound a really particular kind of way, and you listen to it, you know, there's a big part of my brain that's going like, would I have done it that way? That is an extremely bold creative choice. There are a whole lot of other ways to draw attention to it, but that is crazy. I notice those moments a lot.
Is there a moment that you can think of off the top of your head that has happened, like a song or anything? It's okay if you don't have one.
I also don't want to be mean.
Yeah, that is.
Who can I be a little bit mean to and have it not hurt anybody?
Yeah.
A few years ago, I want to say like 3 or 4 years ago, the Chance the Rapper project, I think it was called Coloring Book, that came out and stuff. Like they're one of the first songs on the record. It's like a very, very normal, kind of like very pretty gospel song. And then like a backing vocal or like Kanye's vocal or something like that just comes in, and it is absurdly loud. It is ear blisteringly loud if you're listening to it at like a decent volume. And like that is brave. That was the wrong choice, but damn, it was a brave choice, and someone really, really committed to that bit, you know?
Right.
Yeah, that was stunning. Like when that thing came out, I listened to it for the first time. I was like, that is incredibly brave. I hate it. Someone loves it though.
I mean, they tried, you know, they like, at least they did. I don't know. I haven't heard the song. I'm gonna have to
I could track it down. I'll throw it on Twitter later or something.
Okay.
Like that, if anyone's really curious. It's it's very tacky, but it's tacky in a way that I would never have done because someone needed to commit to it, you know?
Right. I think we have some questions from the chat. Oh yeah, there we go. So Beth asked, what album or track that you were involved in are you most proud of?
Oh, that changes all the time. I'm really, really proud of the Temptations record that I worked on. That one was a lot of fun. That was super, super fun. That was like the kind of project where like truly every moment of it was like, oh, this is the dream. This is literally the ideal. Like we did a whole bunch of band tracking up front. Like we recorded all the music, like, you know, over the course of 3 or 4 days before the guys even like got into the room. And so that was all finished. Right. They walked in the room. They loved everything, you know, every now and then, like, you know, you kind of get, you know, 5 steps deep in the project. And then someone realizes like, wait, we have to go back and fix something from step 3. Never happened. Everyone was thrilled the entire time. And Otis, who's kind of like he's the Temptation. He's like the last surviving original member.
Right.
He is, kind of an inspiration. He's like one of the writers of My Girl, like truly one of the most important musicians alive right now. Every time he would walk in the studio, everything would be like, you know, he would always try and elevate everybody who was in the room. And that's just like his approach to dealing with people and to like producing music. It was every day he would like pause and take a moment and tell like, you know, my mentor, Dave Darling, who's also my uncle, and to me like Dave, Zach, guys, I'm really proud of everything that you guys are doing. I've worked with the best of the best. You guys are right up there. Like you've done phenomenal work on this. This is so inspiring, so humbling. And I'm like, I
nice.
You are not allowed to say that you're humbled by what I'm doing when you wrote My Girl, okay?
Yeah.
Not all right. Stop that.
I feel like I would have cried if that happened to me.
Yeah. I'm also really, really happy with the last Swing track that came out, which was, I almost said the next song that was going to come out.
was it Company?
It was Company. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought that like that was one where everybody dug in really, really deeply. That like the demo that they first sent over to me, like I heard it and I'm like, this is a gorgeous song. Everything that you're doing with it is not correct. And so like the entire process of us like finishing the song was like, you know, we would trade ideas back and forth, and every time someone would come up with a new idea, I'd say, yes, that, except quieter.
Yeah.
And, like everything, the production process was turn everything down. And so there's just a very compelling like intimacy to it. Like I think that song is like, you know, for me, it's like my favorite Swain song because it's a little bit unlike everything else that they've done. It's restrained in a way that like a lot of their other music isn't. Like the thing that makes them exciting is that like, you know, you can imagine like, you know, walking into a room and seeing them for the first time and like everything is just, it's all at 11 and it's so exciting and so punchy and powerful that like you can't help but be excited and like watch it. But yeah, that is a everything is subtler than everything else kind of song. Even when it gets loud, it never bashes. I'm really happy with that one. I think that they did a phenomenal job on it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I think with them, they always sort of have a variety, and I feel like they're always kind of pushing themselves. And so I feel like there's always something new to look forward to with Swain and their music.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think we have, yeah, there we go. By Meg, what genre of music do you prefer working with?
I love working with bands in general. Like I kind of find that like it's a little easier to work with like a really solid group dynamic than it is to work with like, you know, one-on-one with like an individual kind of artist, because like, in those kind of situations, like unless that person has like, you know, as much maybe not as much, but like as specialized kind of knowledge as like I do and stuff, where like they understand production, they understand songwriting, like in a way that I don't, and they can offer a different thing, like bring a different thing to the table. I'm always concerned that if I'm working with one artist, that it's going to be that artist singing on top of like, you know, strong air quotes, my song. You know, I don't want to be the person who's like pulling all the levers and fixing all the things and playing all the instruments. And sometimes, you know, that just kind of happens by virtue of like, you know, a great artist comes in and they have, you know, they have a song, they know how they're going to sing it, and everything else is kind of like, you know, up in the air. Zach, you can figure out how to work it out, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I'm self-conscious about that. I want to like be able to fill out other people's visions. I'm a little more interested in that. But like in terms of like genre, like what I like doing, I really, really like working alone. That's a weird thing to say, but like a lot of quarantine has been like a lot of collaborative work where the kind of like nose to grindstone labor of it is like programming synth parts and programming drums and just making pop music kind of like, you know, exploring with a mouse and keyboard kind of way, you know, where no one is playing any instrument, but like, you know, I'm writing keyboard lines kind of like one note at a time and like finessing every single part. Like that's all really fun and really exciting to me. I love making pop music. Yeah, it's really cool to aim at like, the bar for pop is really high. Like there's definitely like pop is either excellent or it's like just easily ignorable. Like you just forget it instantly. So like chasing excellence in that kind of world is really fun to me too.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I mean, it's especially, I mean, we have such great pop legends, so it's hard to like kind of get into that and make sure that like you get heard.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I also think that like pop is kind of like riding a high right now. I'm always a little bit tripped out whenever I have a conversation with a musician who says like, oh, music is not the same. It hasn't been the same since the early 70s. And it's like, yeah, but it's also pretty good right now though.
It's super good. And I think everything is so different now. I mean, pop's always kind of like the same vibe, but I think everything is so different and everyone's not afraid to try new things right now. And I think that that is really bringing out a lot of the best in musicians. So
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
We have a question from Fries. What is your favorite sound effect to use the most?
That's favorite sound effect. This is weird because I throw like sound design stuff into like all of my music a little bit. I don't know if I have a favorite. Like I think there's something really good about like a really well-timed like kick drum or bass swell or something like that. Suddenly when like the bottom of the entire song just kind of starts to rattle or does something surprising or cuts out really suddenly. Like that's all fun to me. I really enjoy that. So I don't know if bass is a sound effect, but you know.
I mean, I feel like that works as an answer.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Exactly. And then I think we have a question from Lynn. Yeah, there we go. Are you going to do another behind the tracks YouTube like you did with Swain and Hayden?
I would love to. I think the big thing with that is I need the right song. I need the artist to be like available and flexible enough to like be able to schedule the entire thing out. And two, like it takes a really surprising amount of like prep work in order to like prepare one of those. Like just the whole process of like formatting like a finished song and getting it ready for like, you know, being able to like stream out on YouTube and stuff like that. It's a whole lot of like detail work and consolidation. And also there's, I don't know if I should say this, but you know what, I'm going to. A lot of the process of finishing a song is taking things that sound all right and making them sound excellent. So like, you know, if I go into the studio and like a drummer plays you know, their drum part all the way down, it's done. And then like, you know, a month later they decide like, I can't believe I chose to use that snare drum. It sounds terrible. I hate it. I don't want anybody to hear this song. That's actually really easy for me to fix. Like I can replace those like very, very easily. But like, you know, at the same time, it also means that like, if we go out on the internet and there are like 50 people watching and like I play the wrong snare drum sound, which is a very easy accident to have happen in a little bit of a pressure situation, suddenly I've got a very angry drummer calling me or like, you know, being upset in front of their audience and stuff like that. So, you know, there's a certain amount of like covering up some of the warts and stuff that kind of has to happen when you prepare one of those. And that takes a whole lot of time.
Yeah.
And right now, I just don't really have that kind of time. Beginning of quarantine was great for that. Suddenly, I had all the time in the world. But now things are starting to open back up, and I really should. I would love to. But yeah, the pieces haven't fallen into place yet. I'm very willing to, though. It'd be fun.
Yeah. No, yeah, that makes total sense. Okay, dead or alive, whose album would you love to produce?
Okay. That's big. That's a really
high pressure situation.
I might take the easy way out.
Okay.
I'm usually a little bit more excited by new artists than I am by like kind of more established ones. Like Chrissy says Prince in chat. Yeah, I would love to work with Prince, but Prince would be producing me. Like I can't produce Prince. That's impossible. Yeah. Nobody can tell Prince what to put on the song. He already knows. And that's what makes him Prince. I would love to be able to be in the same room as someone like, you know, a Prince or somebody like that who has like a finished concept for everything. But you know, that's a person who you work under, not a person you work with.
Right.
And I see that as a massive Prince fan. Like that's part of his charm and that's part of the buy-in. Like when it comes to like everybody who I've ever talked to who's collaborated with him. Yeah, I could go on and on about Prince all day though. I'll cut myself off.
No, that's fair. So it wouldn't be Prince, but it would be someone newer then that you would want to produce.
Yeah, I really, really love working with new artists. That's super, super exciting to me. I've got like a couple of like really cool new artist projects coming up very, very soon. Like that's I'll stop myself there too because I don't want to spoil any surprises.
No, that's fair. I have lots of other questions, so I can come up with something else. How was the recording and producing process different in the pandemic versus not the pandemic, before the pandemic?
Slow. It's a lot slower. It's a lot slower and a lot less collaborative. Like in the room, like if you have like a whole band that's recording and like, you know, I'm behind the glass listening back to everything and like kind of giving notes on everything, it's very easy for me to just like, turn on talkback and say like, hey, drummer, could you play the hi-hat like a little harder or a little softer, or like tell the guitarist that like, oh, you're rushing, you're dragging, whatever else, and just kind of fix things in real time so that like, by like take 3 of the song, like the song is like gelled together.
Right.
That's the recording process when it comes to like pretty much like all the Jason Mann's projects and stuff like that, like Hayden, Dick Jr. and the Volunteers.
Yeah.
All those projects are very much like we come up with real ideas in real time and we just test them out. We make tiny revisions, and by like 3 or 4 takes, the entire song is pretty much done. Like you understand where it's going. In lockdown, I've got to like program kind of demo versions of everything and then send out to other studios and stuff like that, and have like a drummer go out to his place, play everything. And if it's not right, like it'll be 24 hours before he's got a chance to jump back in the studio and fix everything again. And then same process with guitars, same process with bass, same process with vocals. Everything takes at least a full day. So suddenly something that takes like an hour when you're all in the room together takes a week, just for us to get on the same page about what we do with the song now that it's a song. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's very fun. Like again, like it's been a great opportunity for me to like get better and focus in on just making like fun pop stuff. But I really do miss the collaboration process, and like every like tiny glimpse that I've gotten into it again has been awesome. Like working on the Sunspin record was really, really cool. It was my first time being back in the studio for like more than 6 months, and we had a band of killers, a whole bunch of songs that were like really solid, and we just banged out a record in like 2 days and took like another 2 months to just like take care of the overdubs, because it's easy to get the groundwork done when everyone's in the room, but that, man, everything afterwards was slow. Not difficult, but just very, very slow. A lot of waiting.
And I know someone on Twitter, Vicky asked, can you tell us what it was like recording at Capitol Records with Sunspin?
Oh, it's Capitol is like kind of the platonic ideal for recording studios. Every studio is trying to be Capitol and does not succeed. Yeah, it's a little bit weird that you can set up any microphone that they have inside of there, and like as soon as you start recording, like if you just like solo that microphone and listen back to it for a second and just kind of like really settle into your own memories, I get emotional doing that, because like you kind of catch like glimpses of like texture and subtlety and compression that are distinct to those pieces of equipment, because you've been hearing them on like Sinatra records like since you were a child, Like I get like flashbacks listening to some of those every now and then. So it was mostly cool because everything that we recorded, it was all done on really great gear, but like, really great gears that kind of represent important parts of American history.
Yeah.
Like that was weird. But yeah, like the band was excellent. The guys were excellent. I loved collaborating with them. They were a whole lot of fun to be around and stuff too. But man, just in terms of Capitol, like truly, it doesn't get any better than working in that room.
Was that your first time actually getting to work at Capitol Records, or had you been there before?
I'd like assisted on one session before that, which was like a little jazz trio record. It was very cool, very pretty. And the thing that made it extra cool was the artist had like a specific record that was recorded at Capitol like in mind when they said like, oh, I want it to just be a jazz trio. Like, let's keep it very simple. And I want it to sound like this particular Miles Davis record. They went back into their archives. They dug up like the input and microphone sheet from that Miles Davis record and brought it up and matched all of the equipment and all of the settings for everything. So it literally was exactly the same as that old like jazz album. It was super cool.
That is so awesome.
Yeah, you can't do that anywhere else in the world.
No, it's history. Like and it's super important history too. That's so awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
How has the music industry picked up or changed? I mean, we've kind of touched on this, I guess, throughout the pandemic. And do you think there will be more to produce as more musicians kind of come out of having downtime and having written new songs?
Definitely. To totally honest, I'm a little bit terrified. You know, whenever there's any big like contraction period, like, you know, after like the big like housing market collapse in like 2009, and then again right now, it kind of means that like all of the places where people go to listen to music and all the places where like all the venues, all the labels, the artists, they all kind of consolidate a little bit. And what that means is it's harder for independent artists to kind of find a place where they can start to play. And it'll be a while before big venues are like hosting the kind of like massive concerts that they were like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So it means that like the most in demand, the most competitive artists, the like Beyoncé's, the Ariana Grandes and stuff, they're going to be playing like, you know, instead of top tier venues, they'll be playing second tier ones. Second tier artists will go down a level, and then et cetera, et cetera. And then suddenly, like, you know, people who are in my position or like, you know, have kind of a fully independent band and stuff like that. We're competing with people who have like, you know, 500,000 followers on Twitter,
right,
you know, charting singles and stuff like that. And it makes it very difficult for young artists to find a foothold unless they're ready to like buy into the system and they have someone to show them the way to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
What are your goals for the rest of the year now that things are coming back up?
Honestly, I just want to like get back to how things were like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was so funny. Like beginning of 2019, I was actually just talking with a few people about this a couple days ago. Like my band was starting to pick up a little bit. Like we had like a write-up in Rolling Stone. We had a really successful residency. We'd recorded a whole bunch of new music. Like everything was kind of clicking into place. And, you know, I was feeling good. I was busy working on a whole bunch of other music, collaborating with a ton of new people, had a bunch of new projects scheduled for like March, April, 2020. And yeah, those all got canceled.
Yes.
Things got a little complicated, and suddenly like the entire industry and kind of in a lot of ways, the entire world kind of stops. And, you know, it's going to take a second before everyone gets back to that place. And, you know, I'm not thrilled about that.
No.
Yeah.
Do you, you said you have the band, do you have any like intentions of playing live anywhere or anything?
Yeah, as soon as there are venues. As soon as there are venues, and assuming that they're not all going to be like, you know, boxed out by, you know, slightly bigger artists.
That makes sense. So I have some questions from Twitter that I'm sure you saw.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
From Emma, what would the theme song for your life be?
I saw that on Twitter and I still haven't come up with a good answer. Can we circle back for that? Like,
of course.
We can come up with one by the end of stream.
Sure.
Cool.
Super Who Swainer asked, what's the shortest and longest amount of time it took to make an album?
I've burned out an entire album in like a good couple of weeks before. Like I want to say Hayden's album took like 4 days of recording with a band, and then we took like a little bit of downtime to just kind of like edit and like get final approval for everything, make sure everyone's feeling great about the songs. And then I think I mixed it over like 3 or 4 more days like after that, so it was pretty much done in like 2 or 3 weeks. That was a quick one. That was really really fun. I'm glad that everyone like agreed early on, like here's exactly what the record is, and we all knew how to get it there, you know?
Right.
Then I mean, longest I've ever worked on a project. There are tons of projects that just like have never gotten released, even though they're like 90% of the way done. And because they haven't found like distribution or something like that, they'll probably never get to 100. So those are always going to be, you know, kind of waiting.
Yeah.
The Left on Laurel album took a good year and a half. Yeah, that was a slow running one because we kind of broke it up into long sections and then had to like wait to kind of get everyone's schedule back together again. And then also just the amount of work that went into tightening up the band and redoing parts and like, you know, getting them all focused and kind of teaching them how to record in a studio, because a lot of their first times ever.
Yeah.
That was very, very time consuming. Again, no single part of it was all that hard, but like the moment to moment work of it just took like many days of making sure everyone was on the same page, going back in for like tiny revisions and fixing, drum patterns one hit at a time and stuff like that. Just, those things happen. That was a challenging one.
I mean, it was a great album. So, I mean, you guys put a lot of effort into it, and it was a great album. It's probably one of my
feel
favorites.
really good about it. It's just, it took time to get there.
No, that's,
I'm glad
many folks on Twitter are asking, will Peaches ever have her own couture fashion line?
I don't think so, because she mostly wears baby clothes. I guess
that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, like, if we probably should just sell like at least peach colored t-shirts or something like that, Like, she's got a very photogenic face.
She does.
Yeah, there's something there. There's a cool idea there. I don't know if she'll ever have a couture line. I could be doing like a one-off little, like, a t-shirt and having like a charity or something like that, though. That'd be fun.
Get someone to like draw her face on a little cat shirt or something.
Yeah. I've actually had like a couple of people like send me really good Peach fan art before. I probably should be paying more attention to chat because like it's blowing up now that everyone's talking about peaches. What else?
Yeah, there's another question from Catherine. Wait, no. What is that question? Is there a band member dressed as a mannequin or an actual mannequin? Or is it never mentioned? What the heck? Anyway. I don't know what that question is.
Okay, so there have been a few mannequins in my life. I get this is a wig mount. If that's what you mean. And then at my band's shows, we needed someone to like man the merch booth, and decided the best way to do it was to put a mannequin in the merch booth. And so we dressed him up and we named him An Onion. And yeah, so An Onion oversaw the merch. A good number of things got stolen. A couple days, like, my wife had to watch the merch booth and make sure that nobody was messing around with An Onion. But like, that was part of the merch experience.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure An Onion probably stole all of that.
Yeah, definitely.
Screwed you over.
Yeah.
And then Fries also asked, can you describe the most exciting audio project that you've completed?
Can we come back for that one too? I don't know, most exciting. I mean, I'd have to like think through like a few of them. I'm actually working on like an incredibly exciting one right now. Again, for legal purposes, I can't get into like spoilers or anything like that, but the artist who I'm working with right now took a year off and walked the entire Pacific Crest Trail and recorded a whole bunch of like, like just noises, like broke sticks and threw pine cones at trees and like knocked on water towers and stuff like that, and took all of those sounds and kind of made like very exciting like EDM kind of samples out of all of them and built an entire record out of those. It is maybe some of the most compelling music that I've heard in a really, really long time. Like, it excites me in a way that I haven't been excited since like the first Bon Iver record came in, and you're like, wow, you can do an album like that, really?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's super, super cool. I'm very excited to keep on working with it, but yeah, it's hard to talk about it without showing you some of the stuff, and we won't be able to do that probably for at least another few months. Yeah.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Is there? I know that I asked about what is a song that describes your life, but is there a song, like, is there just a favorite song that you have that like is something that you kind of always come back to whenever things are rough?
I'm not sure. I'm the kind of person who listens to sad music when I'm sad. So, I'm not I'm not healed by music. I'm understood by music,
That's a good quote.
Okay. Yeah. So for sad times, which, there have been many during lockdown and stuff like that, I discovered this really, really cool Black queer artist named Serpent with Feet, all lowercase, all one word. And he is like a classically trained pianist who makes like Frank Ocean songs, but like he'll do funky things like build an entire like R&B song over like a sample that he clipped out of like a symphony by like Haydn or something like that. And I don't mean Haydn Lee, I mean like Haydn, the German one. Yeah, like he's a really, really exciting artist. Super cool. Highly recommend it. Has a new album that just came out a little while ago. I'm doing free promotion for him right now, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that's nice though.
Yeah.
Are there any projects that you had pre-pandemic that you're kind of starting to pick up now since stuff is opening up, or did that not happen? Like, did you just kind of keep on working those projects even with the pandemic?
If
that makes sense.
I'll take a pass on this question. But yes.
Okay.
But yes, and we can't wait to announce them.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So I guess I think that's it. I think that's one there on that note.
Okay. Cool.
Do you have anything that you want to plug? Anything that you want to put out there?
Kind of. I've been thinking a whole lot about Pride and kind of how cool and important it is that like there's a specific time when like all of us can kind of zero in on like, you know, what having like a queer identity means to us and what this community means and how like, you know, we're able to find, you know, so many great reflections of it like through the internet and stuff. And you know, wow, I'm actually getting a little emotional right now. I read about a group of research subjects during like the beginning of the AIDS epidemic who were based in Miami, and when they were in a drug trial, the like gold standard for like a drug trial is like to do a double-blind study, and so
right.
They have 50% of like, you know, people suffering from AIDS, a placebo, and the other half like a new experimental drug. They invalidated all of the data by mixing all their drugs together so that everyone would get like 50% dosage minimum, like of, you know, an experimental drug, which might or might not have worked. And, you know, when they got kind of called in to answer for that and like, you know, explain why they like invalidated all the research that was being done, you know, the only answer is like, dude, we're dying. We have to take care of each other. And I've been thinking about that a lot as I'm looking at the world and thinking about like Palestine and Hong Kong and places where like it's very easy for us to be comfortable here at home on the internet and ignore places where you know, we're actively under threat. And you know, I think Pride is an important time for us to remember that, like, you know, we really are all in this together. We're kind of all that we have. And
no, you're making me emotional too.
Yeah, sorry, no, I didn't.
Absolutely right.
It's just been like in the back of my head, and it's all kind of coming out right now, man.
No, I appreciate it. You're absolutely right, and I think it's something that we all need to sort of remember and be a little bit kinder to everyone on the street if you can, like, because it's just it's such an important time right now. And you're right, like it's, you know, there's other stuff out there that we kind of have the ability to sort of ignore because we're here in the US, and we shouldn't be doing that. And like, you know, not just that, but like, you know, pride is trans rights, pride is feminism, pride is you know, working towards a more equal globe where like, you know, where we don't leave the opportunity open for like queer people to get oppressed and killed in other parts of the world too. Right.
And you know, that's happening here and now. And there's a rise of like kind of new ethno-nationalism and like fascism, which is like creeping up in America, and it scares the shit out of me. Like I lose sleep over that. You know, so when like someone passes a bill that kind of makes it impossible for trans people to get healthcare, or makes it impossible for like women in Texas to get abortions, like that affects all of us. And you know, that's it's important to kind of like, you know, take a second and grapple with the world that we live in, and like remember that, like, you know, the first Pride was a protest, and it's important for us to like stick together and understand that, like, you know, we're a community, and
Yes.
that means defending each other.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to soapbox there.
No, I think that's a great note to end it on, to be honest. Like, I mean, you know, that is, it's all true. And I really appreciate you coming and talking to us and, you know, discussing all of this and working with us to help raise money for Random Acts and everything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
thank you so much, Zachary. I hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, you too. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I got to do this.
Yes.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And
Yeah, of
yeah,
course.
we'll talk soon.
Yes, for sure.
Cool.
Have a good one.
Hey, Matt.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. So are we live right now?
We're live. Yeah.
The filmmaker in me is going to just can you give me a little headspace on the top of your head, please?
No.
Can you just tilt your camera? Yeah, there you go. You got to slouch down.
like that.
You have to have a little bit of headspace sometimes, just a tiny bit.
How are you doing through this whole pandemic and everything?
I am doing great. I know that's kind of a crap thing to say when so many people are struggling. I've been working. I've been busy. I've been with my family, which whoever's watching will know that I haven't had a lot of time to be with my family over the last 10 years because I'm always on the road. So that's been the silver lining of it all for me, is being with them.
Perfect. So I'm just going to jump in right away to questions.
Yeah, let's do it.
You know, with the pandemic and everything, how was it doing the work with ET? I know you guys had to distance a little bit on the set and everything. So how has that been?
It's been, it's been unique. You certainly miss the opportunities where we're hugging and sweating and yelling and spitting on each other in large crowds. But what can you do? I mean, there's a virus and it's killing a bunch of people, and we have to make it go away. Like, so at ET, I think we had 1 week where we kind of put together program with some other footage and stuff, and we've been doing live shows ever since. So it's been challenging. I've done a lot of shows from right where I'm sitting right here, like in my house. We're back on stage now. We're still 6 foot apart. We have masks on all the time. I get COVID tested 3 days a week since September 2019. No, 2020.
Oh, wow.
Since 2020. So it's been a lot of testing. We've been very careful. I'd like to brag and say that ET's, I don't think we've had one outbreak or one positive test. And so it's been good, but it's a challenging time because you think, oh, hey, I'm fine, I'm healthy, and I don't have this or that. And then you think about all the other people that are struggling. It just hurts, it weighs on you a lot. You're like, hey, I'm so thankful to have a job. There's so many thousands of people that don't have a job. Do I deserve this job? Should I be giving my money away to people? Should I be taking care of people? And yes, the answer is yes, 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 and yes. Don't give all your money away, but take care of people. And if they need a little bit of money, give it to them if you have it. And if people need a little bit of love, give it to them if you have it. I mean, we're at an unprecedented time in world history, especially United States history. We must learn how to trust each other, how to stop playing tribal teams, whether it's blue, red, Democrat, whatever it is. We must come to a place where we trust each other and start rebuilding from there. Because if not, who knows? I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
So kind of going along the same lines of ET, I know you interview a lot of people.
Yeah.
Who is a dream interview? Like, who do you want to interview that you haven't done yet or you wish that you could do?
Wow. Man, there's 2 people that jump right in my mind, and it's going to be just not what anybody expects, but it's when you come into the world of hosting, you realize you don't know what the hell you're doing as an actor. You have no idea how to be a host. A host carries very energetic, a very, just a different energy than an actor. And so I've been figuring that out, and you really respect the people that do it great, the people that do it well. And I don't mean hosting, I mean conversating, because what hosting is kind of really having the art of conversation and being able to draw you in enough that you want to talk to me and I want to tell you things and you want to tell me things. So in my eyes, my dream 2 interviews, and I've already talked to one of them for Entertainment Tonight, that is Mike Rowe. And people might recognize that name, Mike Rowe, from Dirty Jobs. It's a longtime Discovery Channel show. And he is an extraordinary human being. He's a beautiful voice to listen to. He sang in the opera, I believe, in San Francisco before he was a kind of a voiceover guy. But you'd be surprised. You hear his voice on just about everything, every commercial and this and that you don't even realize. And he's a great conversationalist. And I think that's not easy to do. And when you have a show like Dirty Jobs, you're getting in touch with everybody in America. You're traveling the country and you're putting your hands in places they shouldn't be, and you're getting involved in places that you're very uncomfortable and you're different. And so to adapt and also fit into those circumstances is quite it's quite a talent to be able to do that. And I'm learning. And the next guy would be Joe Rogan. Listen, everybody's got their opinion on Joe, and Joe's done something fantastic. And what Joe has done, which, much of the media doesn't like because we can't do kind of a similar thing without advertisers, is Joe does long form conversation. And long form conversation is when you get to the bottom of things, when you're able to figure out things without cutting to a commercial and trying to get, whatever you're getting in. And so Joe and Mike Rowe would be my two. I'd love to sit down with Joe Rogan and just talk about nothing planned. I don't want to interview him. I want to have a conversation, see where the conversation goes. You know, there's a delight in the unknown conversation with somebody where you just kind of are taken by whatever it is they're saying, and you're giving and they're taking. And it's, you know, I like to get into that predicament with both of those gentlemen.
I do want to ask you, because I think the last time we got to interview was right before your episode that you directed of Supernatural aired.
Yeah.
So now that it's out and the season's over and we can kind of talk about the whole thing, I wanted to ask you, you know, just more about the episode, your process with it, how it was actually getting to, you know, direct a show that you've been on before and are so heavily involved in, and how that went.
Well, it went, you know, spectacular in my eyes, considering how green and what a novice I was getting involved with a show that's been running for so long and performing at such a high level. Like, it was sheer terror for the first amount of time. You know, and then you just get to work, and you get to work, and you get to work, and you get to work, and then you do some more work, and you keep on working and planning and working and planning. You hope when you get there, it makes sense. Now, when it's your first episode of primetime television, you hope when you get there that you don't faint and fall face first and break your nose in front of everybody. That's what you really hope. And then when you get to the set, you hope that you have enough, I don't know what the word is, but enough ability to hold back your nervous vomit so that you don't projectile vomit during the first scene of the day, when you look around you and there's 100 people around you and they're all going, "What do you want us to do?" And you look at them and you go, "I don't know, but I'm going to say something because directors have to say something." And you're like, "This is what we're doing. We're starting here." And you hope that everybody doesn't look at you and go, "What the F is he talking about?" And then you're off to the races. And look, I had Bob and his wife with me day one on set. So I had the added pressure of that, which turned into an added comfort. Having Bob and Eugenie around turned into, they're like my mom and dad in a sense, where they kind of poke and fool and joke. And I remember Eugenie, Bob gives me a handshake and gets in the car, and Eugenie gets in, or she gives me a hug, or I give her a hug, and she like whispers in my ear, "I'm here to break your will." So that to a lot of people might terrify them. I'm a guy that came up in sports. I don't know how to perform unless an extreme amount of pressure is put on me. And I need to know somebody's there to break me for me to rise to the occasion. So whether Eugenie knows it or not, and I don't know if I've ever told her, let it be said now, she's one of the reasons that inspires you to step up your game and do whatever you have to succeed, because people are watching. And I like when people say, "Hey, I'm watching you. Don't F this up." Like, I love that, because then a guy like me who's never been great at anything, but knows that I have a work ethic to get really good at stuff. If somebody pushes me in a direction, or if I'm challenged by somebody, they tell me I can't. You know, I found Eugenie and Bob extremely inspirational being there. And then you're off to the races. Day one goes by and you're like, "Wow, I did it. I climbed Kilimanjaro in a day, and now I get in the van to go home," and you can't even think, you're so tired. And then you realize, "Oh boy, I got to get to work because I got to do this again for 7 more days." Every day is like climbing the largest mountain of your life. And every day upon completion, you feel united and, you know, as one with this crew. And the crew shows up, and we were pretty much outside all but 2 days, I think, of my 8-day episode. And it was, you know, January, February in Vancouver. You can imagine. So rain, sleet, hail, snow, wind, you know, I don't know, come up with a natural disaster. They were all happening at once. And we were there. And I mean, there was a point in which Jensen has a scene with Jared, and they're talking to Emily at the gas station, and a snowflake fell in Jensen's eye. He was having a great take. It was his close up. It was like, here, camera was tight, and a snowflake, Jensen's doing what he does. And here it just comes as he's talking to Emily, and a snowflake catches on his eyelash. like a magical Christmas pirate, sent it down and put it on him. And we're standing there, and he tries to keep on going and talk like this. And he slowly cracks into a smile because he's like, I cannot even see. There's a giant snowflake on my face. So, you get things like that happening. And next thing you know, you don't want to sit in the director's chair, because if you sit in the director's chair, to me, and your crew's standing out in the rain, you're not with your troops. You're not facing the war ahead of us. You're calling orders from the back. And that's, some directors work like that. I don't. I needed to be in the rain. I needed to feel what these guys are feeling. It made me more prompt. It made me more studied to get my work done and show up prepared. And so that happens really fast. Bob and Eugenie left after, like, I think day 2 or 3. They were like, why are we here? We're wasting our time. Let's get out of here. Matt will take this home. And, that's a confidence booster, right? The head of the show shows up, make sure you're not screwing up. He leaves early. Your heart takes these as wins. You got to take everything as a small win. If the scene turns out like you expected, that's a win. If it doesn't, and you got one sentence, that's also a win. You gotta shift and it's a lot like boxing. And I have a background in boxing, and everything to me is stick and move. As an actor, you have to stick, which is throw your lines out there, and then you have to move and react to what's thrown back at you. And it's similar with a director, except you're throwing out an idea and then 40 punches are coming back at you at once. So you got to kind of like figure how much ducking you're going to do, and then you're going to have to eat a punch to get the one thing done that you want to get done. So it's, I'll tell you this, I know I'm rambling on, and you can blame, the coffee for that, but directing is magic. It is coming up with the most creative idea you've ever had in your life, reaching for the stars, then reeling it back to reality and fitting it in a show like the supernatural universe. What can I do? What can I do? And you battle back and forth. You battle back and forth in your head. Am I going to reach too far? Are they going to cut this out? And yeah, they my episode ran very long. I'm a first-time director. I ran a long episode. They cut out a lot of shots that I loved, but I understood why they cut them out. And you have to understand that. So you set out to do this thing. It feels so amazing. And then through the process, you got to figure out how to manage, 100 different personalities and the problems that those personalities face. So there's that aspect of directing mixed with the creative, and it totally devours you, right? It devours you. You're fully taken up by it. It spits you out. I lost 17 pounds in 8 days just because of stress. I didn't miss a meal. Trust me, I didn't miss a meal. I lost 17 pounds just out of stress. I'm eating and I'm losing it because your gears are wow, and you want to make, you want to deliver for so many people because it's supernatural, right? So there's that the added pressure of, oh wow, Richard Speight said he vouched for me. Oh wow, Jared and Jensen vouched for me. Oh, Misha said I was good. Oh, Rob said I was good. And then all of a sudden you're like, I can't even stand up with all this weight on my shoulders. And then somehow you're like, but I have to. These people believe in me. So get together, do the work, focus down, and get it done. And the reward of completing an episode of television or a movie or something like this is amazing. You then get into the editing bay and you're sitting there and you're looking at the footage, you're looking at the performances. For me, my heart was stolen the way Jensen and Emily talked with each other in the diner that I had them in. I knew this would be a moment. I didn't want to put any camera work onto it. I gave us a locked shot. It's something you see in, soap operas often. You guys know I was on a soap opera, and I wanted to see these beautiful artists do art, and they did. And stuff like that is just, it's so tremendous when you get away from it, and then you're in a room and you're sitting and you're watching the power of filmmaking. It's just so wonderful, and it's so raw when it goes right. And then you think back and you go, wow, not only did Misha and Alex and Jensen and Emily and Jared give me these wonderful performances, but they trusted me enough to listen to what I had to say and then do it. These are people I respect in the business, both as actors, as professionals. I look up to them. They're listening to me. It's just this beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. You're making a baby together, without intercourse. Obviously, you're making this sick twisted, dark, supernatural, wild, circumstantial baby. And it takes a lot of people to do it. And a director is there to be everybody's everything if you need to be. I think a good director can be everybody's everything. I'll be your acting coach, your dialect coach, your psychiatrist, whatever you want me to be, I'm going to be for every head of department, everybody that works in every department, my actors included. If Bob was having a bad day, I'd be happy to help him, although he wouldn't want it for me. But it's so, I guess, encompassing and engulfing, and it's just, when you're finished, it feels delightful. It just is an absolute delight. And I love acting. Don't get me wrong. I'm not walking away from acting by any means. I'm very much pursuing acting. But there's something that you fight for in acting in a moment with another actor or actress where you are looking for a moment that you get so lost in each other that you don't really remember your lines or whatever after the scene. You kind of are like, is that good? Like, what happened? I don't know. I kind of like black. It's like a emotional blackout, because I'm listening, I'm feeling, I'm saying things, I'm feeling, and you're having those moments, but they're few and far between, with acting performances that you get that opportunity. A lot of time you're, doing things to get us to the next scene to make it work. But with directing, you feel that every day. You feel it several times a day. You feel it at the end of each week. You feel it at the end of prep. It's always this like, oh, I made it. I did it. I completed something every day, every minute of every day, from casting to the whole thing. There's so many pieces to it. And it feels so victorious to complete a 24-hour day in the director's chair.
As you're directing a show that's already, established, has been around for a while, has a crew, and you're directing one episode versus an entire feature-length film, how much of the process do you get a say in? Do you get a say in locations pre-episode? Do you sit in the editor's room post-episode and kind of get to put your thoughts into that too?
You get a lot of say. It's the director does have a certain amount of input. I would call it input rather than control. So for Supernatural, luckily you have great executive producers and co-executive producers on that show, Andrew Dabb and Jim Michaels, and you have Bob in there, and you have people that they've made a show successful for 15 years. There's a reason, there's a formula, there's an algorithm, whatever it is. You want to listen to them. And so we got into casting, which was extremely uncomfortable for me. It was only my second or third time on the other side of the casting couch. It breaks my heart. Casting, I've never been good at casting. I've never been good at, me auditioning. I've always struggled with my nerves in those situations. And I felt I'd see so many young, talented people come in and they would be nervous, and I'd see them get lost in their nerves a little bit and it take away from their performance. And so no matter what, I was dedicated to giving everybody a second performance, if not a third. But it was hard. And I leaned on guys like Jim and Bob and Dab. And, you got to lean on these guys because they know, for me, it's my heart gets involved in casting, and that isn't always the best case. Sometimes your heart can, you put the love goggles on, like, wow, there was this moment and now I see this person differently. And so it's really good to accept input and understand that you're not right all the time, and it's not your answer or no answer. It's things like that. And look, Supernatural's cast, Robert Ulrich has cast some of the greatest people ever on that show. And I was doing casting in Vancouver, but they know what they're doing, and I wanted to trust in the casting directors and trust in them. And then, you get in story, right? And you read the script, and you're thinking about in these production meetings, like, does everything work? Does everything fit? Does everything make sense? And you'll bring up things that you will just have missed, and you didn't get it the way it was written. And it's kind of embarrassing, but you got to straighten out everything about a script before you get into directing a script. You must understand every nook and cranny, every look, every back of the head shot, shoe, foot, whatever it is. You got to know what it's doing and why it's doing it. And it's with Supernatural, you're surrounded by a team who knows that and they understand that. So they're not going to let you screw up what they've perfected for so long. And so it's a balance of getting your artistic input, taking all the input and encouragement from all these very talented people around you, and understanding that you don't have to just be in control because I'm the director. I say this with a big loud phone megahorn thing. It's not. I interviewed Jerry Bruckheimer for Entertainment Tonight, and I don't know if it aired yet. Oops, spoiler alert. He said something that stuck with me, which I don't know if they air. Also, spoiler alert. Smart people make good movies, and it takes a bunch of really, really smart people. Everybody's input, really smart to figure out what the best movie is. And that's the end of it. That's the end of discussion. Accept that, know that. Maybe I'm the quarterback of my team on the movie set, but the head coach and the team owner and these other people have valuable input to get to the Super Bowl. And you're going to make it to the playoffs maybe with your cool idea, but you're only getting to the Super Bowl if you have the secrets of all the smart filmmakers around you. And that's magical. And Bruckheimer's right. And there's a reason he is who he is, and he's produced what he's produced and been involved with what he's been involved with. He's a guy who listens and gives feedback and also accepts feedback. And that's important.
Absolutely. So if you could direct an episode on any current show that's airing, what would you choose?
The Boys.
Yeah.
The Boys. For what other reason besides the boys? Somebody put this on Kripke's, put my face on Kripke's Twitter going, the boys. Because
we'll make a gift of it.
Listen, the show is so fun and so good and so rated R and so reflective of the political climate and the current situation of humanity in the United States. And I love that it's being told through the perspectives of these guys who hate superheroes and then the superheroes who hate these type of guys. I just think it's remarkable. And obviously we have so much family there, not just me, the Supernatural family. We have producers and writers, directors, and all sorts of fun people, actors, going over to that show. So I'd be happy to direct anything. Directing is a great joy, and I have some wonderful things to talk about, which we'll get to. But The Boys, I want to direct The Boys. I want to go crazy. I want to lose my mind over there, and I want to show Kripke that he's not the only sick son of a bitch working in this industry. That I got some pretty twisted stuff for him too, and I'm sure I'll get involved with that show at some point, somehow, some way. It's not going away. Welcome to Kripke's next 15-year long running show. They got, I don't know if they have enough comics for the amount of episodes they're going to need for that show, but yeah, I'm a Boys fan if you can't tell.
No, we love it too, so that would be perfect. I want to switch gears a little bit and go on to, I know, things have been weird with the pandemic and a lot of stuff kind of shut down and ideas got shelved a little bit. But do you still have any plans to do something else with Mama Bear and make it into a feature?
What a great question. I can say very little.
Okay.
This list like that much. There's plans for Mama Bear. There are very active plans. We're casting, and that's all I can say.
Okay.
I could get in so much trouble because I'll just tell you this. What we're going to end up doing with Mama Bear is so above my pay grade already as a new director, but what I'm going to do with it's going to blow people's minds a little bit, and I think it's going to be very unexpected. And I'm going to really I'm going to shake up the action world a little bit. Like, believe me, this is that thing. Right now I'm having that moment where people put all the pressure on you because you need it to rise and succeed. And that's what I'm saying right now. Mama Bear will, maybe by the end of the year or early next year, be astonishing and exciting and one great big fun adventure somehow, some way, with a wonderful cast. And that's it. I've already said so much more than I should.
Well, I don't know if it's too much to ask. Like, you're casting everything. Are you still going to be directing whatever it is?
I will still be directing. So this is what happened. We got real busy in the pandemic. Me and my creative partner, the fascinating Lee Ehlers, who wrote Mama Bear the short. We developed a feature. We made another feature that goes along with it, and 2 more scripts, not related, but all kind of the same genre of fun, chaotic action chaos, which is what I'm going to be doing for my life as far as directing goes. And we have optioned 3 of the projects, and the 4th one is looking for a very excited home as we speak. And I'm not talking about, I can tell you the titles, all right? So we have Mama Bear. We have another project called The Crash. We have another one tentatively called Help. And the last one's called Bounty. Bounty doesn't have a home right now, but it may very well soon have a home very much within the supernatural verse, which people may freak out when they hear. But I'm set to direct 3 of the 4 of them with the potential to star in and direct 1 of them. It's been good. Me and Lee and I have been really, really creating a lot of content and some wild, fun, Deadpool-toned, over-the-top comic book action stories that are very much rooted in a main character that's got a lot of heart, and a lot of stuff goes flying our main character's way. Mama Bear is obviously a female-led action. That's first on the slate as it is right now. We're very excited to do that. And I'm going to stop now.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
Too late.
All right, I will switch it up then. I know people wanted to know how your leg or like your Achilles is doing now.
Shit. Guys, don't break an Achilles. Like, don't break it, and don't break it skipping. I mean, I don't know if anybody in the history of ruptured Achilles have ever ruptured one as bad as I did skipping. And not like skipping, like I took a skip and a half. Like, hey, I'm going to start skipping. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm on the floor now. It was terrible. I got cleared last week to kind of start being able to stand on my toes, jog in place. Like, it's been really bad. It's been tough to, be down in a pandemic when you have a 6-year-old and, you can't walk and your house has stairs and, it's just tough. And I didn't take any days off ET. They let me balance in place on one foot. They let me work, which was a huge thing of helping me, feel better. Usually, the doctor said it's like about 10 months to a year before you can kind of get back into your normal activity. I got cleared at 6 months, so I'm feeling good. I'm doing the therapy. I'm working out, and it's just a nightmare. And we're all going to get chopped down at some point in some way, emotionally or physically, and we're going to be couch ridden or suffering internally, our mental health, different things. You have to understand. It's so important to understand that it may be someone's fault that you got to where you are. It may have been your fault, but it also may be somebody's fault that they said something to you, somebody's fault that they hurt you, your job's, however, you somebody's fault. But it's your responsibility, and your responsibility only, to get out or get back from where you've fallen to. For me, I accepted that I was hurt. I'm getting a little older. I'll be 39 this year. I should stretch before I skip. And I have to accept that I did this, and it's my responsibility to fix it and come out and not get down and not be depressed. Because I've had ankle surgery before, and I was on the couch for 6 months, and it was a really depressing time in my life. I was 18 and it was terrible. Painkillers are obviously not good. They don't make you feel great. So I just want to tell that to people. I think my wife kind of drove me to like not get depressed or let this really get me down. And she was so encouraging the whole time. And she kept saying, you're doing great at not letting this tear you up. Because it was bad. I couldn't walk at all, like move. I couldn't move my toes. My foot was like a dangly, it was like a wasn't my foot. It was just hanging there. There was nothing attached to move it. It was creepy. And and it's up to you. And I want to this is a moment Matt's having one of those moments that I have in like my private meet and greets, where it's important for people to know, especially because mental health's been such a challenging thing over this pandemic for me, for so many people. And I've had it quite easy. I've been able to work and I haven't got sick and this and that, but understand that it can be somebody else's fault. It can be a circumstantial fault, but it's your responsibility to slowly or quickly lift yourself up and start crawling out of wherever you are into a better place. And you can do it. Trust me, you can do it. I've been to the lowest of lows and I've drugged myself out several times, and I'm thankful every time I do. And it's about doing the work and practicing, because you got to practice on this the same as we practice on these muscles. It's the same thing up here. Our mental health is so important. And we always talk about, let's eat what's good for our body. Let's exercise. Let's get our sleep. Let's do these things. But let's remember to take a minute and ask yourself, how am I doing up here? Do I feel happy? Do I feel kind? Do I feel giving? Or do you not? Do you feel angsty and anxious and things? And let's deal with it. Let's talk to each other. Let's help each other out. Life's short. We're all going to be dirt one day. So let's enjoy it and let's love each other right now. And I hate to be grim, but that's the truth. Take it from me.
What has been, I know you talked about how you're kind of holed up a little bit because of the injury, but what has been like a new hobby or a show or book or something that you've discovered during the pandemic?
That's a good question. Well, I have been doing a ridiculous amount of gardening. So like everybody else, I got terrified when we got put under a lockdown and I thought it was the end of the world. That's my inner anxious conspiracy theorist working all the time, overtime. And I was like, Mandy, we have to be fully self-sustainable and figure out how to grow everything we need to survive in the next month. So we got like 300 square feet of raised bed planters that I built during like March of last year. We're growing our own Halloween pumpkins and all of our vegetables. We haven't. Hi, puppy. So we've been growing a lot of stuff, and I'm learning, and I'm not a green thumb, and vegetables and leaves get mold and mites and bugs, and you don't just put a seed in and are like, oh wow, it's a banana. Like it's like tough to grow stuff. Like you're not like Jason Mans. He posts this stuff from Virginia where he's like, oopsie, I guess I got 400 watermelon today. And I'm like, what is happening? Like, I can't grow one pea pod. And this guy's just like, I don't know how it is. It comes easier, I guess, for some people. But yeah, my wife and I have been heavily invested in agriculture and trying to get our yard where it's doing something, where we can we're growing all sorts of stuff, by the way. Like they'll in my Instagram will in the next 6 months turn to nothing but the stuff that Matt grew in his yard and didn't die. That's all it's going to be. So stop following me now, everybody. I'm telling you in advance. So yeah, lots of gardening. I tried to pick up sewing when everybody started making the masks. I bought a Singer sewing machine. Shout out to Bob Singer, even though I don't believe he's related. A Singer sewing machine, and it wasn't until 2 weeks ago when my wife's dad's wife came and she taught me how to use it. So I'd owned it for nearly a year before not knowing how to use it. Now I know. And then she did all the sewing around the house that I needed to show me. So I kind of should just return it, I guess. I didn't really learn that to sew. It's like $300 sewing machine. I was like, took me like 5 years to finally, spend the money on it. And so, yeah, a little bit of sewing and a lot of vegetabling is what I'm going to call it for now.
Do you still have the butterflies?
Oh, we have so many butterflies. There's none inside right now, but I bought, I think 35 small milkweed plants, which were like, about a foot tall. And milkweed is the sole food that butterflies, monarch caterpillars and butterflies need to survive. They eat nothing else but this flowery, bush called milkweed. And so we bought a bunch of them and they've blossomed, right? I've got hooked up the sprinkler system. These things have grown into like a row of bushes. And any given day you can walk out my backyard and there's at least 3 monarchs actively it just feels like a movie to me. Like it's the cinematic nerd that's just loves the opening of a movie like Forrest Gump, where like you follow a feather. Dee, 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 dee. Like I watch a butterfly through a lens in my head, a lens in here, not a real lens. There's a lens in my head, and like I see this butterfly, and like I don't know, it just goes along, and I hear like a montage of music, and wherever he lands, I kind of like think, oh, what's the next scene that connects? Butterflies to me are magic. They are like little fairies, and I love them, and so the very long answer to your question is yes, we still have butterflies around.
Well, do you have anything else you want to add? Because I think we're just about done.
I just want to take a moment and thank you guys, Nerds and Beyond, for being so supportive of me and of every single person I know and care about. And I love to watch you guys blossom into these other shows and these other fandoms and this other stuff. And I always want to support you guys and help because I find it honest, and I find it, I find that it just seems like you guys, your heart's in the right place. Like you want to do good and you want to build this thing, but your write-ups are very supportive. Your articles seem well-rounded, and we should do another event like this. You guys make me want to be there for the fans more, and why, hopefully we get back to some real conventions and seeing each other, because you don't know how much I miss hugs. Okay. It's hard to talk about. My wife and I've grown so close because I'll just walk up to her randomly and she'll be like sweaty and stinky out in the yard and won't want to hug me. And I'll just walk up to her and I'll need to hug her because I'm not getting my conventions with 300 hugs in a weekend. And so I miss that. And you guys remind me of that. And Nerds and Beyond always makes me think. Yeah, you guys make me think of the positivity and the fun. And I want to get back to it. So I'm sending all my love to the fandom, all my love to Nerds and Beyond, and anybody who's ever supported Supernatural or anything I've done in my career. Thank you. I don't take it for granted. I look forward to blowing your socks off with my future endeavors into filmmaking and television. We will be doing both things as an actor and as a director. I have many projects in development right now, very active development, and I can't wait to give you a flavor of Matt, a different flavor than's typically out there in the action world and in the genre. So I'm excited, and thank you. I appreciate you guys, and I'll always be here. I'll always be here working.
Thank you. Well, we're excited to see, what you have coming up, and thank you for spending time with us.
My pleasure. Take care. Goodbye, everybody.
All right. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Hey everyone. Welcome. My name is Pau, and I am here to facilitate a conversation with Rachel. We're very excited. I wanted to give a few announcements before we jump in. So I think all of you know that this panel is benefiting Random Acts and specifically the Food Equity Program. And so we're really, really grateful for any donations that you can give. We're going to have the link all over social media. Nerds and Beyond has tweeted it. And it's also right in the chat. So feel free to go ahead and donate if you're able. And also check out on social media the hashtag RA Cultivating Kindness, which can give you a taste of all of the food equity program and projects that RA has been doing. So yeah, thank you, Rachel, for joining us today. And I'm going to start with a non-Random Max food equity question just to warm us up a little bit.
And thank you, and I'm glad to be here. It's great to see you.
Yeah.
And, sending love out to everyone.
Yes, I see that Luce is in the chat. So hi, Luce, and hi, everyone else. So this is actually a question that we got from Twitter from somebody, which is oftentimes you really put out this really amazing positive light into the world. And somebody was wondering what fuels your emotional and spiritual energy when you need it.
That's a really, really wonderful question. And thank you for saying that. I think I reflect back light. That's the way I like to think of it. I'm really inspired generally by humanity. Not every aspect of humanity is always inspiring. Obviously, we have injustices and things that are less than inspiring, but every time throughout my existence, I'm able to look to people, to individuals that are persevering. There are certain qualities in humans that transcendence, that overcoming, the persistence of toward our goals, and the general reaching toward kindness and connection to each other. Like there's always some human being, some story, some tweet that someone sends me, some artist I see out in the world, but it changes all the time where that inspiration is coming from. But I feel like it's always there to be had. Does that make sense? So like, and I feel like part of human existence is that game of, I think of it like, when you're trying to keep multiple balloons in the air, sometimes one of us is kind of falling, and then another can lift the other one up, and I just always hope that we can all do that for each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you. That's very, very beautiful. And I think inspirational for so many of us, especially during these times where so many things are tough and difficult. But I think that those words are just really healing too.
Yeah, and I think we all have to look for that. I think that's one of the things that is so important to me about Random Acts and what we do, and having things like that, the hashtags and whatnot, connected to certain endeavors that we're doing, is that I want there to be a place that people can always like click on that hashtag and see stories of goodness, and see that you're not alone in trying to imbue the world with something more beautiful, and that there are a lot of other people out there trying to make the world better. I think we all need that sense of a connection, and it is a constant struggle. And I think we all need, in those moments where we're dipping, where we're not feeling that inspiration, that lift, we need to have places we can go to and people we can go to that inspire us back into remembering who we are and that what we're capable of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It does. Thank you for that answer. And I'm going to segue to ask you another question, which is that we're going to be talking a lot about plants and growing and other things of that nature. I know you've shared with us in the past on social media that you have like a little indoor garden yourself.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you can share. I know that you've named some of them.
I've named them all. I have lots of plant babies, and I name them, and it's a lovely. Like, to me, they are such a bright spot in my day. Talk about things that lift you up and remind you of the beauty in the world and life. I just find surrounding myself with plant babies really helps me. And I love, like, I'm actually sitting here right now looking at one of them has like kind of little star shape. And it started out with stars that had 4 leaves, and now it's gotten up to 6. And I love seeing the new growths, and I encourage them. They always surprise me each day. But yeah, so did you want to know names and things, or?
Yeah, tell us about your indoor garden. Like, I'm excited to learn about it. And also, like, an indoor garden in New York City apartment is a big prop.
Yeah,
too.
and I think it's super important. Again, it's like, so to me, part of the trick of existence too is being like, for me, joy comes from being mindful of every moment and the joy that exists in each moment, and also the effects we create in every single moment, in every conversation, every interaction. There's always some energy that we're putting out into the world. And so I think that's probably what connects me so much to the environmental movement and all these things. Is I think even if there wasn't global warming, which there is, and even if there wasn't consequences that we're having to experience, I think it's healthy holistically, like, for us and our inner beings, just to be mindful of, like, oh, I'm putting this piece of garbage out in the world, or I just ate this thing and it now exists, or I'm putting money toward this company, and therefore I'm partly responsible for the actions that they're taking. And I think just being aware of the ripples of everything we do, for good and bad. So that's what something like a responsibility of taking care of plants reminds me of too. It keeps me mindful of that, is that they're very sensitive to your care and also your energy and all those things. So I also talk to my plants and encourage them. I know it's very silly, but I feel like it makes a difference. So that's why they all have unique names. So there's a bunch. I'll try. If there's too many, I don't want to take up the whole session, but I've got lots of, I go to different things. So we've got like Wally and Eva and Mo, and we've got a bunch of Lord of the Rings. So there's like a whole slew of Lord of the Rings characters. I've got a Hup from the Dark Crystal. I've got Lee, which that's inspired partly by Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, but also so Lee Mumbai. But also, that's Li has a beautiful meaning in Chinese, and so it reminded me of life energy. I've got an Uma, which again, like if you look up the Sanskrit and the like some of the Buddhist meaning behind Uma or whatever, that I really like that one. So anyway, those are some of the names.
Yeah, I feel like they're all so very you, because they're like so nerdy and also spiritual and just beautiful, that being surrounded by all of them must be like really nice.
It is. It makes a difference to me. And just, I do try to like pay attention to their personalities. One of my favorites, so I've got a Galahad, and when he arrived, he was really like tiny and bent, and he just had like 2 leaves, and they were kind of like worse for the wear from the travel and stuff. And he's now huge, and he's really, I feel like he really lived up to his name, because I gave him this very noble knight, of a name, and he didn't necessarily look like that, but I saw it in him, and now he's become the biggest, and he's grown so much, and he has so many leaves now, and he's always growing a new shoot. And they get longer and longer. The leaves are like this long.
Well, you clearly have a green thumb.
My mom does a lot of the work too. She takes care of the plants a lot, so she gets a lot of the credit for that too.
Yeah, that's sweet that you do it together.
It's shared love. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to transition to, well, maybe ask you more nerd questions later.
Yes.
But I wanted to transition to ask you about Random Acts and the food equity program. I know that it's really big and taking off, and this weekend is really launching us putting it out there. I say us because I also am on staff for Random Acts and really proud of the program. So yeah, can you share with us a little bit about the program in general?
Yeah, I do really recommend to people that you keep track, because we're going to have announcements every week, and we're going to be going into depth about all the various projects that we're helping to fund and working on. So I really recommend you follow on social media and on the webpage for food equity, and we'll be continuing to have updates. And the hashtag is great too. But yeah, so we did. We funded an Earth Day initiative with Harlem Grown in New York City. We have funded a couple projects. We funded one with JK Community Farms, which is in Virginia, and Black Futures Farm, which is in Portland, Oregon. There's a project that some of you might be familiar with that started out as a Gish Random Acts Giles Dooley project. It was a farming collective in Rwanda, and that's grown. It's become a project called Land for Women, and we funded a whole educational component to that because they're starting multiple farms. There's going to be 600 women who have collectives in Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC. It's really special. I recommend reading more about that one too. And then we funded another thing with City Slicker Farms. It's got a food forest and a children's playground and stuff. So, and that's in Oakland, California. I think the thing that's really important about all these projects, they've all got educational components. We've really, really researched to find organizations that could use our help, that we could help launch a specific project with. And look at areas where there were either food deserts or people were not having access to healthful foods wherever they were in the world. And we're looking at how we can change those paradigms and those dynamics. And there's really, I recommend reading up on it because there's all these cool components, and I don't want to, bore you with too many details. But if you're interested, please look it up, because it's an area that touches all of us. And I think that we can all understand that if we don't have proper nutrition, we can't function, we can't go to work, and we can't get an education. And so it underpins so many things. And it's where you see marginalized groups where there's so much injustice, where you can continue to oppress certain areas and certain people just by not giving access to this basic resources. And so we're really looking at how do we change those dynamics in the world, period. And I think it's so important, and it's so important from an environmental point of view as well. I don't know if any of you are interested in regenerative farming, but I'm very interested in that. And how do we, again, mindfully care for our world and create a world that, continues to exist for future generations and be abundant. So, yeah. That's touching on some of it, but we've got really cool projects ahead too. We've got more. We've got a big project we're going to be working on with Giles in the UK. We've got some really cool things coming from the board. So please stay tuned, and please let us know your thoughts as well, and if it speaks to you. Because we really looked at this was born out of looking at what are the ways that we can best connect to and touch each other in a positive way and affect a lot of lives positively. And like to me, that's it's such a quintessential essence of kindness. Is like many of us have experienced just feeding another person or feeding or being fed. It's such a warm and connected and wonderful way to express kindness and care for someone's life.
Yeah. So I think that the global reach of it is something that is really impressive and really beautiful. I know Harlem Grown is in my backyard. I've volunteered there. It's an amazing place. And I love that a lot of the communities that are being touched are marginalized communities across the world, specifically in the US so far, a lot of communities of color, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, but also beyond that. But I know one thing is that people who are listening can actually participate in the Food Equity Project in their backyard. So can you talk a little bit about how people can do that?
Yeah, and we're putting out lots of content and ideas, and you can also, if you're growing something or you're working on a project, you can use the hashtag. You can share it and use the hashtag RA Cultivating Kindness, just so we can like maximize how much we're lifting each other up and encouraging each other in this. So yeah, you can grow your own food garden. You can grow food for yourself. You can help sustain other people. Some of the projects that we're working on, like what we worked on with JK Community Farms, was growing food that then gets donated and given to people so that they have fresh vegetables. That's something you can do even in your neighborhood. And so whether you're feeding yourself or your family or other people, I think it's a really amazing thing to realize we all have this ability to grow food and to spread nutrition and health in the world.
Yeah, and I know that Random Acts does supporter funded projects in general, and I know that that if you go to the Food Equity webpage, you can actually look at signing up for a supporter act. So you don't have to do a Food Equity Project Act, but if you are interested in a project that touches upon food equity, you can get funding for it potentially if you apply. So I think that's something that's really awesome because like you were saying, even growing your own garden or your own food in your garden can make such a big difference. I know I've been trying not so successfully to grow some herbs. It's hard in a New York City apartment, but
so one trick I recommend is I actually bought, they weren't very expensive. I bought some grow lights, some like sun lamp, for the plants, and they really respond to that, especially in a New York City apartment, because even with the sun coming through, it's not quite enough light all the time. So that's one of the things I noticed the biggest difference in health.
Yeah, that's such a good tip because I've been like relying on the sunlight that trickles into my kind of dark apartment.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a really good trick. If anybody has other tricks for growing or growth of plants or gardens, you could put them in the chat or you could put them out on social media with the hashtag RA Cultivating Kindness. We're just very, very excited about this project, and I hear it in your voice, Rachel, and I think that it's just really amazing.
I am, and I'm so grateful. I'm very grateful to you because there's so many things. I'm so glad that you're sharing with people. Because it's I think everyone on the staff is really excited about this, and it's this huge and vibrant staff, and that's why I encourage people to be part of the RA community in any way that they want, even if it's just connecting and sharing with hashtags, or it's doing an act yourself, or just following, because to me, and maybe I'm biased, but it's the most uplifting group, and we share this excitement and this drive to kind of to change the world for the better and to help each other and create a supportive community, and that's such an important thing right now, I think, to be connected to. And I also just to put out there, we've got our regional reps positions. We rotate when the positions are open, because otherwise it's just overwhelming because there are always applications. And we want to give people a chance to transition in. But until the end of June, I think we've got open positions. And I really encourage people, because one of the most exciting things is watching the organization become more and more global. That's a dream of mine. It's a wonderful gift, just to be connected to people all over the world.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, Nerds and Beyond just put in the chat the link to the regional rep application. Thank you, Nerds and Beyond. And I can only speak just great things about Random Acts, and I feel like the regional reps are such a backbone of the organization. I adore them so much. And Kelly, who is one of the staff members that works with us, and Rhea, and everybody's giving tips and mentioning that September, if now isn't the right time to apply, there's going to be different options for applying. Definitely keep an eye out for applying to different positions. And beyond regional reps, we have, I know, a lot of vacancies in other departments that you can find on the Random Acts website. So definitely check
and encourage, for if you've got friends in other countries and things, it's a wonderful thing to encourage. We're really trying our best to be more accessible language-wise. We still do need right now people to have some working knowledge of English, because we can't do all our meetings in every language and have those translations available. But we're trying as much as possible, and that's one of the most beautiful things about the regional reps, is they're so often pioneering speaking to people within their country and their community. That's, to me, one of the most important things we can do. So.
Yeah, I know someone in the chat put a question, which I know I don't know the answer to, but maybe you do, Rachel.
Okay.
What are the easiest veggies to start with? Any idea?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. I'm not. I've stayed to houseplants. I don't have any vegetable garden of my own, because I'm in the New York City apartment, and I'm not growing any vegetables, so I don't know. But we actually have plans to have panels and experts talking, giving tips, and some of the people from some of the farms that we're working with, we're going to bring in and have sessions where they can give tips and stuff. So definitely keep following, and we'll make sure we get that information to you. I'm just not the expert, and I'm very grateful to have experts around.
Yeah, Kelly just put in the chat lettuce. So there we go.
Yes.
We got one answer. And thank you for the assist there, Kelly. And I know that, like you're saying on social media, there's going to be like different tips that we're going to be sending out via social media and things of that nature about these things. So you can kind of keep your eyes peeled for that too.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I mean, I again, thank you, because I get very excited about this whole project. I'm actually wearing our food equity shirt right now.
Oh, that's so pretty.
And so I think we're putting stuff out about that's available on Spreadshirt. And so, I love it. I got my mom one too.
Yeah, they're really cool. And if you all feel like, shopping any of the RA merch, we have our own merch shop on Spreadshirt, and you can check that out as well. And a lot of the designs are gorgeous. I'm a little bit biased, but the staff that creates like really beautiful designs. And obviously shopping for our merch goes back to the organization and as a form of, charitable contribution. So thank you for shopping with us if you want to. I feel like I just sounded like a commercial.
It's okay. It's a commercial for good happiness.
Yeah,
and spreading kindness in the world. I think there's no better commercial.
Yeah. So somebody put in the chat a different question, sending us in another direction. I'm trying to go up to it. It was, what was the most profound book you've read this year?
Oh my goodness, I cannot answer. Okay, so I just finished my 85th book for the year so far.
Oh my gosh!
I know, I've been like this because since lockdown or whatever, like it's given me so much more time to read, and that's been my solace and my joy. And I get so hungry for knowledge, and I feel like rather than being satiated, I get more hungry because it is that thing of like the more you know, the more you're where you don't know. So it's a very hard for me to answer because there's been so many profound books that I've read. I've been on a kick with reading a lot on Korean history, Japanese history, and Chinese history, and then and a lot of Buddhist texts as well. Please do feel free. I have it up on my Twitter page right now. Do feel free to join my good or follow me on Goodreads or share with me because I share all the books that I'm reading there. One of the most profound books I read that I really loved, I have to remember the name. It's something to do with time.
When you read 85 books.
Yes, I know. I'm not that. I'm really, but there are certain things I remember concepts, and I can tell you everything about the book. But I'm like, what is the title? Carlo. What it's the only. Okay, so if you go to my Goodreads, it's the only one I gave a special category of 6 stars to. So yeah, it's on the nature of time, but I can't remember the exact title, but I know that I put it in there. I recommend it, not only recommended it, but I gave it its own category of 6 stars because it was so profound and beautiful. It's a physicist, but he's a poet, and he just wove together. It's beautiful. He describes the nature of existence and matter and space and time and whatever in such a beautiful way.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. I know that you're just such a reader, and your Goodreads, I've only glanced at it, but it's really, really neat. And I feel like somebody put the answer in the chat, the order
good.
of time.
The Order of Time? That's it,
Yeah,
right?
by Carlos Ravelli. I think it's an I at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, The Order of Time. We
That
got
is correct.
multiple answers. So there you go, you all.
Beautiful. The Order of Time.
Yeah,
I highly recommend it. It's not a long book.
Yeah. Do you have any favorite authors in general?
Again, I'm really bad with favorites because I feel like, so one of the things about me is I in the same way I say I don't have like one person that inspires me. There's so many people, and I fall in love very easily. Like and I mean that in like a deep sense with like the nature of who people are and authors and things like that. So I feel like whenever I'm reading a book, it's my favorite author at that time, if that makes sense. There are definitely like people who stand out historically for me. But I have trouble. I have a weird guilt complex about choosing favorites. I think I might have told you I used to like even with my toys as a child, I would make sure I played with them all equally. Because I felt so guilty. I didn't want anyone to feel they were favored. So I kind of have that with authors. There's so many authors that I love. I definitely I saw when you put out questions, there was a question about like a profound universe that was built, and I thought Tolkien did a wonderful job. J.R.R. Tolkien with Silmarillion is one of my favorites in terms of universe building. It's really, really beautiful, and I think he touches on a lot of actually essential truths. That's one of the things I love about fantasy, that genre, is that you can sometimes get to the essence of like human truth in a deep, profound way that is rejected less because you don't have to conform to the standards of reality.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, is that a prequel to Lord of the Rings? I think it is, right?
It
Or
sort of what it is it's literally like the mythology and background to the whole universe that Lord of the Rings is built on.
Mhm.
So he had done all this. That's one of the things that he did, all this world building that wasn't even in the novels. That was just like he created whole languages and whole histories of all the Elvish people. And this literally is goes back to creation and the
Mhm.
creation myth and where all the elves and like the essence of the gods and stuff within that universe come from. So it's a wonderful. I love that kind of nerdy look into things.
Yeah, we were chatting with Robbie Thompson a few nights ago about nerdy everything, and fantasy or otherwise. Did you get a chance to watch any favorite or not favorite, because you don't pick favorites, but any good shows during lockdown?
So many, I really have. But I also, so I have a weird thing where I get very into watching shows in different languages. So I got really into watching Danish shows for a while, and now I've been on a Korean kick. So I've been making my way through like most of the Netflix Korean shows, and there's so many beautiful shows, and I love some of the like epic. I've done before, like the Chinese epic fantasy shows and stuff. I love those mythologies and universes. So again, I'm not gonna like direct you because I also feel like it's so swayed by what is uplifting to me at that moment. And one of the reasons I love watching shows in other languages as well is because I try to learn a bit of languages. So I'm working on 7 different languages right now. And so it really helps me if I watch content in that language. And again, I don't think I'm going to be fluent in any of these, but I love being able to start to recognize phrases and words and also thought processes and know the difference between. A lot of times their translations aren't really perfect. So I love when I get to the point where I can read the transcript and at the same time know they're kind of wrong. It's like, no, but actually the deeper meaning behind that phrase is slightly different.
Like the nuances.
Yeah.
That happens with me when I watch things in Spanish, since that's my first language. And I'm like, that's not quite it.
Yeah.
But
because there's concepts that just don't translate perfectly.
Exactly.
And so it's not that it's bad translation. It's just that I love when you start to understand, there's a whole way of thinking. And that, to me, that is why I love language. There's a whole way of thinking and viewing the world and contemplating the world that is different from what I experience.
Yeah.
And that culture, like the words are born out of that. So.
Speaking of words, I wholeheartedly feel like you're one of my favorite poets. And I know you do some of your own writing. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
That really means a lot to me. Thank you. It's like I think where my heart lies. I love doing that. I've been thinking more and more about trying to find ways to share it. It's not something that I'm, people have asked me, do I want to publish or whatever? And I'm definitely not opposed to that. I don't have the knowledge of how, how to do it. And I also want to share it in a way that's very accessible to people and stuff. So, so I have to figure that out. But, yeah, it's just something that I've been doing since I was a teenager. It's a way of expressing myself. I like poetry because it feels more, I can be more truthful. I write a lot of notes for novels and things where I have these ideas, but then it starts to feel false after a while. I don't know how else to explain it, but and then also I trip myself up on like, is this really going to be needed in the world? Like, does it speak to anyone? And so one of the things I love with poetry is I can just kind of quickly, off the cuff, just write something and share it, and it can feel really truthful and authentic in that moment and connected to people, and like, oh, maybe there's someone this will touch, and there's not too much weight behind it of the need for people to like it or dislike it. It's like, if there's one person who it lifts up or is truthful in some way or highlights something in their life, then that's enough.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I write a little bit of poetry, and that's very similar to how I feel too.
I think it's a beautiful art. I hope it doesn't get lost. Because it is a really beautiful art form, and there's so many ways that you can highlight truth in life and as best as possible. It's hard to put into words. There's qualities in life that are hard to put into words.
Yeah, so I wanted to transition to talk a little bit about acting.
Yeah.
And basically, a lot of the people in the chat and people who are fans of Nerds and Beyond are fans.
And I want to thank, I haven't gotten a chance to give a shout out to Nerds and Beyond. Thank you all for putting this on, and it's a lovely group, and it's, I'm very grateful for this.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also biased about Nerds and Beyond, but they're awesome. And I think that this festival, I mean, everybody is volunteering their time. And I think it's just so beautiful that you all are hosting it, and that everybody who's been a part of it has been a part of it. I know Matt Cohen was on right before you.
Yeah.
And was giving really great updates about some projects he might be a part of in the future. But I wanted to ask you retrospectively, in terms of acting, if there's any meaningful roles that kind of stand out to you. I don't know if that's asking a favorite question again.
Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, in terms of from my past, like characters I play, again, they all have deep meaning at that moment, but the ones that have kind of really stayed with me, I can say there's probably two. One was Meg from Supernatural, and obviously that took a life of its own too, because there's so much connection with the whole Supernatural family, and we became, I feel like there's a connection that goes beyond just with conventions and all those things. But I always, from the moment I read the audition sides, Meg always really spoke to me. And I connected with that character, and I really love that character. And then there was another character I played. It was Betty in a film called Hyde. It was with Kristen Kane, who was on an episode of Supernatural, and he's friends with Jensen and Jared and stuff. And that was another really wonderful, fun character. And yeah, I feel like both of those characters kind of transcended, and I learned a lot, and just loved kind of being in their skin, so to speak. So.
And you mentioned the Supernatural family and like how that just like contributes to loving a role too. And one thing I've noticed is within the acting community, the women of Supernatural seem to have this like amazing bond.
I think that's definitely one of the most incredible things about it. And we did, like, I really, that was something that was so special, is we had all the women's panels, and I have those friendships have lasted, and we all stay in touch. We have text threads and things, and they're the most encouraging things. Shoshana and I became really good friends, and she wrote a brilliant script pre-COVID for the two of us. So, I don't know what's going to happen now, but that was really beautiful. And I really cherish that friendship. But yeah, it was just, I think, a really particularly supportive group. Just genuinely, we all love each other. We're all different, but we all really love and admire each other, I think. And I don't know what the magic was that brought us all together, but there was that. And I think maybe like the idea behind all of the women becoming so close, one, it was just a natural thing, a natural occurrence, being around such good people who really got each other and knew how to and just supported each other. But also, I know at the time when I first started doing conventions and stuff, there was this assumption that women wouldn't get along. And I know that I was asked, even like I used to do panels with Nikki Acox, who played the original Meg. And I got along with her so well. We loved doing panels together. But people separately would ask each of us when we were doing conventions, are you willing to be on stage with her? Like, you know, there was a lot of this feeling like women must be jealous of each other or competitive with each other. And I think that was going back maybe to the 2000s, like early 2000s stuff. That was like a very common assumption. And so I think maybe part of what helped to catalyze us being so supportive and so close was this assertion on all our parts that was not going to be the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like from a fandom side, I think it's like similar. You know, you have to build that community and friendship and challenge, you know, these views that like women are pitting each other against each other and things of that nature. And it's really beautiful, I think, to hear that that is something that you all feel so strongly.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a complete lie from my point of view. And it's such a undermining of, you know, who we are, and shrinking of who we are to assume that we would be that way.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you talked about Meg.
Yeah.
And Meg returned towards the end of the series as the Empty, which I know when I saw you pop up on the screen. I screamed when I saw you pop up on the screen, and that was really amazing to see. What was that like for you?
It was incredible. I mean, it was incredible. We've talked about, it was really important to me from a representation point of view to do roles while I'm in a wheelchair, or mobility scooter, whatever, right? You know, my combination of, factors are, but to show that we can create a dynamic existence and do what we love and create dynamic characters and whatever, you know, however we are. I don't feel like there's enough representation of all the nuance of what it means to be human. And there's certainly not enough disability representation and stuff. And to have that not be a barrier to being able to play that character was really important. I think, you know, it was really fun. As I said, so one of my favorite things about that, the playing the Empty, was I think that, at least my interpretation was the reason why I was the Empty was because the Empty had total awareness of Castiel's consciousness. So picked Meg out because Meg was someone he would have affinity for, and that would hurt him all the more to have that physical representation. And I thought that was such an interesting, nice nuance and kind of wrap up to the Meg Castiel thing. We can all just imagine, I certainly do, we can imagine that they also got to meet up later on and have a happy connection.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You mentioned the other evening about the look that Misha, when he was playing Cass, gave when he first saw the Empty as Meg, and I hadn't like picked up on that. And I was like, you're right. That was like that split second of like
that split second where he was excited, and I love that, because no matter what, and that's where I think we're thinking too small if you make it simply just traditional romantic relationships, because I think there are so many ways to have deep love and affinity for other human beings or other demons or angels or whatever we were. And so I don't want it, because I have a lot of consideration of it. I don't want it to take away from the moment between Dean and Cass and how profound that was. But I don't think it does. I think to wrap up that all of these characters had these ways that they were deeply connected to each other, and that you can have all of that those can all be true. It doesn't take away from or undermine. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like it's a really beautiful thing to say. I think like love transcends, you know, those boundaries sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think especially in Supernatural, and the fact that like Cass did have that confession to Dean and also had that look when he saw you, and all of these things I think can happen simultaneously.
Yeah. I love that you said that. And when you said love transcends boundaries, there's a moment, and in the film Cloud Atlas, there's a sequence that is like the boundaries sequence. I don't know, you can like find the clip maybe on YouTube or something sometimes. Sometimes it's taken down, sometimes it's put back up, and there's a musical score that goes along with it. But I found that to be one of the most beautiful little clips. I've watched just that clip over and over, and there's words that go along with it, and I just think it's a beautiful kind of insight into life in general. At least from my point of view, it really speaks to me.
Yeah, no, totally. I think, yeah, I personally loved Meg. I thought that she was such a complex person. And for those of you that didn't join us on Friday night, we talked about Goodbye Stranger, which was your goodbye to the show originally before you came back as the Empty. And that was a really, I think, just beautifully acted episode by you, if I can say. And I feel like the writing, we talked about the writing because Robbie Thompson did it. And it was just such a great episode to say goodbye to Meg in.
Yeah. And it really was so beautiful. As I said, I could not respect or admire Robbie more. But also everyone that worked on that episode, and there were so many really beautiful scenes. And as I said, my favorite thing, the thing that meant the most to me was that Meg sacrificed herself and saved Cass, and there wasn't a lot. She didn't make a lot out of it, but it was you don't see that a lot with female represented characters. And I want to change that dynamic. I guess I have an interesting issue with gendering in that what it is it's that box that we associate whatever those characteristics that were traditionally associated with this idea of gender that I've always not understood. And as I said, I've never understood that thing of someone you love being in danger and being able to stand back or not do everything in your power to help or save them. To me, that was like, that's such an undermining of what I understood, I've always understood of love or care. I couldn't imagine someone I cared for being in any kind of difficulty or peril and not doing everything I could to change that situation.
Yeah, I feel like what you're saying in terms of like, just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you wouldn't take that step forward to save somebody you loved.
Yeah.
You know, you're unicorn.
That's right. That's exactly right. So yeah, I think to me that was such a strong, like it was just such a strong choice on her part, and I really admired that. And the unblinking nature of it, So yeah.
So I was going to ask you about conventions, and I mean, just a general question, like, what do you miss about conventions?
I miss the human connection. I miss seeing you all. I'm certainly, like, one of the things that kind of scares me the most about conventions, I can't imagine seeing people and not hugging them. Because as you know, like, I was kind of known at conventions if I always hug people. to me, one of the things that's hard and that I thought would be hard at conventions is you're seeing so many people and you're getting to meet them and you don't have time to truly deeply connect. And I have that thing of it, like, I guess my wish would be if I could really like heal and make every person feel like seen and appreciated. That would be my ideal. And so I felt like just like hugging and touching and all that are ways to kind of quickly transmit as much of that energy as possible of just like, no, you matter. And so I miss that kind of easy way to connect. But I don't know, like that wouldn't be viable now. So I'm not someone who dwells a lot on what isn't. So I'm more interested in like, how do we create ways that you can feel equally as seen and connected to? And I think that's possible, but we have to find new formats.
Yeah, no, totally. I feel like I hadn't thought about that actually a lot. And I think like words are one of those ways, but it's also like in some ways they're almost limiting too. And I feel like you're right when there's like that hug connection, it's like this like transaction of like love or like connection, but
you're literally like you're putting hearts together. You're telling someone, you're like opening yourself up to someone and sharing that. And like to me that is that literally probably, so I guess if there's one thing I miss the most about conventions, it is hugs. Because that feels right. And I know that sounds really silly, but it is my biggest, I don't like social lies. I'm very bad with them. I often miss cues and things because I don't like kind of the veneer of social interaction. So I loved anything that bypasses that just means that you can genuinely connect to each other.
Yeah. All right, Rachel. So that's time for us. I just got a text about that. I'm sorry I got so into our conversation. So thank you to Nerds and Beyond. And just a reminder that you can donate to the Food Equity Program for Random Acts.
And thank you to everyone who is.
Yeah, thank you to everyone. And we love you. And check out the RA Cultivating Kindness hashtag.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Yay. I said ready and then I put something in my mouth. I'm sorry.
Classic.
Buddy, you look so good, Bart. So good to see you.
I know your hair is so long.
That's all.
We get so excited whenever we see each other's stuff.
Seen Tina forever, buddy.
Too long.
No. So let's start out. If you guys don't know Ellie and Tina, they were part of Kings of Con with Robin Rich. And then now they've kind of branched off and they've always kind of had their own thing going on anyway. But Ellie, you work at Warner Brothers, correct? And then Tina, you've been doing a lot of stuff, but you've also been on the Kings of Con podcast with Robin Rich too.
Yeah. Otherwise, freelance line producer.
So can you guys talk a little bit about what you're up to right now?
You should start because yours is far more exciting.
Fine, I'll start. Cool. Yeah. So I've been producing. I just finished a pilot for Hulu, which fingers crossed we get picked up hopefully, and we'll be able to do that. Doing the podcast with the boys. I'm sure anyone who's a listener and Patreon member, thank you. Even though we're trying to keep up a schedule as best we can, so I miss a couple episodes here and there, but you guys are awesome. And also producing some commercials and trying to put together a horror feature, believe it or not. That's my crazy life. And then post vaccinated pandemic world trying to learn how to be a human who can talk to other humans again. How about you, Al?
Yeah, I mean, true on the pandemic / socialization front. I feel like I was texting Tina before we got last time. We were both sweating so much before this. This time my hands are I've got like dog hair, cat hair, crumbs, prunes on my hands. Like it's disgusting. Yes, I work. So Tina and I, Tina produced, I associate produced Kings of Con. We did a bunch of freelance work together after that, which was just the best. That and Kings of Con was like the best time of my life. And then I started working at Warner Brothers about 3 years ago. I helped run the Warner Brothers television workshop, which the Reader's Digest version of that is, it is our farm team of television writing and directing talent who are amazingly talented and should be working in television, but for whatever reason have not broken in yet. So it's an application-based workshop twice a year, director's workshop and a writer's workshop. We don't teach people how to write television and we don't teach people how to direct television. We just teach very, very talented writers and directors how to funnel the skill they already have into their first staffing job or their first episodic directing gig. So it has introduced me to like a wide array of incredible writers and directors, all of whom Tina and I will be tapping in our future production company. But yeah, it's an amazing job, and Warner Brothers, I'm not paid to say this, is an incredible company to work for. They take really good care of their people, and I love everybody I work with. So yeah.
Perfect. So I'm going to ask you a few just random questions too. So during the pandemic and everything, is there any sort of like new hobby or TV show or movie or something that you just really got into?
I mean, I've got a show. Tina, do you have one?
You go first, Ellie. Yeah, what do you got?
I got into Money Heist. Have you seen Money Heist?
Oh no, but I always watch that, and I feel like, I mean, just the name Money Heist, I'm in. I'm a diehard Fast and
so
Furious
good
person. Yeah,
it's so good. It's I recommend anybody who hasn't seen it watch it with the subtitles. You want to hear the Spanish. It's much better than dubbed, but it is like, I haven't seen a show in so long where I loved every single character except Supernatural, of course. But like, this is an ensemble like heist show where you love everyone. Yeah, that's the show I've been watching.
I watch a lot of bad reality TV. Also, I wore my Cobra Kai shirt. I'm a big fan of Cobra.
Hey.
You know, my big pandemic show was getting into Great British Bake Off, which just like makes me feel so good. I love reality shows, and then that one's like, oh, we all love each other and hope we do so well. And there's no money and there's no award at the end. You just like get to be the winner, and they're just like, yay! And it's so calming. I highly recommend it when you're stressed.
What about you?
I've just been busy. I've been so busy.
Yeah,
I had a baby in December, so like I have no time.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I will say I started watching recently Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist, which is incredible. I'm so hooked on it right now.
Nice.
That's really good. So I know we had some questions, and I know a lot of them are going to be Kings of Con related, so I hope you don't mind.
No problem.
So I know Vicky wanted to know, did you guys take anything from Kings of Con? Like, do you have anything in your house that was from the set or anything like that?
I listen, I need to preface this by saying I don't even drink coffee. I like half a glass of wine and I'm done for the day. Like I'm a sensitive person who is not able to do substances of any kind. But when you started that question, I thought it was going to be, what were you guys on when you
That too.
Yeah. Tina, did you take anything?
I was going to say, in all honesty, we didn't.
I have a singing clock, so don't mind it.
I think we didn't because Tina and I were more than anything at the end just trying to round up everything and get it and keep track of it and like get it in storage. I think everybody else swiped stuff from set and we were like, where's the clown mask? We need to put it in the box. So we just like put everything in storage and then rediscovered it. What, like when did we go back to storage? Like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
Recently. And if anything, we were like, we need a season 2. We have to save everything.
Yeah. Even this really shitty mask.
Yeah. We made it based off the crowdfunding, which was amazing. But making an entire season off that low budget was just an act of pure love. And so we were like, every penny we spent, we must save.
Yep.
What's a story or your favorite memory from filming?
I'll say one of my favorites, which we definitely don't talk about enough, is that Halloween episode.
Yeah.
And I look back, it was also our DP Mark Evans' birthday. So we have all these amazing pictures of Rich in like his tight little boy camper outfit and Rob in his tight leather jeans, and, like giving Mark a cake. And they're just running around the hotel at night. That was one of the few night shoots we actually did. And just over this hotel, and they're running around like covering up their boners. It was just like one of the most ridiculous episodes we shot. And then we bring in all these amazing extras who dressed up, who just showed up in the most random costumes. It's this poor hotel. All of a sudden we're running around covering boners with people just as like vampires and pirates and all kinds of crazy things. And that night was just ridiculous.
I feel like that's a good point, Tina. Also because some of the most fun days were the days where you get to have it's chaos, but you get to have everybody there at once.
Yeah.
Usually like, someone gets called at this hour, someone gets called 20 minutes later and doesn't go on for 2 hours. And so everybody's kind of like ships in the night. And so having everybody there at once is really thrilling.
Oh yeah, that was one of our big like, okay, here we go. We got everyone.
Yes. And wasn't that night wasn't the last thing we shot? Our martini was outside in like the loading area.
Yeah,
where they've got like they're making up it was basically improv, like they're doing the bit about the thing and the slip and the go around the back and slide in the whatever and yeah. I am 99.9% sure I actually peed a little bit. It was so late and it was so funny and we were all so tired.
Yeah. It's true. That one was ridiculous. I mean, everything we shot felt so ridiculous, and then that one was just extra heightened.
Yeah.
Aside from Kings of Con, what has been another project you have worked on that you really enjoyed, or that has been your favorite?
What do you got, Elle?
I mean, project is tough. I loved every commercial I ever did with Tina because it's just, when we work together, it's a party. It's fun. Yeah, I mean, I love. I'm not here to plug the workshop, what I do, but I did want to take this opportunity to say anybody who's listening who is interested in writing for television, who is interested in directing for television, who is interested in developing that craft. I don't know how much time we have, but I'm happy to answer questions about that. And I know Tina is too, about the two career paths we're on the different sides of the industry, because I sort of like fell into the studio side. I did want to make sure we took this opportunity to offer that up. If anybody has questions about how do I even get started, or I've done X, Y, and Z, and I don't know what the next step is. I know we both are eager to be resources for that. So
definitely. Well, I think that's kind of the question too. Like, let's say somebody is really into writing, and they don't know what to do next. Like, say they're in college, or say they're just out of high school and they like writing and they want to get into a television or studio space. Like, what's your advice on going about doing that?
Yeah, I can start, Tina, unless.
Yeah.
Okay. First and foremost, I'm going to say the obvious thing, which is write when you have no ideas, write when you don't know what to write about, write when you don't want to write, set a time every day to write when it's crap. And you have to be dedicated to it as a pursuit. instead of waiting for inspiration to strike. Because if you wait for inspiration to strike, you'll be waiting for years and years and years, and maybe you'll write down one idea every 6 months. Also, it's the only way you'll get better. My second piece of advice is if you're, I think this is useful if you want to, and Tina, Tyler could probably speak to this, but if you're interested in writing novels or features, I'm sure this would be useful, but it's especially useful if you're interested in TV, to find or create a writing group. Find people who want to develop ideas and get notes. So you gather, you share your material with one another, you give feedback to each other, you help brainstorm and pitch ideas on how to work this character arc, etc. I can share with you the Television Workshop website. There are a lot of resources on there for things like books about just understanding the structure of a TV pilot and how to craft one, and character arcs and story arcs and themes and motifs and all that stuff. So write, and find people to give you feedback. And then, move to LA. Workshops are great, like the one we do. All the studios pretty much have some workshop like ours, or fellowships. There are also non-studio fellowships that are really great. A lot of them are networking based, but a lot of them lead to jobs like ours. So that's what I got. Tina, what do you got?
Yeah. I mean, you covered it pretty well, Elle. Like you said, my husband Tyler, which I've talked about a couple times, is trying to be a writer. And he
is a writer. He is a writer, and he's amazingly talented.
He self-published a book, and I feel bad because it is such a hard thing to get. Like, writer's block is so real. Trying to keep up your passions is such a real thing. It's hard. We all have lives, with children and families and dogs and everything, and paying the bills and our day jobs. But you just you have to keep going. My poor husband, I'll always be like, go write, and he's like, I don't want to, and I'll just be like, you have to. And then he applies to Ellie's workshop, which is the number one thing. I also I talk to a lot of students at Emerson, my old college, and I'm always like, apply to workshop, apply to all of them, because even if you don't get in, the process is great practice. It forces you to write a spec script. It forces you to read other scripts. It forces you to edit your own work. So at the very least, it's something that could lead to a bigger, at the most, it could lead to a big opportunity. At the very least, it's keeping you going. It's giving you a deadline. It's forcing you to make yourself right so that you can apply to these things. And there's different workshops. I mean, WB is one of the famously greatest ones that I definitely recommend that one to everyone. So whether or not you think you'd get in, whether or not you think you're good enough or whatever, it's like, apply, right? Share that stuff with friends, like Ellie was saying. Submit to different what's the word where
fellowship workshops.
There's all different kinds of things that are out there, especially for writers. So in being a writer, it's like Ellie said, you just got to write.
Mm-hmm. I think Rich, on the directing side, I think Rich is a really great example of how to hone your craft with nobody giving you money to do it. He just, even pre Kings of Con, when I worked for his manager, he was constantly calling, saying, all right, I'm working on this thing. I got this idea. I'm grabbing a buddy. We're going to shoot this weekend. Just keeping him apprised of all that he was working on, but on no money, with just people that he likes, people that he knows. He was constantly creating. And that is, like with writing, the absolute best way to hone your voice and your talent, and also build a portfolio, which will recommend you for work.
Mm-hmm. Contest was the word I was looking for.
Brianna wants to know, do you have any tips for getting started or working around writer's block?
Ooh. So we do a class. Tyler may have some tips, Tina, but
I know I should bring him in.
Yeah, you should. Tyler, we do a class on, there are so many ways, right? And there are a lot of books that can help with that, but I'll share the one tip that I always find kind of fun and interesting that comes from, and I think Rich and Rob would appreciate this. Like, he's very old school, he's very analog, and he comes and teaches us a class every year in the Writers Workshop on brainstorming. And basically what he says is this. He says, an idea comes from like the tiny little nuggets of things that you don't ignore and don't shut anything down. that then snowball into something else. And so he has an exercise he gives them that helps sort of work this muscle, and it's this. He says, go to an actual newsstand, buy 6 publications, magazines, like color magazines that you don't read. Like if you read Cosmo, don't buy Cosmo. If you read, I was about to say Horse and Hound because I just watched Notting Hill. Don't buy Horse and Hound. Buy like Popular Mechanics. Buy Time magazine if you don't read Time. Buy like things, but he recommends stuff that has as many pictures and ads as possible for visual stimulation. He says then get a piece of paper, not an iPad, not a phone, not a computer. Piece of paper and a pen, not a pencil. Sit down, open up the first magazine, and turn the pages like this. Slowly, but not super, super slow. Just so that you're taking in the images, but you're not reading articles, you're not spending too much time on any one page. And anytime something sparks something in you, even if it's like vacuum, and the vacuum makes you think of something getting stuck in a vacuum, write that down. Something gets stuck in a vacuum, move on. And just do that over and over. And once you get through all 6 magazines, you'll probably have a couple of pages of just one-line things. Then, so this is for spec writing, then let's say you're speccing friends. You go through that list and you look at each thing one by one and you think, okay, what does that make me think of? Something getting stuck in a vacuum. What if Joey got something stuck in a vacuum? Write that down. Do that for each one of those. And you basically go through this process where by the end, you have 50 ideas that then you can read back to yourself and go, okay, good, Joey gets something stuck in a vacuum, but I also have this thing about Rachel missing her mom's birthday. And it'll sort of like get the ball rolling, and you'll end up with 30 ideas, 2 of which might be great. But I always liked that exercise because it gets you off the computer. It forces you to write down and like stop the overanalyzing brain of I have to come up with a fully formed idea right now. You know?
Yeah, I think that's great advice, which is, so often we think that whatever we're doing has to be perfect, right? Like, oh, what's writing if it's not going to be that perfect thing that's going to go somewhere else? But the point of writing is that you're writing and that you keep writing and you keep creating things. And I mean, again, just look at that Halloween episode, right? It's like boner pose. And that's the whole episode. Like whatever brought them there, and it's hilarious, and it doesn't take much to make something that people can connect with, or people can laugh with, or can make people cry. And so find whatever that thing is, and don't put the pressure on yourself to like write West Wing.
Yeah. I think even with drama or with comedy also, and obviously Rob and Rich are great examples of the comedy side of generating ideas, but we also do an improv class in the workshop, which can be very, very, very scary for a lot of people, especially when they've been writing alone or they're more introverted or just aren't interested in performing ever. It triggers a lot of anxiety for a lot of people, understandably. But every single person, no matter who they are, we find feels liberated after the workshop, after they do that, because the whole point of the improv class is not to be funny or be a great performer. It's to get out of your own way and go, it doesn't matter if this sounds stupid, write it down. Doesn't matter if I think this is dumb, ignore that, write it down. And I think that's key, like Tina said, not getting in your own way.
We're our own worst enemies often. We're our biggest doubters often. So you have to get out of that headspace entirely.
Awesome. Do you guys have any dream projects?
Ooh. I mean,
Kings of Con the movie.
Yeah. Con in space, Kings of Con underwater.
Kings of Con discovers Atlantis.
Yeah. I mean, Ellie and I are always saying we need to work together again and work together as much as possible. So a dream project is definitely anything I can sort of reunite that perfect group of people, and it is like awesome and cool that we're in this time in our life where the dream is right. Oh, I get to get paid to make stuff for my friends, and it's often everyone's dream, and it's so cool when you're in the position of like, oh, I did that, and I want to keep doing that, and it not only was awesome, but we made this great thing that's so fun, and the fandom here, and it's like, how do you recreate that? So that's like one thing I'm always looking for. And then it's sort of just, you know, I want to be the biggest boss I can, where it's like, I want it to be my project. I love Robin Rich. I love working with them, but I'm like, I also want my own show where me and Ellie are the bosses and we invite them to come to our show. So then they'll obviously be a part of it and they'll get to be, you know, either talent or help us write an episode. But I think the dream project is one where I'm fully in charge and the creator and it's mine. That's what I want.
Who's someone that you haven't worked yet with that you would like to work with?
I mean, I know mine. It's The Rock. I love The Rock. The Rock's so badly.
Guys, / Briar, can you hear me? Is my mic horrible?
It's scratchy, but
am I intelligible?
Yeah. No, we can hear you.
Oh,
yeah.
When Tina and I were on a job several years ago, post Kings of Con, and I found out how much she loved The Rock, Lex and I, Lex was here, we put every day leading up to her birthday, like a different like love letter from The Rock with a picture on the window until it was just like The Rock everywhere.
It was very awesome. Yeah, I make a really big deal out of my birthday too. So them giving me a rock a day was pretty amazing. Yeah, my love of The Rock is very huge. Also, I hear he's easy to work with, so that's a bonus too. Where you know there's some people you want to work with, and then you find out they're terrible, and you're like, But I heard about The Rock is awesome.
Yeah, I'll say mine is the Wachowskis. I am a big fan of them.
You are, yeah.
And yeah, that would be a major dream.
That's a good one.
Okay. Vicky said, Tina, talk about the short that's playing at Tribeca this week. Do you have a short playing at Tribeca this week?
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. I know Vicky helped when I was trying to figure out my headshot because I hate the idea of having to put a headshot. But yeah, I produced this short that's premiering at Tribeca, which is an amazing project. It's originally in partnership with H&M, and we got to shoot remotely in Kenya and remotely in Brazil, and then we went to New York and we just interviewed children all over the world who are doing the most amazing things. I mean, mind-blowing, right? And this was back near the time of the election and when the world just felt so crazy and we were in the middle of the pandemic and it was the worst it was. And then we got to interview these children who are, you know, recycling, like writing books about bullying, writing raps, giving meals out to police officers, all this crazy stuff all around the world. And it was like the most inspirational thing that made me be like, oh, we're going to be okay. And it's simultaneously heartbreaking because these poor children are, you know, when I was 8, 9 years old, I didn't think about the environment. I mean, you know, I turned off the water to save the whales while I brushed my teeth, but that was maybe the extent of like my actual awareness of the world and everything. Yeah.
I'm just picturing tiny Tina being like,
goddess whales. Don't let the water run. And then these kids, you know, you don't want kids to have to think about gun violence or politics or racism, but they do, and that's a part of the world. And while it's heartbreaking that they have to be aware of it, it's awe-inspiring that they are, and that they bring this childlike view to it in the best way of like, no, why aren't we saving the animals? Why are we treating each other like this? We aren't different. And it just, I've never worked on a project that made me feel so okay about the future. And I often don't feel okay about the future, which is fine. And I'm sure we all feel where you're just like, whoa, what is the point of any of this? The world's going to burn. It's going to be awful. Humans are awful. And then those moments where you're like, oh, wait, no, there's still so much good there. So I'm really excited for everyone to see it. It's awesome. It's a little short, and those kids are so authentic and real. So thank you, Vicky.
Do you have any plans for like any future shorts or anything like that you're working on?
Right now, I'm just working on trying to get our pilot picked up, which would be awesome. And I'm constantly trying to write, which I'll eventually share with Ellie and get her advice on the script I write. But how about you, Elle? What do you got brewing?
Technically, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to do when I'm an employee of a studio. I've been thinking about that lately because I have some stuff I want to work on, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it belongs to the studio or not if I make it while I'm there. But yeah, I'm pumped about whatever Tina and I can do next together.
It's something brewing, yeah.
All right, we've got about 5 more minutes, so if anybody has questions, drop them in the chat.
Yeah. Thanks for all your questions and support, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
of course.
We love Nerds and Beyond. You guys have always been amazing to us, and
yeah, seriously,
grow into this. What it is now is so exciting. We're like,
yeah,
thank you.
It's so impressive. It's amazing.
It's such a great
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
All right, if that's it, I'm gonna let you guys go so I don't take up too much more of your time. But thank you for joining.
Thanks, Claire, so much.
All right, have a good day, guys.
Have a great
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hey guys.
Hey.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good, hanging in there. We're on what, hour 7.5 of today's live stream. Shout out to Briar for being literally behind the camera for all this time.
Marathoner.
No, absolutely. I figured we'd probably want to start off just introducing ourselves, and then we can talk a little bit about Cruel Summer before we get into like major spoiler territory for people. So I'm Jules. I'm a writer, editor, and content assistant with Nerds and Beyond.
I'm Megan. I am a writer for Nerds and Beyond.
I'm Kennedy. I'm an editor and a writer for Nerds and Beyond.
I'm Mandy, and I'm the photography manager at Nerds and Beyond.
I'm Brianna, and I'm a writer and editor.
Yay! So for those who might be joining us who have never heard of or seen Cruel Summer, it is kind of like our newest addiction, I would say. All of us are very invested. It's very twisty. It's a mystery where you're presented with two versions of events, and you have to decide who or what you believe. It's so hard to not give spoilers for this show. But essentially, it's the story of this girl who goes missing and comes back, and this other girl who seemingly took over her life while she was gone, and may or may not have seen something that she should have reported to the police and didn't. There's so many twists and turns. It's so hard not to spoil it. Half of us are on one team, half of us are on the other team. The most I can say is
We're waiting to be our tiebreaker, man.
Yeah. Really?
You must choose
Some of
today.
us don't have a team yet. But we are 2 episodes from the finale, I believe. So if you want to catch up beforehand, it's on Hulu. It's also on Freeform on Tuesday nights at 10. That's when it airs. So this is your big spoiler warning. If you're watching this and you haven't seen the show, time to get out now, because everything from here on out, big old spoiler. Oh, someone said they're so excited for this panel.
We're so excited you're here. Thanks, Amy, for tuning in.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess
like we could all say what team we're on, establish our loyalty now.
I was going to say we got to establish where everybody's at.
Mm-hmm.
So who is Team Jeanette?
I'm Team Jeanette.
Yay! Who is Team Kate?
Woohoo!
And Mandy is sitting there cackling because she can't
Mandy?
allegiance.
Come on, Mandy.
I am team both of them, I think. No, I think I am leaning more towards Jeanette. But I believe Kate. But I do think it was Mallory that she ended up seeing, and I don't think it was actually Jeanette that she saw. So I'm definitely leaning towards that now, with everything that has happened, and with Mallory, the last episode. She's like, she was outside of his house and stuff. So like,
because there were 2 things with that. There's her being outside the house and like totally seeing her through the window. Because how could you not?
Yeah.
But also the snow globe. We don't know where that came from or how she got it.
I thought it was suspicious how she just immediately kind of buddied up to Kate after everything happened. Because even though she wasn't friends with Jeanette anymore, like her whole thing was, oh, you're trying to be like Kate Wallace and we're supposed to hate Kate Wallace. So it's just not adding up for me.
No, definitely not.
I want to put it out there that I don't think Kate is like deliberately lying to like mess up Jeanette's life. Like I believe her. I believe that she thinks she saw something.
100%.
Yeah.
That's the caveat of being Team Jeanette. I don't think Kate is. I think she thinks she saw her, or like I saw a theory about she saw a bicycle wheel and she thought it was Jeanette's bicycle wheel, but it actually ends up being Mallory's bicycle. Like I think Jeanette's telling the truth in that she never actually saw Kate.
Correct.
But I think Kate believes her own story.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. Like I think Kate and I think also Martin, he had such a big part in like brainwashing her too. And so I think a lot of it comes from like him saying Kate's taking over your life, Kate is doing this, and really pushing that. And then she sees this bicycle, so she thinks that Kate must know, and he probably also put it in her head that Kate must, or Jeanette must know that Kate was in there. And so like I think that she genuinely thinks that it was Jeanette, but it just was not. It was Mallory. Which is
my thing with Jeanette though is I don't everyone's keeping so many secrets. So I don't want to be like, oh, like, you know, Kate's totally innocent or whatever. But the thing with Jeanette that's like not adding up for me is the fact that she was in the house while Kate was there. And I'm like, how do you not like see or hear something? Like how do you sneak through that house and not know? Like, what was she doing in there? Like, what's with this obsession with Martin and his house?
Yeah,
I just want to figure that out. I mean, I know that it's like kind of like a thrill for her, like she gets to go and like take something and nobody knows about it. But I can't like stop the nagging feeling that like she knew something. I don't know if she saw her. I don't know if it was like the big dramatic like saw her like through the window or whatever. But she knows something. That girl. I don't know what she knows.
Well, and the thing is you saw her like when she was in the house originally and he caught her and she said she had something in the basement to show him. And like, I know that it was meant to just like get him away so that everyone could get out of the house. But like, I just feel like that means something. Like they put that in there for a reason. And I just want to know what that reason is. But anyway.
There's so many things like that on this show, though, that I want answers. I need answers.
So far, everything has been so deliberate that you can sit there and pick apart everything. And it's like, well, this one thing happened in episode 2. We know it's going to come back, but we don't know how, which is why I'm loving the show. It's like every little thing is important.
Yeah. Just so many different pieces to put together.
Yeah.
Leading up to the town and finding out like who's actually telling the truth.
One thing I think we can all agree on is Jamie is trash. He's terrible.
Yes. Team Jamie is the worst.
Yes. I feel like they're trying to write him a little redemption arc, and I'm like, I'm not buying it.
And I'm the villain redemption queen. I love a good redemption arc. I will champion any. This particular arc, I'm not buying it yet. I think he's manipulative. I think he's gaslighting literally everyone. Like, and after this last episode, when you see that he was responsible for Ben's injury, that he's trying to say, oh yeah, like I blame myself, like it's totally like I've taken responsibility. It's like just a few episodes ago, you were like so not in that headspace. So I would love to know what changed, like seriously. And also he's very dumb as well, because when he played that voicemail, and Jeanette was immediately like, oh no,
I gotta go.
Like, I just got this random voicemail about somebody who sounds in like super distress, and I never said anything.
That's the part that got me. How do you not? You get this recording of what sounds like a girl breathing into the phone, but doesn't say anything while your girlfriend is missing, and you don't take it to the cops? What?
Just mention it. Just mention it. Doesn't have to be a big deal. Just be like, I got a weird
I got
voicemail.
this weird call. Like something.
My thing is, why would he show it? Okay, I know he's like kind of leaning towards believing Jeanette, and I believe Jeanette, but just from like a purely objective standpoint, why would you show Jeanette that, knowing that she could possibly be part of the reason that Kate is missing? Like, he makes lots of questionable decisions.
I think having like a vulnerable moment with her, I think is what they were trying to get at. Like maybe they're gonna mend, not the relationship. Hopefully, I hope that's not where that's headed. But maybe of just like him trying to open up, because for all his faults, he is very isolated. He's kind of like Kate. He doesn't have any friends right now or anything. So I don't know if that was his like little vulnerable moment. I'll share this with you, which led to, the huge snow globe thing, which I'd love to hear everyone's theories on what the snow globe means.
I think I missed the snow globe. I think I might have been texting on my phone.
You can't text during cruel summer.
Yeah, this is one of those shows where you can't do anything. I can't even live tweet hardly.
I've been trying to pay attention more because we discuss it. You guys would mention stuff and I'd be like, I don't remember that at all. So I was like, I gotta put
I'm like the same way. I might have to like rewatch before the last episode airs.
Well, Brianna, Jules, and I were having this very heated, long discussion in one of the nerds chats.
200 message long discussion.
it was a lot about what we think the snow globe means. Jules has taken it that, well, you go ahead and you explain, Jules. I don't need to speak for you.
What's great is that who knows what theory is going to come out of my mouth, because I'm sure I have a different one than the one that I told you about. But I think that it's going to be, first of all, it's definitely the sound that we're hearing in the back of that message, proving that it was at Martin's house at some point. I know for a fact that Jeanette has definitely broken in again and definitely taken that snow globe. I think it's just like what happened before when she gave Mallory the yearbook. I think that Mallory ended up with that snow globe as Jeanette trying to say she was sorry, and it didn't go over well, and now Mallory still had the snow globe. But it's so tough, because I think if you believe that Mallory knew something, then maybe Jeanette did say something to her about the snow globe, and now she thinks she knows part of the story. I'm not explaining this well. Basically, it boils down to Jeanette was in that house. She took the snow globe, and it had to have been while Kate was there, because we heard the snow globe in the voicemail. And that voicemail, it's definitely Kate. You could try to say that it's something else, but it's definitely Kate breathing into the phone. So it means she must have been in there at the same time, which leads me to believe she might have seen something. What's your guys' theories? You guys had good ones too in our 200 message discussion.
That was my main theory, is she snuck in and stole it as a gift to Mallory to try and make up, and obviously that doesn't work out. And so now I kind of think in maybe the next episode, Mallory will take the snow globe to Kate, because now she knows there's something up, because Jeanette wanted it back. And I don't know if maybe Kate's going to recognize the sound or not. I don't know. But the fact that it was in the background of the phone call just gets me. And I know it's a snow globe. In the 90s, every snow globe had the same noise. So you can argue for it's not the same snow globe, but I think because Jeanette's reaction. Jeanette's reaction there.
Her
freak out is what sells me on it.
No chill at all, by the way. If she did have something to do with it, you would think she would play it a little cooler when she was talking to Mallory, but when she walks, she's like, I need the snow globe. I need it right now.
I don't know what I think Mallory's role is, but Mallory's just she's so shady to me, and she has been since way back. I don't know. I get sketch vibes from her. I can't tell you what it is. And the way she was looking at that snow globe, to me, it didn't come off as, oh, this could be important for Kate. Oh, Jeanette knows. I think that Mallory had something to do with it. I can't tell you what, but I don't know. Maybe Jeanette gave Mallory the key, and she snuck in and
one division it.
It was Mallory.
It was Mallory all along.
Everyone in this town is just so shady. Almost everyone in the town is shady.
Almost everyone.
So.
Not Rod. Not parent.
And not Vincent.
And not Vincent. I also think Ben is okay. I think he's just in the closet and scared. But I think he's a good guy.
Yeah. Just give me more Ben Vincent, please. That was so sweet. The entire last episode, the little pinky. It's so cute.
I'm still so unclear as to most of their relationship, because we've only gotten a couple of scenes with them together. Okay, we know they were talking to each other. We know they met at the convenience store that one day before they egged the garden party or whatever. But I don't understand how we got from there to 94. They're going to that house party and they're all, I don't know. I want to see more of them.
Same.
Amy has a question.
They're cute. There's other questions in the chat?
Annabelle with 3 question marks. Should we dive into Annabelle?
Jules is all
Jules has all kinds of theories.
Well, I mean, they're not right, but I do have a lot of theories.
How do you know that?
It's true. I don't know, but I can assume based on my track record of guessing theories.
The one that you said about
my one and only guess is the.
You go ahead, Brianna.
My only theory is that it's going to end up being she had a split personality thing happen because of the trauma, and Annabelle dealt with that and comes out whenever she's too stressed, and that's why she can't really remember her except for whenever she's first rescued, because she talks about it in therapy, but then later she can't remember. So that's my only guess. I don't know other than that.
I mean, that's the one I was leaning towards.
Once Jules had told me one day that I had been thinking that it had something to do with the what's the movie called? The Talented Mr. Ripley? Is that it? I'm saying it wrong, I think. But when I heard the Snow Globe music at first, I thought it was like the first thought that popped into my head was it was a track from the movie playing in the back somehow. I felt like that was related, but then Jules told me that one of the main characters in that book / movie is named Annabelle. So that kind of led me to like mess with that whole like dissociative fugue identity state theory. But didn't you say the guy who plays Vincent said that that's not happening? Though he could be saying that to throw us off the trail.
So this is what's so tough. So they've made a couple different allusions to the Talented Mr. Ripley, which is like really good. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. But what the showrunner was saying in like in response to a fan theory was you notice that both Kate and Jeanette have a connection to that movie. Kate got the poster for her birthday, and then also you see Jeanette reading the book in 1995. And that whole story is about somebody taking over someone else's life because of jealousy and all of that. So that's interesting. But then one of the author's other books centers on this character named Annabelle who's being pursued by somebody who is obsessed with her, like a kidnapper who is obsessed with her. So that's Kate, right? Like that's totally Kate. So that would fit the split personality theory to me, that Kate made Annabelle, whether consciously or unconsciously, to kind of deal with everything that was happening to her. But then one of the actors in the show, I believe it was the actor who played Vincent, said, oh no, it's not a split personality, like it's something else. So now I'm like, there goes my one theory that made sense.
What if it's because maybe Martin had an Annabelle before and Kate was very similar to Annabelle? Like maybe he had a similar situation in another town and didn't get caught. And then so like, what if he started calling Kate Annabelle and like making her be more like this past person that he knew or probably captured and killed. And then like, and it's not necessarily a split personality, but he's treating her and calling her Annabelle. And that's why she like represses that, because when he's calling her Annabelle, it's probably something that she doesn't want to remember. So it's not necessarily a split personality, but more of like him putting it on her.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Well,
sounds like an episode of Criminal Minds.
Yeah. The thing is, we know he had at least one other attempted victim back in Widow Falls. Is that, I'm probably saying the town name wrong, but wherever he taught at before, because we saw that scene where there's like a news story about somebody coming forward and saying like, hey, he was kind of a creep to me too. So, I mean, we don't know. There could be other people somewhere else.
Oh, there has to be. Well, just to get into like normal true crime stuff, like that she was not his first. He had everything prepared. He knew what he was doing. He groomed her. So like, I definitely think that there has to be someone else that he's done it to. And maybe with that person, he either killed them or she escaped or something and she's not coming forward. But
that's what I was going to guess. Maybe it's a victim that we don't know about because he did succeed in killing her eventually. And that was sort of like his first. So now he's trying to recreate it.
Yeah. That's what I think.
It would make sense based on everything we know about this man. Like, he's such a creep. Like, we were talking about this earlier in the chat. Like, what a wonderful actor. What a terrible character. Like, I can't imagine what it's like to play just this absolutely loathsome human being day in and day out and never really have a break. Because they released some clips from next week that kind of show clearly, like, the grooming process and him being very... like the worst. Like
it's just like the way that he acts. Like it's not like a way that a vice principal should be acting. Just like right away, as soon as like the clip starts, you just start getting like very, very weird and creeper vibes off of him.
Yeah, sleazy. I don't know. I feel like people, I mean, like obviously he was charismatic at the beginning, but I mean, obviously us as the viewers had knowledge that the townspeople did not. But I still feel like they should have been able to pick a little something up because his vibe was off since the very beginning, in my opinion. But that's just
you got to think too, like the early 90s, so many kids were kidnapped. And the reason why is because nobody cared. Nobody did anything. Like you had the 80s and the early 90s. And then like around that time when they started realizing like, oh, we actually have to pay attention to our children. So they stopped getting kidnapped is like maybe like after the whole Kate getting kidnapped thing. So like maybe like 94, 95 is when they started actually with like helicopter parenting. And so, you know, they just didn't care. Like no one cared then. Although
well, it got a lot easier to track kids too, because everyone started having cell phones and that had tracking in it, and you could check in with your kids. You know, Kate goes missing for over 24 hours before they end up reporting anything because they just assume she's at a friend's house.
And because
like, that wouldn't happen nowadays.
Because she does not care properly for the right things.
No.
Joy is just so she's awful. I can't.
He should have clocked
no
Martin.
good parents in this show.
She goes into his office being like, "Where's my kid?" And he gives what is the most suspicious performance I've ever seen from someone trying to hide something. And she's like, "You're right. You're so helpful. You're being so helpful to look for my kid." It's like, this man is sweating bullets in front of you. He looks like he's gonna be sick. Why do you just take that at face value?
I think it's that small town mentality too, of just like you don't want to think the high school principal, the person next door could be that kind of person. It was, I mean, I think it's still that way in small towns now, but especially like you were saying, Mandy, in the early 90s, 80s, it was just, it's not something you thought. That's not your first go-to whenever, you know, your kid is missing for 24 hours. That's the part I can't get over. She didn't go to the cops.
Yeah, and like he's like a young, attractive guy. So you're not gonna look at him and be like, oh, he's gonna kidnap my kid. Better keep them away. Like he's just like this cute guy, and you think, oh, he's just trying to be helpful. And I mean, even when I first saw him on the show, I was like, oh, he's cute. And then he got creepy, and I was like, oh man, that sucks.
Oh man, it's always the cute ones that are bad,
right? Terrible. But you know, I think like he looks like someone that you could trust, and so it's just except for when she went into the principal's office and he was clearly guilty. But
so suspicious, like so suspicious.
No, literally, she's like, should we call the cops? And he's like, no, that doesn't tip you off or anything.
It's so stupid.
I mean, I know that if my kid was missing, I want to call the cops right away. Not
Exactly.
the vice principal.
See, but
that's
Joy
the thing. Joy was so concerned about appearances. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. What a
One thing
great
that I
mother
did-
she is, huh?
Well, Jeanette's
One thing I
mom up
did-
and left everybody, so
That's true.
Bad
Megan's a
moms
Cindy
all around.
apologist for everyone out there wondering. Megan, go ahead and tell us your thoughts on Cindy. I know you have some.
Okay, she is a horrible mother. Yes. She will never be forgiven for leaving her family, abandoning them. But now that she's back, she's trying. Also, I mean, like, mostly I just don't mind Cindy just because I love Sarah Drew and her performance as Cindy, as someone so horrible, is really, really good. But I still hate Cindy.
Yeah, I don't mind her. I think like, what do you do when you think your child is a little psychopath? Like you have like it must suck. And you know, she had to figure out like she had to take her time to get away from that and then realize like, oh no, what am I doing? Clearly my child is not a psychopath and is fine and I want to have this relationship. But I think like she's doing the best that she can.
I don't blame her as much as I blame Greg.
Greg.
Because he was not only completely turning a blind eye to everything going on with Jeanette, but also just not really caring about Cindy and what she was trying to tell him. I mean, my God, like if someone's coming to me with that concern, even if I don't necessarily believe it, like let's investigate, let's figure this out. Like if my kid's lying to me, I want to know. And for him, it was kind of like, well, as long as I don't have to know,
yeah,
I'm not gonna dig too deep into this. You know, it was such a weird reaction. So I don't think any of the parents are like batting 1,000 here. Like none of them have really handled everything well. Rod is the closest, even he had some mess ups. But like all of them really contributed to which I know we got into a little bit with Kate's story at the campfire, kind of being like, every single one of you let me down. But you know, the parents on this show are just, you know,
not very good.
I gotta say, I don't like Cindy. I mean, obviously everybody here has made mistakes, but I don't like Greg more. Especially since, I mean, like I get he probably, you know, thought Jeanette, I think he still kind of doesn't really believe Jeanette and that Jeanette did it, but I feel like he really just abandoned her, like even though he might have been physically there. And the whole thing with Angela, I like Angela, but it feels very messy and convoluted, and it's just like there's a lot else going on, and I think there's a better time for that, and I feel like Angela would have understood, especially when I feel like she's about to get dragged into the whole family's mess at this point.
And the thing with Greg is he's just so nasty towards his daughter who's really going through it. Whether you believe her or not, you don't talk to your kid the way he talks to her, and he doesn't care about the lawyer stuff, and he's just spiraling into alcoholism, which is not good either. Just, I can't get over that. The way he's just like, whatever, deal with your crap. I'm not going to have any part in it. That's almost worse than Cindy up and leaving. It's like, yeah, you stuck around, but I don't know that you didn't do just as much damage to her psyche as her mother.
Yeah.
Angela has been a better parent to this child who is not her child in the last like 3 episodes than Greg has this whole time. And it's, I still don't know what the attraction is for Angela, because she walks into this midway.
Girl can do so much better.
I know.
She can do so much better. I don't know what she's seeing in this man who is like extremely depressed, kind of mean to everyone, has a daughter who is the focus of so much media attention, might be a psychopath, we don't know. Like, I don't know what went through her mind that she was like, this is the situation I want to get into.
One thing I did want to bring up is something, okay, so when Kate first got back and then Jamie was like, oh, like you did it and punched her and everything, whatever. We're not going to talk about that. We hate Jamie. But I remember him saying like, oh, it seems like you knew before everyone else did. And so that was one of the things that was kind of like making me feel iffy towards her. But I really was glad to see that scene in the last episode where she kind of just stumbled across the news that Kate was missing by doing her thing and eavesdropping while they were doing the whole like AV scheme. So how did y'all feel about that?
I have some thoughts. I like that they cleared that up, that's why she knew. So that we weren't sitting there going like what was going on. Like that makes sense to me, and like to me that lets Jeanette off the hook a little bit, because I was like, how else would she know? But her smile when she went after Joy, to be like, if you need anything, let me know. Like, that was just so creepy to me. I don't know why it just hit me that way. And the same thing when she was saying to Jamie, like, oh, by the way, your girlfriend's missing. You're probably the #1 suspect, and I just wanted to let you know. Like, she was way too happy to tell them that information. I get that part of it was just that she felt like she had a secret, and like she was so like, she just wanted to be the one in the know for once in her life, to like be like ahead of like the popular crew. But like, I'm sorry, you don't, even if it's not someone you know very well, to walk up to the parent of a girl who's missing and be like, anything you need, let me know.
I think her thing with Jamie is she was just excited to be talking to the cute boy, and the cute boy was talking to her, and it wasn't just like an in passing. He was like, hey, I recognize you. We were both in trouble at the same time. And he was genuine with her, and she just wanted to hold his attention a little longer. And, ooh, I have this secret I can share. And it came off a little over enthusiastic.
A little strong.
A little bit. But I do think that was her just kind of crushing really hard.
Yeah. And the thing is, she probably didn't think like anything of it. I mean, if someone's missing, You don't
Exactly.
think immediately like, oh, they're dead, or oh, something bad is happening. You're
Mm-hmm.
probably like, oh, she probably just ran away like to a friend's house, and so you don't think anything bad initially. So she's just like, oh, I have this secret and I can tell him, and maybe he'll want to talk to me more about it because I'm the one telling him. And it's not necessarily like creepy or, I don't know, deceptive. It's just her being like, I have this secret and I want to tell this cute boy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everybody interprets her like, okay, did she kind of take over Kate's life after the fact? Yes. But look,
Kind of.
she was just this like nerdy little freshman, and she just wanted to be popular, and like her whole like mindset of how am I going to be cool was based on the idea of like Jamie and Kate Wallace. So like while that does look bad when you're, you know, coming off of missing, I don't think that she actively saw Kate was like, this is my time to shine, and moved on in. I think she was like, oh, the popular girl is not here anymore. I just recently broke off my friendship with Mallory. I don't know, maybe this is a chance for me to kind of rebrand myself. I don't know.
I want to know why they accepted her. That's my question. Because like I understand.
I know,
her
we still haven't seen
like,
that.
Straighten the hair and like take the braces off and like have her whole like makeover or whatever. But the fact that she was like even kind of friends with Kate's friends, like how did that come about? Did she start dating Jamie and then they kind of like adopted her because that's what started happening? In which case, how fast did Jamie rebound from Kate, his missing girlfriend?
Yeah,
Like,
everyone wants to hate on Jeanette for taking over Kate's life, but I think a lot of it's going to be Jamie was like, hey, I'll just date that one. Kate's gone. I'll go and move on. And it's like, when you're the nerdy girl, are you really going to turn down the cute popular guy who's like, hey, you want to go on a date? You're not. So I kind of think it's going to be more of like she tripped into Kate's life instead of actively going after it. Jules disagrees.
She did a slip and slide right in.
Yeah, she did. It was like, what happened? That's why she fights so desperately to hold on to it also. Because she doesn't just immediately kind of step back when Kate shows up either.
No.
I think she just go ahead, Mandy.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, and I think like if you did kind of trip into it and you started dating Jamie and you were like finally like, oh my god, I'm finally popular, like I finally have all of this, you're not gonna give that up easily. Like, and if you did steal it, or not steal it, but if you did like actively go after it, you know, I feel like at some point you're gonna be like, well, you know. Well, I guess either way, you're not going to let it go. I mean, either way, you're popular now and you either worked really hard for it or it came by accident and you're not going to let it go. Like, especially the hot guy. Like, of course not.
Even though he's trash.
Yes, even though he's trash.
I don't think she knew at the time. I feel like we discover how horrible Jamie is after Kate comes back.
Yeah. Because he seems sweet at first.
Besides getting busted for shoplifting. But I mean, she was there too, so
yeah.
Hey.
Well, he wasn't shoplifting. He got into the fountain.
Yeah, he jumped in the fountain.
Like a ridiculous teenage boy.
As they do.
As they do.
As they do.
Well, that's like even my thing with Jamie is that like even Ben kind of knew that it was sus to just like dump your missing girlfriend and start dating this other girl, because at the roller rink in like the second episode he like leans over and he's like, hey, so like do you still have any feelings for Kate? Like what's happening?
You literally just gave her a promise ring.
Oh
well, does he remember that? Did he give it to her when he was drunk? Or
that's right, he was drunk. I don't know. He still would have had to have been like semi-conscious to purchase it in theory.
Well, he told her father about it. And he was being, you know, like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna give her the promise ring. It's like, psh, come on, buddy. Like,
I don't think Jamie. I don't think that he didn't love Kate as much as, you know, Jamie could love someone at this point. But I feel like he's just like him giving her the promise ring was him getting swept up in the idea of like, oh, like. This is what the town expects of Kate, and I love Kate, so I want to be a part of that. So what do I have to do to continue? You know, I don't think that's necessarily what he like envisioned for himself in the future. Not like it's happening at all now because of everything, but
well, he's like Jeanette in a way. that, like when he's describing to Kate, like how he sees his life going, he wants it to be like the Wallaces. He wants it to be like Kate's life. And Jeanette wants the same thing. She wants Kate's life. Because that to her is like happiness and everything she's ever wanted. So I do think it's interesting they kind of show that as him being like, I want to take the steps necessary to get the big house and the pretty girl and everything that I've been told that I should want. Like, I get why Jamie does what he does. He's just trash. And I can't get behind him. I wish I could, but I can't. Bye, Mandy.
Bye, Mandy. Bye. We have a question from Jessica Derry. She said, I missed the campfire thoughts. Did y'all talk about Barb? Is that one?
This is going to be the fun part of who is Barb?
Right. I think it's one of the moms, right?
Is it? Is that who it is?
We're letting you down right now, Jessica. So sorry.
I'm so sorry, Jessica. Let me get that a quick
The
Google.
thing I remember from the campfire was her story. I don't remember who Barb is.
Hold on. I'll look it up for you.
Please hold. Googling.
Also, can I just say I love how Team Kate is on the top.
The sketchy mom friend. Amy's got us.
Jeanette is on the bottom.
That doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
the underdogs will rise in the end.
There are a lot of sketchy people in this town. So
I think they're all
mom friend. There's lots of those, Amy. We don't know which one specifically.
we need a clarification.
Is that Tennille's mom or whatever?
Whose mom?
No, Tennille's mom has a different name, right? She's got like a weird
that's
hang
Tanya,
on. We'll figure this
right?
out.
There's a lot to keep up with. Barb is one of the friends that was like, are we going to be under oath? I do remember someone saying that when they were like,
yeah. Whenever Joy tries to kind of like blackmail everybody at the campfire into like agreeing and testifying for Kate. That's what it was. And she was saying, Barb was like, I mean, not if we know how you are. I don't know. I'm interested to see if we'll see her crop up in the actual deposition episode, the trial episode, if she'll stick to the loyalty thing or not, or if any of them will, honestly. Because even if I was friends with that family, I don't know that I would put myself on the stand to be like, yeah, the mom's awful, but the daughter's okay.
Yeah.
Like, how do you consciously not, break your own oath when you're on the stand, but also try and have their backs? And that's basically what she was asking, was for them to lie. So
that's a question I have for you guys, actually. I was thinking about this the other day because somebody wrote a really good article, and I wish I remembered the publication, talking about Cruel Summer and how it deals with like the victim like blaming situation, because as much as like it's fun to be like Team Kate or Team Jeanette, like Kate went through a really traumatic thing. And the way that they're setting it up is that the big gotcha is that she knew Martin before and that she had this relationship with him. Like Jeanette obviously is like a teenage girl. So her first thought isn't, oh, this is so terrible, Kate was groomed. Her first thought is like, she's lying and I can prove it. Like, here's all this information or whatever. Do you guys think that that is going to be what hinges kind of on the case? That people are not going to believe Kate anymore because of the reveal that she had this relationship with Martin beforehand?
I don't think it's so much as that she knew Martin before, as much as that she's deliberately painting a narrative that she knows is not completely true. And that's what's going to call her like event of things into question. Because like, okay, I get why she doesn't want to freely tell people that she willingly went into Martin Harris's house. Like, that's understandable because obviously the people in the town have shown that they're super judgy and like, I mean, like, obviously she didn't want that to happen to her, but when she like knows that the way she's framing the events doesn't really line up with exactly what happened, I think that just calls her entire testimony into question, which is my whole thing anyway. I just don't feel like she's a super reliable narrator of events at this point. So
yeah, I'm kind of afraid they're going to lean into that on the actual trial of Jeanette's lawyer sort of victim blaming and, oh, look, we've got proof she lied about this. She went to the house willingly. So what else is she lying about? You can't trust someone who's gone through a trauma to tell you their story properly and all of that. And I mean, even if they have Kate's therapist come in, she can only say so much because
you know, client doctor privilege and everything. So I'm afraid the trial is going to do a lot of that. I'm hoping not, but it is mid-90s, which was very much the mentality of it must have been her fault. She went there willingly. She talked to him beforehand. She asked for it.
She's practically an adult. Look at her. It's like,
exactly.
That's a 16-year-old girl, but whatever. Like, that's a child.
Yeah, she wore a low-cut dress.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I hope they don't.
I know, totally.
Do it, but I could see it. I mean, that would be very much fitting with the time for it to go that way. But then opposite, you know, they can attack Jeanette because she's not being completely honest either. I think her coming to the cops and giving them the key is going to crop up again during the trial.
Well, we've been given the 2-minute warning. So,
2 minutes ago.
If there's any last-minute questions?
Last-minute thoughts. I want to remind people when the show is on. The show is on Tuesdays at 10 p.m. on Freeform. You can watch it the next day on Hulu.
9 p.m. Eastern.
9
Eastern.
Central.
Am I the only Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, you are.
Right now, yes, you are. Did this change anybody's mind on whose team they're on?
Oh, yeah. No.
Me and Kate all the way.
Yeah. I feel like our entire nerd staff that watch it are like ride or die with whoever they've chosen. And it's going to be the finale.
Too. Like,
We did. Like episode 1.
I just want to say, regardless of what happens, I truly hope like this doesn't come out worse on the other side for Kate. Like she's been through enough, even though I don't think she saw Jeanette. I just feel bad for that poor girl. Like I hope she makes out all right.
All right. Oh, this has been so fun. I'm so glad people actually had questions and tuned in. Do we want to go around and say where we can find everybody? I know I've said it like 7 times today, but I'm on Twitter. I'm at Jules Wrights Blog.
I am Marvel's Taylena on Twitter.
I'm Bookbag09.
And I'm Kennedy Lynch.
All right. Enjoy the next panel, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Me too. It's so nice to see you.
I know, it's good to see you too.
Not that we haven't seen each other on Zoom from time to time, but still.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I feel like we should introduce, this is the Life After Supernatural panel. Yay.
Yay. Introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Alana King. I make videos on YouTube, which is super fun. And that's about the extent of what I have to say. Lynn?
I'm Lynn Zabernis, also known as Fangasm SPN on most social media. I like to write books on supernatural and on fandom. I'm a psychologist by profession and a university professor, but my favorite thing to write books about and to research is fandom, and especially the supernatural fandom. So, and Alana, in fact, wrote a chapter for my most recent book, There'll Be Peace When You Are Done, which is an awesome chapter.
Oh, thank you. It was exciting to write a chapter, but also super terrifying. So
yeah, everyone was terrified. It's actors who had to write chapters were terrified. Fans who had to write chapters were terrified. So you were in good company.
Sweet. Everyone was terrified.
Yeah, everyone was terrified together. But everyone wrote an amazing chapter that's really inspiring. So everyone came through.
Oh, yay. Yes, it is a very good book. I highly recommend, if you haven't picked it up yet, to pick it up. And every copy of the book also benefits Random Acts, correct?
Absolutely. Every copy of that book and Family Don't End with Blood benefits Random Acts, and also one other suicide prevention charity, either Attitudes in Reverse or SPN Survivors. So we have been absolutely privileged to be able to contribute to Random Acts over the years with the books.
Yeah.
Hello to people in the chat.
Hi, people in the chat.
So Alana and I thought we would play a little game with each other and ask each other some questions. But if you have questions, you can put them in the chat too, and maybe one of us will actually see it. Alana, you're pretty good at that. But we'll try to see it if you want to put questions in the chat also.
Or if you want to answer the questions yourself that we're asking each other.
Oh, yes. Feel
like
free.
in the comments.
Yes, because these are questions that any supernatural fan can answer. So as we ask each other, think about what your own answers are and throw them in the chat too. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's make it more interactive.
Yes, please. Please answer our questions that we're going to be asking each other. I've forgotten how to do live streams because I haven't done a live stream in such a long time. So I feel like have to remember.
That's why we wanted to have questions for each other, because otherwise we might just sit here and chat the entire time. And while we would be very amused by that, I don't know if anyone else would be very amused by that. So this is better. We're being a little bit organized.
We are. We're organized.
Okay. Who wants to ask the first one?
I'll go if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So my first question is, what do you miss the most about Supernatural being on air?
So I'll answer first since you asked it, and then you can chime in, and so can people in the chat. I think the thing that I miss the most is just the anticipation of knowing that there's more story coming, like that I'm still going to find out things about my favorite characters, that they still exist in the world, and I can look forward to finding out what adventures they're going to have and how they're going to break my heart or how they're going to make me happy. I really miss that anticipation of more is coming. And I've sort of coped with that lack of anticipation by telling myself that more is probably coming. Jared has said he wants to do more. Jensen has said he wants to do more. Misha, everybody who's been involved in the show loved their time on it. So keeping my fingers crossed.
Yes, I would agree with all of that, but I would also say I really miss the live tweeting. I just really liked seeing people's reactions to the show, like in real time as it was happening. And I feel like even though, the fandom still exists very much online, we don't have nights anymore where we're all watching together. And I really liked that community vibe to the live tweeting, because even though we weren't all in the same room, it kind of felt like everyone was experiencing the same thing at the same time. And I really miss that vibe.
Yeah, I had that down too when I was thinking of my answers. I totally agree with you. I'm sort of astounded that live tweeting and that live watching was like so important to me that I watched the show for 15 seasons, and I can literally count on two hands the number of times I didn't watch it live, which is like incredible to me. And I remember going to ridiculous lengths sometimes, finding streams that were coming from who knows where, or being in a hotel in another state and running down to the desk and being like, where's the CW? I can't find it on your TV, crazy things like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember, like, I was not watching the show as it was airing as long as you were, because I started watching in 2015. But I would literally, like, every one of my friends and my family knew that Thursday nights, you know, you can't mess with them, because I had to always watch it when it was airing. And then most of the time I was also doing a reaction video, so I also had to film it. And so it was like trying to set up like even the camera, and like when we were traveling, it's like gotta find somewhere in the hotel. And if the hotel doesn't have it, we have to find a way to get, like, so I kind of just miss stuff like that, even though it was like kind of stressful at the time. It was like so much fun. I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, it does. I mean, it was both. I remember a few times doing live rewatches with you in hotel rooms. I remember once we had to take the television off the wall for some reason in order to like hook something up to the back of it. I was like, well, I don't know anything about what they're doing, but let's hope it works. And it did.
yeah, 100%. And it's about the conventions too. Like I was going through some old panel footage that I had shot at one of the conventions, and I think it was Vancouver, and it was like the gold panel on Sunday. So a new episode had just aired that previous Thursday. And Jensen goes, "Have you guys seen the new episode yet?" And most of the crowd goes, "No." And he's like, "Why? You're at a supernatural convention." Everyone's like, "The hotel doesn't have the CW." And he's like, "We're in Vancouver where the show is filmed, and you're at a supernatural convention. The hotel doesn't have the CW." He was like, "I'm going to have to talk to the manager or something."
Seriously. I
It
mean,
was funny.
that happened alarmingly often. Like, wouldn't you think that if you were, on the other hand, I remember, especially early on, some hotels actually setting up watch parties in the con hotel. So they would like have a big TV in the lobby, and, like 50 people would be gathered in the lobby to watch the show, which was really fun. So it went both ways.
It did, yeah. It was either you had a giant watch party or there was nothing.
Yeah, and you were just crying at night because you were missing it.
Yeah. Yep. Those are some fun times. I really liked in Seattle when they set up the Snowstorm Seattle convention. That was the 300th episode. So we got a 300th episode screening, and that was pretty cool to get to watch that one with like a crowd of people, I feel.
It was, although the rest of that con was really, really, really stressful.
Yeah.
Memories. Okay, good answer. Good answer. Let me ask the next one.
Okay.
So what new projects that the cast have gone on to or that you're involved with are you enjoying or are you looking forward to?
So we have like the big ones. We have Jensen as Soldier Boy, which I'm very excited about. I still have to watch the first 2 seasons of The Boys because I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you do have to. You really do. And you have to be prepared.
It's been on my list. So once I get I'm in the middle of moving right now. So once I get settled, my goal is to binge watch the first 2 seasons. But I'm really excited about that. And I think he teased that his costume is going to get revealed tomorrow.
I have to go to the dentist tomorrow to have some terrible work done. And I just feel like it's going to be such a bad scene because I'm going to be like, excuse me, can I check my phone for a minute? Could you just hold off on that Novocaine needle? Just for a minute. And can you come back? I know I'm going to miss it. I know the reveal is going to happen when I'm at the dentist.
Yeah, it's just like, one moment, please. Pay attention to Jensen's costume. So that's really exciting. We have Walker with Jared. I'm a couple episodes behind, but I've been enjoying it so far. I think they're doing a good job with it. And then Misha has I think he said he has a poetry book coming out.
He does, yeah.
I'm really excited about that. I read he had a couple poems published in, actually my college has a poetry review. It's like the Columbia College Poetry Review, and a couple of his poems were published in that a couple years ago. And so I remember reading those. And so I'm really excited to see more in his own book, which is really cool. And then I don't know. I know that Kim and Brianna have talked about doing more stuff with the Wayward podcast in the future, like maybe more live shows once things settle down a bit more. So if that happens, that would be really fun.
Yeah. I feel like it's a gift to have like the cast eventually encompass so many people that it feels a little overwhelming with everybody having gone on to other things and like trying to keep up with all the other things that are going on. But it's a good kind of stress, you know. I'm really excited to see everybody going on and doing exciting things.
Yeah, there's so many cool projects, and I see them all the time on my timeline from all the different cast members, all these different things they're doing, and I'm so happy that everyone seems to be like doing so well, and yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Supernatural was like, and so many of the cast have said this, that it was like such a good stepping stone, you know, that it was such a good experience, and it gave them a fan base to kind of launch them to other things, and it gave them either acting experience or directing experience or something to launch them to other things. And now it feels like, I feel like I'm like the proud mom, and like every all the kids are launching and going off to do their thing, and it's really nice.
Yeah, it's really cool to see.
It is.
All right, can I ask the next
Yeah.
question?
Yep, next question.
The next question. I guess this kind of goes along with the last question a little, but like, how have you been engaging with the Supernatural fandom since the show has ended?
Yeah, because it is different. And honestly, I was really afraid of that because it's been a really big part of my life, you know, between the blog that I run and the tweeting that I do and the books that I write. Like it hasn't just been my fandom, it's been like a big part of my life. And I've never really been in a fandom before, so I didn't know what was going to happen. Like, was the show going to go off the air and like boom, all my friends were going to scatter to the wind and I was never going to see them again and no one was ever going to want to talk about it. So it's been nice to see that the community of fans is still there. Like it's certainly different. It's not the kind of immediacy that it used to be because we don't have current shows to talk about. But I'm still like chatting with the same people every day, and I'm still doing interviews and articles. And one of the best things that I did, it was not my suggestion, but one of my friends had the suggestion to do a rewatch from the very beginning. And at first I was like, oh, there's 327 episodes. Really? We're going to go back to episode 1? But it has been such a godsend because every Sunday, a bunch of us get together and we all watch it together. Or somebody actually plays the Netflix DVD so we can have the correct music, and we all watch it together. And then we sort of process it in terms of how do we see it differently kind of now since the post finale perspective. And then I do a rewatch review on the blog. So that's been making it feel really immediate for me. So I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What about you?
I and we've talked about this before, but I've had like a completely different reaction to a rewatch. So it's something that I definitely want to do at some point, but I haven't really been able to watch the show since the finale aired. Like I haven't watched a full episode all the way through since then. I think I don't know. I think it just makes me still sad a little. And it's also wrapped in feelings of like the whole year of like 2020 and everything that was going on around the time that the finale aired in the world. It kind of brings back like feelings of anxiety for me, which I think we all have to kind of, I mean, 2020 was like a lot, and even 2021 is still a lot. So I think we all kind of just have to work through our feelings, not just about the show, but about like everything that's been happening in the world. And so unfortunately, the show is kind of connected to those like real world events in my mind for some reason. And so it's made it hard for me to rewatch it. I know it's not always going to be the case, but brains are weird sometimes. And that's what it is for me. So I haven't been able to do a rewatch, even though I would like to. I'm hoping to probably next year. I feel like I might be able to. But I have really been enjoying the community that I've seen on TikTok with Supernatural. There's a lot of people like making funny Supernatural stuff on TikTok or making really cool edits. And I just feel like there's a whole new host of content creators that I've found through TikTok, or who have gained more of a platform through TikTok, who like I didn't see as much on Twitter or like Instagram before, because it's an entirely new space, an entirely new form of content. And I've also found that, creating content in this like TikTok style has really helped me. Like when the show was ending, I was like making videos kind of about the show ending, like the more cinematic type of, I don't know how to really describe them. They were full of like feelings. And so that kind of like helped me process a little bit better because video has always been the way that I kind of work through things. So I'd say like TikTok is a huge way that I have engaged with fandom recently, but then also, like you said, like I've still talked to all of my wonderful friends who I've made through the fandom, and like we talk about a lot of things. Like my friends Haley and Illy got me into 911 on Fox, so now we watch. Now I'm talking to them about that all the time, and Lauren, my friend Lauren too. So yeah, just kind of stuff like that, like fangirling over new shows, and then also like reminiscing about Supernatural stuff and the stuff that the cast is up to. So that's kind of like where I'm at with everything.
I like that we both found kind of new ways to like engage with Supernatural in a way. Like you found a new platform and you're engaging with a whole different group of people and in a different way. Like the little videos on TikTok, the whole sort of feeling of TikTok is very different than like YouTube or Twitter or anything else. So you found that, and I've like gone back in time, but I'm sort of rediscovering the show because I see it so differently with the lens of 15 seasons. So I remember what I felt when I watched those season 1 episodes the first time, but it's so different from how I'm seeing them now and how I'm reacting to them now. So that's been like super exciting. I think we both needed some new way to engage with the show that takes into account the ending, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we both found ways that work for us. And I'm excited. Like, honestly, I'm excited to do a rewatch in the future. I've really been enjoying, like, there are some people on TikTok that I follow that have been doing like rewatches, and they'll make videos about like as they go, like their thoughts on the episodes or like how their perspective has changed now that they know what's coming in the future. And like, I think that's so interesting. So, I mean, that's another TikTok thing, but it has to do with rewatches too.
No, you should totally do that because I've been really enjoying writing the episode reviews. Eventually, I want to put together a whole compendium of an episode review, of a Fangasm episode review of every single episode. So I am religiously doing one every week, even when I'm like, I'm too busy, I can't do it. No, you're going to do it. But that's what it's been about. So it's got a section that's a recap of the episode, but it's also got a lot of commentary about how different, this plays out. We watched the episode the other night that introduced Jenny the vampire. And, at the time, like she was this inconsequential character who even noticed her. Now, as soon as she was introduced, I was like, oh, it's Jenny. So yeah, that hit different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd imagine there's probably going to be a lot of stuff that kind of hits different about a rewatch after.
Right. But it makes it kind of a fresh kind of new thing. So it feels therapeutic to me. And what you're doing obviously feels therapeutic to you. The nice thing about fandom is, we all have different feelings and we all have different coping strategies, but you can let your fandom friends have different feelings and different coping strategies. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think, as long as you're finding a coping method that works for you. Yep.
Yep. All right. Is it my turn? I think it's my turn.
I think so.
So if Supernatural does come back, how would you like to see it come back? Like in what format would you like to see it come back?
I've always envisioned, because I know they've talked about like maybe doing a movie in the future or maybe doing like a limited series. And I feel like the limited series is probably what I would like to see more so than a movie, because I think it would not only give them a little bit more time, but it would, I don't know, it would, I feel like it would fit Supernatural more than like a movie would. Mm-hmm. Like I can't ever see there being like a Supernatural movie, but I could see there being like, how sometimes Netflix, like with the Gilmore Girls thing that Netflix did, mm-hmm. I feel like if they did a similar structure to that with like 4 or like 6 episodes and they're like longer episodes. They're not the normal length of a like CW TV episode. I feel like that format would work really well for them to be able to like address things and maybe like do like a little arc of something.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I mean, look, I will take anything. Any additional supernatural content will make me ecstatic, but I would really love to have a little limited run series if they can ever mesh their schedules and get it done. I just, like we were talking about in that first question, like I want that feeling of anticipation again, and I want to be immersed in it for a period of time. I don't want to just go see the movie on Saturday night and, you know, maybe with a bunch of people, that would be fun, but then it's done. I want to have a little time with it, a little time with the characters. So I agree.
I think that format would work really well for them.
So please do that. Jensen, your production company should get to work on that if they're not already working on it. Yes, please.
Yes, if you're out there listening.
Yeah, I'm sure he's listening.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh, we were also going to talk about like fun, if we had fun con memories or like funny moments. You've been rewatching, haven't you been rewatching some of the panels?
I have, yeah. There's a thing on Saturday night that I think it's SBN Dean Girl does where she watches old con videos. So I've been joining in when I can and like live tweeting those con videos. And it's so weird to see videos of like conventions in 2012 or 2014 or something. Yeah. And oftentimes I can remember something that happened during that convention. But when I was thinking about some favorite fun con memories, for some reason, the first thing that came to mind was us doing karaoke Africa with Kim and Brianna and Richard and Matt and Julian. And I don't know, because we were so scared to do it. And then for me anyway, once we got up there, I was like, why have I never done this before? This is the best thing since sliced bread. Yay, let's sing.
Yeah, that was fun. And it was fun too because like there were balloons. I love balloons. And so there were like balloons flying everywhere. And like also I was filming some vlog footage while we were on the stage and it was just so aesthetically pleasing, like because you got the stage lights and the crowd and then the balloons and the way the lighting was when people would walk in front of the camera on the stage. That's like some of my favorite footage that I've ever got at a con because it's such an interesting view that you don't normally see. Sometimes Chris Schmelke, he takes really, really awesome like photos from that perspective. And I always love, especially the lighting. And so getting some vlog footage that had a similar vibe was really, really fun.
Totally. And then the other thing I think that I just sort of scribbled down what came to my mind. The other two things that came to my mind were just kind of the privilege of watching Jensen Ackles become a rock star. So I remember at an early Toronto convention, like, I don't know, 2011 or I don't know when it was, but after everybody was gone, like the panels were over, he came out on stage with just a guitar and sat down and like just started to play some songs. And there were like 20 of us. We all like sat in the aisle, like, you know, cross-legged, just like looking up like, oh my God, this is amazing. But he was so sort of tentative. And then I remember that little jam session with Steve Carlson, which was like 15 people, I think. And I saw him afterwards. I happened to be in the green room and he was like, how was it? And I was like, are you kidding? Like, it was amazing. It was unbelievably amazing. But I don't know if he really felt that way. And then Vegas a few years later to see him like walk out on stage and just turn into a rock star before our eyes. And that's probably the most euphoric memory I have from a con is like a dozen of us just grabbing each other afterwards and just like sobbing, crying, laughing, just joyous, because it was like the Berlin Wall had come down or something. It was ridiculous. So much emotion, but it was like a great moment.
Yeah, it's really cool like to see because I wasn't at the cons when he had like first started like slowly getting into it. but I've seen like some videos of him like slowly starting to play at conventions, and like getting to see him just absolutely rock out is always so cool because he looks like he's having the time of his life, and like I'm sure he is because he loves obviously he loves music and he loves singing, and I think it's really cool that he gets to do that at the cons and that we get to see that there. I really am so excited for whenever we get to hear him perform the Radio Company songs.
Oh yeah.
Because when the album came out, it was like right before it was like 2019, like this November or December. And so there wasn't really much time between then and when things got shut down in March of 2020 for them to perform. And so, I mean, have they ever been able to perform those songs live?
No, not yet. Not yet, but
and now there's a second album, so they have lots of songs to pick from.
I predict it's coming. I'm sure it will take like logistical, scheduling problems will happen, but I bet it's coming. I look forward to that.
Yeah, that would be cool. Very cool. I also I really miss, like, I love all the panels, and the Saturday Night Special is like one of my favorite parts of the entire convention. But I also just really love the moments where like in between panels or like when the con is over and you get to just like chill with people. Like when I love just like sitting behind either like your booth or like our friend Shelly's booth and just like talking about random stuff, or going to dinner like and getting drinks before karaoke. Like that kind of stuff is just so much fun because you just get to like chill with people and like talk about all the excitement that happened that day and like what you're looking forward to. And those are like some of my favorite moments from like the entire convention weekend.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. The next question is like totally related, because what are your like memories sort of with other fans? But that's one of my favorite memories with other fans, is just being in the vendor's room with the books. And it's great to be there and be able to sell people the books and make money for Random Acts and charity. But the best part of sitting there is people coming up who've already read the books, who just want to stop by and say, like, I mean, I've had people come up and say, like, I was like ready to check out, and then I picked up, Family Don't End with Blood, and I read Jared Padalecki's chapter, and I decided that if he could keep going, I could keep going. And I like every time I hear a story like that, it's like I'm just so honored to have like been able to help put those books together and like get those chapters out there that could really like inspire people. It's rarely them saying, oh, it was your chapter, Lynn, who like that totally, my chapter is like the introduction, and it's not the really inspiring one. But so many of the other chapters in There'll Be Peace When You Are Done, yours is one of those. But I love that. That's one of my favorite memories with other fans.
Yeah, and those are always so cool. And like, even, I mean, I've sat with you at the table and I've seen people come up and say those things, and it's always really cool. And just like seeing how much, not just the show, but like stuff from the fandom and like that comes from fans can impact other people is really, really cool. Like, I don't know, there's been people like, even I was really nervous to meet you the first time we met, and I was really nervous to meet Shelly. Like, people who create cool things that you are looking forward to meeting. It's just awesome to have a fandom that creates so many cool things, like fan fiction authors and fan artists, and like all of these really cool people creating these really cool things. And it's like you can meet them at conventions too. So I don't know, it's like, it's awesome. I love that aspect of things.
I was just doing an academic panel at an academic conference on Supernatural and like the ending and the fandom, and so I was talking about how unique the relationship between the actors and the fans ended up being. I mean, there really is so much more reciprocity, largely because the show was on the air for so long and they did so many conventions that the actors really did get comfortable with the fans and get to know fans. I mean, are there other fandoms where the actors have decided to write 2 books for the fans with their like personal autobiographical stories just because they like wanted to give back and like be open and be vulnerable a little bit? I don't think so. And you can see it at conventions, you know, they really, even if they maybe started out, you know, feeling like, oh, fans, I don't know, I'm nervous about this. It went away pretty quickly when they were seeing fans all the time. And I think it really did make for an extraordinary relationship between the actors and the fans.
Yeah, that's always been a really cool part of the conventions too, is that like they just genuinely get excited to see the fans, and they also get really excited like when you tell them like, hey, I achieved this. They're like, heck yeah, you did. Go you. You know, like they're just so supportive if you tell them that you accomplished something, and like we're supportive back. So it's just a cool, like, it's a cool dynamic. And I don't know, it just really feels like super nice. I really miss conventions.
I do too. I miss my fan friends. I miss seeing the actors. I do too.
Yeah, I think just getting to like see friends and hang out in person, and I mean, because you make all these friends from all over the world, and Zooms and FaceTimes and all that kind of stuff is super, super great, and it allows you to stay connected. But there's just like there's nothing like getting to like hug your friends. It's just so nice to see people in person and give them hugs and everything. I miss hugs.
I do too. And you know, talking about the reciprocity, I was watching some of the other Nerds and Beyond panels today, and Matt Cohen was talking about, you know, how much he misses hugs. And I remember his very first convention when he like tried to hug every single person he met, because he loves that. Rachel Miner was talking about how much she misses hugs and how much they miss conventions. I was having a conversation with Jensen last month, and he was saying, you know, how much he misses conventions. Like, it's not just us. Like, we miss them, we miss each other, we miss them. They miss us, and they miss each other too. So, yeah, we all got, you know, very used to having a lot of interaction for a long time.
Yeah.
So that's a good transition to the next question, but I think it's important to talk about. So, you know, we kind of touched on everybody's been coping with the end of the show differently, and everybody grieves things differently, and people had different feelings about the finale, and that impacts how you're dealing with the ending. What would you say, what's been effective for you in helping you cope with the ending?
Oh my gosh. I had a really hard time with it at first. Like, and I mean, I know why it affected me that much, because it was such a big, and it still is such a big part of my life, but it like hit me like a train wreck, especially the day after the final episode aired. I was like, oh, like this is okay. And then I just like, I got really, really upset, and I I don't know. It was really, really hard for me to process everything and then process all the stuff. Like, people were so sad. And sometimes when people are really sad, I get sad too, because I don't like to see people sad. And so it was like a lot of sadness. And I kind of had to step away for a bit. I took a break from Twitter. I took a break from posting things on YouTube, and I kind of just like let myself sit with it for a bit, because like I was already sad over the show and then over the world, because it was 2020 and things were very sad, and so it was just like a lot of sadness. I guess it's very hard for me to describe my feelings, because it was basically just sadness. So I think kind of just taking a break from online for a bit and just sitting with it and talking with a couple of like really close friends, and like my mom, she knows how much the show meant to me, and she was really, really supportive of all the YouTube stuff and the video work at the conventions and like all the stuff I was doing. So she really understood like how I was feeling. So that was really, really good to have her, and to have her be able to like talk to her about it. And then to be able to talk to like you and some of my other close fandom friends who understood it. That was really what helped me, was just talking to people who were safe and who understood like what the feelings were. And I think that was like one of the main things. And then taking that break from online for a bit because it all became really overwhelming. And
yeah, I think you have to know when you have to do that. You know, their social media can be really overwhelming, and sometimes it's not the best thing for when you're dealing with these kind of strong feelings. So you have to sort of be okay with either connecting more if you're reaching out for the support, fine, but sometimes you just need to pull back and maybe just talk to like one or two people who you know are supportive. You know, it can also be contentious. The fandom has been contentious online since the show ended, and that's not very therapeutic for a lot of people. So pulling away from any negativity can also really help. I think it helped me as sort of like looking at it at the ending from both a psychologist standpoint and a fan standpoint. It was interesting. I was teaching a graduate course on grief and loss at the exact time that the show was ending. And that ended up being really helpful for me because I kept bringing the ending of the show and my own grief over the end of the show into the class. And it's graduate students, so you know we have some great high-level conversations in there. But it really, for a lot of people, was a very kind of stigmatized loss or a disenfranchised kind of loss in that other people weren't looking at it as valid. You know, like what are you're crying over a television show?
Yeah.
Like, what's the matter with you? And I think that was hard for people who didn't have people in their life, you know, like you did, like I did, who could be validating and who could say, "Oh, I get it. Yeah, this is a real loss. You need to grieve it, and you need to grieve it in whatever way is best for you." I feel lucky that I had that.
I also feel really lucky about the friends and like my mom, my dad, kind of just being there because it was that weekend especially like was a lot. So
yeah, it was. And we are very different people, even though we're very close and we get along really well and we agree on a lot of things, but we have different like emotional reactions. So you needed to pull away. I like immersed myself in Supernatural and online and felt like I didn't want to do anything except just talk ad infinitum about Supernatural with people who also wanted to just keep talking about Supernatural. So, you know, sometimes people need distance and to pull away, and sometimes people need immersion and support. And like, that's okay, whatever you need. Give each other space or give each other support, depending on what somebody needs to have at the time.
yeah, definitely. And I think, my reaction to the finale and like the immediate time after it and like me pulling away and kind of just having to sit with it for a bit, that's how I react to when I get overwhelmed at anything. So I knew that was probably what was best for me. And it was hard to do because you don't really want to look away from what people are saying. But I think stepping away and then coming back and reading what people were saying after I had calmed down a bit was what really helped me because I did want to know what people were saying, but I couldn't process everything at the same time. So I had to take care of brain and then come back.
Yeah, totally. If you are lucky enough to have a group of people, especially with something like the finale that, I think of my whole group of friends in Supernatural, and there's so many people that I'm close to and we all love the show, but people had such disparate reactions to it that some people couldn't support their really close friends very well just because they felt so different, like their feelings were just so different. I remember one friend who I wanted to help her so badly because she was just struggling so much. And it was hard to know how to help her other than just really giving her space for those feelings and validating that her feelings were valid. And even if they were different from mine, they were still valid feelings. I think that's hard to do sometimes when you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, and like we've had conversations about everything too, and we don't always agree on like certain things with the way that like it ended, but I mean we're friends and we try to help each other through our feelings, even if they're different. So I think that's like a big thing about friendship is like you might not agree on like the content of a television show.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes you won't.
Yeah, but you know, if you kind of just listen to each other and help each other through your feelings, that's all you can really do. And like talking with you was really helpful. Like one of the things that really helped me after the ending, and like talking with my other like Haley and Illy and Lauren, like all of the these really awesome fandom friends that I had made, it's kind of like a really helpful thing.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, let's switch gears for ask our last question. Go ahead, you're up.
Do I have the last question? It's the last question.
It's the last question.
I don't know if I have the last question.
I think the last question is just what was your funniest or most embarrassing moment over the course of all this time in Supernatural fandom?
Embarrassing?
Embarrassing or just funny. It doesn't have to be embarrassing, although I can think of some embarrassing moments for myself.
Gosh, I don't really know. I'm trying to think. Like there were some really funny moments. This is not embarrassing. It's just funny. So hold on. I'm gonna bring in a friend. This is Oinky.
Oh, Oinky! I miss you, Oinky.
He is our emotional support pig. I share custody of him with my friend Lauren. And he will sit, he kind of goes between the I'm Alive and Random Acts tables at conventions. But he's fun. You oink him and he oinks. So he's one of my favorite recent.
I'm just remembering lots of times with Oinky. Yeah,
yes.
we've had some good times.
Yeah, Oinky has been living out here with in LA with Samantha for the past year and a half. So when I came back out here, because we're moving back out here, I was reunited with Oinky and I was very excited. So that's a funny moment. That was like a recent convention occurrence. So
these are not embarrassing moments because there's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about them, but I have lots of fond memories of us being at conventions and it being time for the autographs at the end of the night on Sunday. And Alana getting increasingly emotional as we approach getting an autograph, probably of Jared Padalecki, let's be real.
Yeah, I would get really nervous.
Yeah. And sometimes there were tears. But that's like a real fond memory for me because you're so good at like feeling your feelings and you're so good at letting other people support you through those feelings if you need to. And that's like such a good thing to model for people. I mean, I think too often we're like embarrassed of our feelings or ashamed of our feelings or we don't want to feel too much somehow. And like, no. It's okay to feel your feelings. So those are actually some of my fondest memories. And then there was at least one time where you had to return the favor where I got emotional too.
Yes. I was like, Lynn, I've never seen Lynn cry in my life. I was like, what do I do? So I was just like hugging you. I was like, it's okay. That's so nice though. Thank you for saying that. Sometimes I get a little self-conscious, like, oh my God, am I like letting my emotions out too much because I do feel things very deeply. And my friends, we were just talking about this the other night, like I cry a lot. Like I'll cry over like happy things too. It's just like an immediate, like happy, sad, anxious, like there's just tears.
It's emotion. Emotion
Yeah.
is a really human thing. It's a really good thing.
Yes.
I like that you can own it and I like that you trust me enough to show you your emotions and to let me support you through them and that you do the same. I think my emotional breakdown was the first time we saw Jared, Jensen, and Misha after they announced that the show was ending. And they were super emotional and they showed their emotion to us. And then that just kind of undid me.
Yeah. The last Vegas, like the last convention that we've had, there will be more conventions. I get asked that all the time. There will be more conventions. But the most recent one we had before everything got shut down in March in Vegas, there was like, it was really emotional because it was also supposed to be the last convention before the show stopped filming. And so the cast was really emotional, and there were just a lot of feelings there too. But then also it was like kind of this air of concern because of the pandemic, and people really didn't know what was going on yet. And so people were kind of just like, I'm not really sure what's happening. Like, so there was a lot of emotions at that convention. And yeah, that's one that I don't think I'll ever forget. That was
No. I was also running around like crazy because there'll be peace when you are done was going to the printer literally as we were at the convention. So I'm also negotiating like last minute changes, and I'm on the phone with the publisher and the printer and like trying to get everything straightened out. And yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, I think we're almost at time, but I have one last story. I was in the vendor's room and you were coming into the vendor's room, and that was the first time I saw you that con, and you were on the phone, and I just like wave at you because you're on the phone, and I'm like, hi, and you're like panicking, and you're like, I gotta go, and you like run out of the vendor's room, and I'm like, okay, because you were on the phone with the publisher trying to figure out like this last minute publication detail, and then you come back and you're like, I'm so sorry. And it was just, I'll never forget like you running out of there being like, I gotta go.
I think I said something terrible like, I don't have time, Alana, I don't have time.
You might have said, I don't have time, I gotta go, but like you were frantic. It was kind of fun. I mean, I'm glad that everything turned out okay, but like looking back on it, it's pretty funny.
It was. We've had a lot of interesting times, but I wouldn't trade them for anything. This has been a crazy, wild, wonderful ride, and I really hope that there's more of it to come.
Yeah, me too. And hopefully we'll all be able to safely be at conventions again soon. And yeah.
Yes. Come see us if you're at conventions. We will be in the vendor room.
Yes. I will float around, but she always has the table.
Yes. Come tell me if you've read the books and been inspired by them. I do always pass those messages on to the actors too. If somebody tells me that Jared's or Jensen's or Misha's or something that they said has impacted them, I do always tell them. So you can pass messages through me. I think we're supposed to wrap at 7.
Yeah, I think so. Are we supposed to wrap just our panel, or?
I don't know.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Briar says
just
say
say
bye.
bye. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Nerds and Beyond. I really
yes.
enjoyed this whole weekend. Thanks for letting us close it out. Keep up doing the great work.
Thank you. And thank you for supporting Random Acts, everyone.
Yes.
All right. Bye.